Good morning and welcome to the panel. Can a divided UN Security Council still fulfill its mandate in the current polarized world? What's Russia's military aggression brought to the table when it comes to need to reform the United Nations? Will the General Assembly have to have the greater role in a situation where the Security Council is paralyzed by veto power holding members divided on most urgent issues? What are the opportunities of this moment? To answer some of these questions, speakers in this panel, and among them are representatives of two current members of the United Nations Security Council, Switzerland and Albania, are as follows. Ambassador Thomas Goebel, Swiss Deputy State Secretary, Head of the UN Division. Karin Landgren, Executive Director of Security Council Report. Božena Forstnarić-Boroje, Acting Director General for Multilateral Cooperation at the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs, Republic of Slovenia, and Gazmin Turdiu, Secretary General in Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs, Republic of Albania. Mr. Turdiu will join us online. Moderator of this panel is Annelies Verstichel, Diplomatic Advisor to Belgian Deputy Prime Minister. Please, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the audience to show up for this first panel this morning. I have amazing panelists on this panel, and I have an opening question which I will ask everyone. And this opening question is, why are many losing faith in the Security Council? Is the glass half full or half empty? And let me first give the floor to Thomas.
Well, thank you very much, Annelies, for this question. Is the glass half full, half empty? This presupposes a full glass, which could stand for an outcome to which everybody agrees, a harmonious spirit in the Security Council. I'm not sure whether this image has ever corresponded with what the Security Council was set up to do. This is a body which should deal with the most complicated, controversial issues in the peace and security space. It has not been set up to generate harmony. It has been set up to manage situations such as the ones we're currently facing. So maybe the question shouldn't be how many glasses have we been able to fill, but how many glasses have we been able to prevent from breaking? This is certainly the mindset with which we as Switzerland have entered the Council. And while it is true, that we have seen a high level of dysfunctionality, a lot of tension and controversy, obviously around the Ukraine context, the fact that the Council hasn't been able for 2 consecutive months to agree on a program of work is also an indication of this. But we shouldn't forget that the Council has also been able to agree, for instance, on 26 resolutions since we joined this body. Important decisions have been taken in other areas. So it's not entirely true that the Council hasn't been able to function. But it is a challenging dynamic. What can be done? We certainly, and certainly during our presidency in May, we've tried to influence positively all the elements which we can influence to foster a constructive discussion by good preparation of the meeting, choosing the right discussion formats, inviting the right briefers so that the Council members can have a full picture, implicating different voices, civil society voices, looking for a sound gender balance in the briefers who come. So these are elements which can contribute to meaningful decisions. And then there are challenges, for instance, in the peacekeeping space, many open questions. And is it good, is it bad? It is as it is. We need to deal with it and find viable, meaningful alternative solutions or ways of using the UN as a tool.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me now turn to the other current member of the Security Council on this panel, Albania. Gazmin, do you have a reply to this question? Is the glass half full or half empty?
Can the United Security Council still fulfill its mandate in the current polarized several level of elaboration answers to that. So the short and the hard answer is no. The other one could be it can hardly can. But if we see the performance of the Security Council from the point of view of the end results, of the added value, not just about discussions and just dealing with issues, then we can hardly consider it a success story. But actually, it's not the first time that the Security Council is divided amongst its membership. It has always been. The question is that at this point, recently, especially during these last 2 years, the division is at a very unprecedented scale. And that is because of Russia's aggression against Ukraine. What we can see here, one of the permanent members of the Security Council, a country that has taken special responsibilities since the end of the Second World War for peace and security in the world, started to become rogue because it has attacked a member of the Security Council, a member of the United Nations organization, an independent democratic country, and this is an unjustified illegal aggression. So how can we expect that for matters of such importance, when one of the permanent members of the Security Council is involved in an aggression, the Security Council can deliver? Actually, it can't. And I'm sure that it's not only about matters directly related to this aggression or to Russia, but it's to even other matters of critical importance in our space. So I fully agree with the answer from Thomas that there are several glasses and how we can prevent breaking of some of those glasses. But unfortunately, we have seen some glasses that have been broken.
Okay, thank you very much. Božena, Slovenia is coming in January. What are the views of Slovenia with regard to the Security Council? Is the glass half full or half empty?
First of all, Karen, thank you, and thank you, organizers, actually, to inviting us also as an incoming member, which is, you have a slightly, maybe not yet a full, clear view on how the things are done behind the curtains, but still you're coming in and get the sense of it. So maybe slightly from more general point of view, first of all, you know, Security Council is not per se up there. It's a part of the global multilateral system. It's a part of the UN. And as we are observing in the UN how, you know, things are done in the GA and in ECOSOC, that is very much reflected in the Security Council. So global context, where we are today. Coming from that, what was already mentioned, yes, what we see is what Security Council is not able to do because that's out there and it's in the public and it's debated, but there are many things that Security Council is able to do and has done in the past and in recent years, and probably those who are members can elaborate a bit more. But that means that it does work up to the point it still needs to be, I'm not going to say updated, but see in the current situation, today's world, be more reflective of how the world is at the moment. And maybe to remind, I was listening to the speech of General Secretary Guterres at the last opening session, and what he said very bluntly was, yes, you know, these institutions, UN and so on, were the reflection, were the outcome of the Second World War. So, and we are not at that time anymore. The world has changed, a lot of things have changed, so we have to adjust the functioning of those institutions as well. But at the same time, he also mentioned that when we are talking about the reforms of these institutions, it means also it's about power, and it's about the, how should I say, compromise. So that's a very difficult, so it's up to the member states, not just the UN per se, it's up to the member states to put that vehicle back in drive. As I seen it, UN, international organizations, are the vehicle, and the member states are the drivers. So the organization could do, Security Council can do as much as the members are willing to do. And always the greatest responsibility in the Security Council is on P5 members. That's always. But I think that over the years, elected members are gaining, I'm going to say, the weight of voice, and also with inclusion of General Assembly, having a different role, not primary role in peace and security, but still kind to not to change the course, but kind of to add to the efficiency. So it's better to have the UN, and it's better to have the system than without that.
Thank you. Karin, how bad is it, and what can be done?
Thank you, Annelies, and thank you to the organizers. It's important to remember that the Security Council reflects the state of geopolitics in the world. And I think we would like the Council to be better than the world around it, to rise above what's happening, but in fact it's very much the same. Interesting that last year, notwithstanding the invasion of Ukraine, the Security Council adopted pretty much as many resolutions as it had in 2021. The number has been in the low 50s for some years. So outwardly it looks like, well, it's functioning as it functioned before. What we sometimes don't see is that behind those resolutions there is much less unity in 2022 than there was in 2021. So there's tended to be about 80+% of agreement among council members behind the resolutions they adopt. Last year that fell to about 63%. So these already heavily negotiated, uncompromised products have declining levels of council agreement. What we're seeing this year is even a lower level of resolutions. We're at close to 30 resolutions, and we're already most of the way through the year. So there is a dysfunction coming in to the way the Council operates. I think one of the biggest challenges for the Council is that there are so many issues it won't discuss at all. So a number of fragile and conflict-ridden situations are nowhere near the Security Council's agenda. We've seen over the past few years that it was very difficult for the Security Council to discuss the emerging conflict in Tigray, and it is not currently discussing the situation in Ethiopia at all. So seeing more and more issues left off the Council's agenda is a worrying development. And the other development I would have concerns about is, the Council has limited tools in its toolkit under Chapter 7. It has enforcement actions of various kinds. But there is a growing disinclination of Council members to apply sanctions, to apply UN sanctions. And we see them moving away from wanting to impose sanctions on member states who are taking action against international law, against basic principles of the Charter. So I would say that the Security Council feels like a very volatile place right now. Do you want me to go on with some things that could be done? Not to end on an overly negative message. Well, one thing we're seeing, of course, is the turn towards the GA, which was very new last year. The veto initiative, where the GA will discuss every veto, every issue that has been vetoed in the Security Council within 10 days. That's extremely important. It's amazing that it took them almost 80 years to get to that stage. Whether that will make a difference, I would say the jury is still out. They've had 5 such discussions. Does it add to pressure not to use the veto? Or does it just give the vetoing state another stage to explain why it did what it did? We don't know. The idea, of course, is that it will add to the political cost of using the veto. The Security Council used the Uniting for Peace process in referring a matter to the General Assembly for the first time in 40 years when it referred Ukraine to the General Assembly. Has that made a difference? To Ukraine, probably not. To the idea that you have a Security Council that can work more consultatively and inclusively with the UN membership as a whole, I think that is the important development. Because coming back to the question of UN reform, even if formal charter amendment feels like this is a long way away and will be very difficult, there are ways the Security Council can use its own working methods to be more open and inclusive to the opinions of a broader range of member states. So consulting the GA more is one of those. Another one would be to make greater use of regional organizations. The Charter has a lot to say about the role of regional organizations. The Security Council barely uses these provisions, and Security Council report, my organization, would see this as a very ripe area for further development, again, creating a more inclusive process. And the other area of the Charter that the Council does not work in at all, and the Secretary General has called this out in the new Agenda for Peace, is its use of peaceful settlement of disputes, mediation tools, and so on. Now, it's very hard to impose oneself as a mediator, but given the stigma associated with being on the Security Council's agenda, we see very few member states approaching the Council for action. I think this is also ripe for development.
Thank you, Karin. You touched upon many different elements, and let me take a couple and elaborate on them further with the other panelists. So you referred to the Liechtenstein initiative, namely the resolution adopted last year in the GA, where when a veto right is used in Security Council, the Security Council members have to explain it to the GA. Other initiatives have been taken, and they approach different tracks. For example, there were suggestions to enlarge the composition of the Council, or also to work specifically on the veto right and the procedures of the Council. You had, for example, the ACT Group initiative. In 2013, they proposed a code of conduct for not using the veto right for the most serious crimes, crimes against humanity, war crimes, genocide. You also had the Franco-Mexican initiative in 2013 on not using the veto right in case of mass atrocities. So many initiatives have been taken. Thomas, what do you think of those initiatives, and have they worked or not, and what are the reasons?
Well, thank you very much. So indeed, the unprovoked Russian aggression against Ukraine on the 24th of February last year, I think has really given new impetus to this discussion. You know, we and others have consistently condemned this violation of international law and the Charter, but you know, the toolbox has not been sufficiently equipped to actually take action on this aggression. So it's true that you know, the Charter is very difficult to amend. There are very high hurdles. And there is a discussion on how this could or should be done, if the time is ripe. Of course, we follow this discussion, we have our views, but our focus really is on what can be done within the parameters of the Charter, and there are many things that can be done, and you know, Karen alluded to some of those things. The ACT Group, a group of 27 member states, and Switzerland has chaired this group for over 10 years now, has tried to identify such opportunities and to create more accountability, transparency, and coherence. And the Liechtenstein initiative really falls in that category. You know, maybe it does not have the potential to legally, you know, generate new realities, but what it does, you know, it is an articulation of a collective awareness and also conviction in terms of the gravity of certain violations of law when the veto is cast to prevent any action by the Council. And as Karen has said, we've seen 5 such GA debates in the context of this Liechtenstein initiative. Each time, I think the delegation which cast the veto was present in the room. So I think it was a symbolically charged atmosphere, and we believe it also has a preventive effect. You know, it does, you know, increase the political cost. You know, I do think that the veto powers in the Council will reflect twice, you know, because they know that there will be this public hearing, as it were, or moment of accountability later on. And the code of conduct, goes in the same direction. Even though we cannot remove the veto because it's a charter provision, we consider it to be unhelpful, moving to decisions in the council context. So the code of conduct is also a tool to try to frame the use of this instrument. And we've been happy to see that in the last few months we've actually been able to convince 170 member states, 130 member states, sorry, more than 2/3 of the GA to subscribe to this principle, which is, again, a strong signal without immediate legal effect, but, I think highly symbolic.
How many P5 members have signed the code of conduct?
Well, obviously, those who use the veto the most will, of course, not sign it, not ready to sign it. Some have signed it, France and the UK have signed it, so this is a dynamic process. It's not a static situation. And I think this is how also new legal realities are generated. It's the development of a certain collective conviction, which can lead us to improvements. And let me also use one other provision or discussion which is going on in the same context, focused on Article 27.3 of the Charter, which contains a provision saying essentially that if you are party to a dispute and the Charter, places this under Chapter 6 situations, then you should abstain from voting. And this discussion came up again in the Ukraine context when there was a discussion whether measures under Chapter 6 or 7 should be taken, and what that would mean for Russia, given this provision, Article 27.3. And I think again, it is dysfunctional that a party which is involved in a conflict should be the legislator, but also the executor, and have a judicial role also, in the same context. It's dysfunctional, and there is discussion on whether the collective view of the membership can be articulated in some way to strengthen this idea, and maybe also to extend it to not only limit it to Chapter 6 situation, but even to Chapter 7 situation. Of course, again, this will not develop any legal force, but it can be the expression of a collective understanding of where things should be moving.
Thank you. Before I give the floor to Gazmend, I want to come back to the right to veto. Karin, so many see the existence of the veto right as the problem of a dysfunctional Security Council. What are your views?
I think it's very easy to go to the veto as the problem, but we have to remember that the veto is the price that was paid for having a charter in the first place. The core members, the charter was drafted by the US, the UK, Russia, Soviet Union then, and later China. And even for these 4 countries to agree on the contents of the charter was an enormously difficult process. So this is also worth bearing in mind when we think about charter amendment, how much more difficult now to reach agreement on something that for the first time actually curbs the sovereign right of nations. It binds countries to accept resolutions of the Security Council. It binds countries, giving the Security Council the right to decide to use force. These things were radical in 1945, and they would be even more radical today. They would probably not be possible today. So when, in his first address to the Security Council, President Zelensky said to them, if all you can do is talk, maybe you should dissolve yourselves and start again. But I think everyone understands that starting again today would lead to a weaker product, not a stronger product in terms of the charter. And we have to see the veto in that context. The permanent members are not going to accept provisions that curb, that restrict their ultimate right to protect themselves against decisions of the membership as a whole. And I think that is the harsh reality. And I think that also will affect Article 27.3, which you mentioned, Thomas. to say to the permanent members, you actually can't vote on disputes to which you are a party if the issue is if the resolution concerned is under Chapter 6. I think this will itself lead to endless disputes and disagreements about who is a party, and I can see that happening over Ukraine. So this is kind of the hard stop we run into, and I hope people will think about other tools, other changes that are possible beyond looking solely at the limitations that the veto imposes on the Security Council.
Thank you, Karen. Let me now turn back to Gazmend. So what are your views? There have been, so we already talked about the Liechtenstein initiative, the code of conduct proposed by the ACT group. There are also views that African members should get permanent seats. There are countries such as Japan, Brazil, India, Germany. They feel like they deserve a permanent seat. What is the view of Albania on these proposals and initiatives?
Well, thank you. I would agree that the problem for the expected functionality of the Security Council does not lay alone solely on the veto power. Let's be reminded, and Karen started with that the charter was drafted and the UN system was set up in a completely different geopolitical context. It was after the war. The formula was somehow easier because there were the victorious powers and there were the defeated ones. And it was, let's say, more easy than now that the context is completely different. We live in a multipolar world, and there are legitimate interests that needs to be promoted. But just the fact that so many initiatives are around is an indication that there is a broad understanding that the UN system, including or maybe starting from this UN Security Council, needs a comprehensive reform. The question is how. This is where disagreements are visible. So everybody agrees we need to do something, but how to do it, then discussions go on since decades. As it would not be expected a dramatic change in this respect, so a comprehensive reform that happens in a relatively short time, then perhaps we need to get focused on these initiatives that can improve somehow the functionalities of all the bodies, including the Security Council. Aware of this problem, Albania, when were preparing to enter the Security Council, we were setting our priorities, and one of our priorities was the working methods of the Security Council. And this is why we applied for chairmanship of the informal working group, and we got it. And we tried to do our best, continuing from the work done by our predecessors there, to kind of contribute, together with the other membership of the Security Council, to make the body more transparent, more effective, and more accountable. And this is in the general framework of all the attempts that and the initiatives that are taken here and there in the General Assembly to improve the functionalities of this body. What we did, we tried to, first we had the meetings that were planned for this purpose, and there were discussions, comprehensive discussions on the working methods of the Security Council. We even planned a retreat in Albania, in Tirana, in March 2022, but that failed because it was postponed because of the Russian aggression. It happened later on in October last year, and it was a good, let's say, opportunity to make visible again, once more, the challenges that this body is facing. Regarding the reform, Albania does not have a position in how the reform should happen. But we understand that there is a need for more, let's say, balanced representation that would reflect the global situation. African countries should be more represented. Talking now on behalf of, let's say, the region where I'm coming from, we believe that another member from the East European group would help balance more the representation in the Security Council. There is need for representation of those that contribute more, even in the missions, but not only the missions, but in the general processes, development programs that contribute to the programs, but we don't have a specific position. Any kind of compromise that may be reached, we will be for that.
Okay, thank you. General Assembly. Let's get back to the General Assembly, Božena. So when Belgium was on the Security Council, instead of talking about the permanent members and the non-permanent members, 5 versus 10, we prefer to talk about elected and non-elected members. The non-permanent members are elected by the General Assembly, and hence you could say that they have more legitimacy for sitting on the Council. What are your views on what the General Assembly could do in matters of peace and security? Karin referred to the Uniting for Peace resolution, and in the case of Ukraine, but also in other files, in other matters, the General Assembly has taken initiative. What role do you see for the General Assembly?
If I may very quickly jump back just the debate about the veto. I very much agree with Karin. Probably we're not going to be in a situation to get rid of the veto. So it's going to stay in place. As I said, it's a power tool. So in the realistic world, it's going to be there. But there are attempts and should be attempts how to limit the veto in cases of mass atrocities. And those are all the initiatives that you mentioned. And Slovenia is very much as a ACT member group, very supportive of that. We are vocal on that. But the other way is also when we see whether a membership of a Security Council is reflecting the situation in the world, whether all the regions are represented in a way it should be. This is also one of the ways that actually our Albanian colleague set out, and how it should be expanded, to what point still to be efficient. Because if it's a membership too expensive, if it goes way beyond a certain number, it can be actually hindrance to effectiveness. But to go back to the General Assembly, yeah, definitely. General Assembly has a slightly different role when it comes to the matters of peace and security. We know that in that field, the role is limited when it comes to the legally binding, any kind of instruments that could be imposed on member states. But the political pressure is there, definitely. I mean, we've seen that in a situation with the Ukraine. It was very evident. But I think the resolution you mentioned was used 11 times before. So throughout the history, every time that maybe the additional step needs to be taken, maybe the trust in the UN, not to be recovered, but it's still there. General Assembly can take up that role. Consultative role, complementary role, the role that enhances the work of the Security Council. But at the same time, I like one expression I heard, and I'm not sure when it came from, but it was that coming into the opening session of this year General Assembly, there was a lot of meetings before that, G7, G20, and so on. So I think General Secretary said that, okay, and now we are coming to the Gs of all Gs, because, General Assembly represents 193 countries. And everyone has a voice there, even though it can still sound a bit, I don't want to be cynical, every vote counts, but it's true. Every vote counts in the General Assembly and throughout the voting. Also through for example, when the vote was cast for the Ukraine resolution, you've seen the reflection, how it's perceived, what's going on in the world. So it has a nice reflection. But also GA needs to have a certain revitalization. It's a part of a bigger package of the UN reform. So I'm not saying it's worked perfectly, but definitely it serves the purpose. So I'll stop here.
Thank you. Thomas, the G of all Gs. What is your view on the role of the General Assembly?
Let me also briefly come back to this early discussion and Article 27.3, so the provision which indicates that if you're party to a dispute, you should not be able to take positions. including if you're a P5. Just to clarify that this is not a visionary proposition, it is a charter provision, and therefore it should be observed as all the other charter provisions should be observed. So if there's a lack of clarity, that clarity needs to be produced. But certainly from an ACT group perspective, we want to continue to insist on a consistent application of that particular provision. Now, the General Assembly and Uniting for Peace doctrine or dynamic, yes, so this again is a discussion which is very much, a very dynamic discussion. The GA, in cases in which the Security Council is unable to take decisions, can make recommendations. And what exactly does that mean? What is the legislative authority the GA can, can apply? There are different viewpoints, different legal viewpoints, how far this authority can go, more liberal and more conservative viewpoints. We believe, if you read the Charter, the limits are relatively clear. But we also believe that, the UN outfit should find ways to address pressing peace and security challenges at all times. So, situations of blockages should be overcome. We should find ways to overcome it. But there are no easy answers. And the attempt to take away power from the Council is not necessarily the solution. I don't think it will resolve the tension that we see in many of these discussions.
Okay, thank you very much. Božena, you referred to the BRICS, G7, G20 meeting before high-level week of the General Assembly. And some would say that maybe the Security Council, if it doesn't reform by itself, it will become less and less, more and more irrelevant because other regional fora will take over. And Karin, I would like to address this question to you in terms of regional organizations coming up and taking over. African Union is a good example, having an ambition to, take initiative with regard to peace and security. How can the Security Council navigate this shrinking space, and what roles can one envisage for the mid and the long term?
So if we look at things the Security Council has not really exercised that are part of the Charter, it's really the two chapters on either side of Chapter 7 that we could see as underutilized and having a lot of potential. And one of those is the peaceful settlement of disputes, Chapter 6, but the other is the role of regional organizations in Chapter 8. The Council actually has a lot of authority to ask regional organizations to take action, and regional organizations themselves can take action and coordinate with the Charter. The reality is that there are quite a few regional organizations that have stepped up to try to do this, but we're seeing particular interest right now in the African Union and whether the African Union can be supported by the Security Council in its leadership of peace operations and enforcement actions on the African continent. This is really one of the emerging tools that is also discussed in the Secretary General's new agenda for peace. If we look at where the Security Council's current tools aren't really up to the job, there's no question but that peacekeeping is one of them. More and more, the situations where there are peacekeepers present, there's really no peace to keep. And what the host governments are looking for is a force that will do counterterrorism, that will do very robust fighting. That's not what UN peacekeeping does. That's one reason we see many host governments turning to other actors, other military actors, other mercenary actors to support this. So can the Council stay relevant in peace and security matters? Probably not without getting into these peace enforcement roles that may be more appropriate for regional organizations to take on. So I think this is seen as a promising but underexplored part of the Charter to focus on.
Okay, thank you, Karin. Gazmet, I would like to turn to you again. So we're talking about, regional fora, and during the high-level week, there was only one P5 member which was represented by its head of state, namely the US, Biden. And there was a lot of buzz around, and some, like I already mentioned, saying, is the Security Council maybe becoming irrelevant? BRICS, G7, G20. What is your view on that?
Well, I hope the Security Council is not becoming irrelevant, because it's a critical body that contributes to peace and security at the global level. But regarding your question, how does it fit with the existence or emerging of other regional peace and security architectures? I would say that I don't feel this is the shrinking space is not the problem for the UN Security Council. The problem for the UN Security Council is to improve its performance, its ability to act. I don't see a contradiction between regional peace and security initiatives and the United Nations Security Council. If countries or group of countries can address their national or regional security challenges through cooperation, but based upon the principles of the UN Charter, all the better. Why not? But and the Security Council can always cooperate with them to make things better. The key point is that these initiatives should observe the principles of the UN Charter, so they should follow those principles. I don't see if I try to summarize, I don't see the existence of other regional peace and security architectures around the world as a challenge, but as complementary to the United Nations Security Council.
Okay, thank you. I would like to turn now to the audience to make this panel a bit interactive, and I would like to see if there are any questions from the audience. I would propose to take about 2-3 questions, have a first round, and maybe a second round. Is there anyone who would like to ask a question? I see hands here, there. And can you also maybe briefly introduce yourself before you ask the question?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm the Austrian ambassador to Serbia. I served at the Security Council 2009-2010. So we started with crisis in the Middle East, 2009 in January. And we pretty quickly encountered Realpolitik as a non-permanent member. This kept on during our membership. But I wanted to ask you, as experts now at the current Security Council, and with regards to the debate on Security Council reform, how can you involve the P5 to avoid a parallel world of discussions? You have the General Assembly initiatives, you have many non-permanent members active and discussing, as we do here. But I don't see any permanent member engaging. So what kind of possible initiatives to engage with the permanent members, or even to force them to engage in this discussion, you could see? Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe a second question. I saw a hand over there.
Thank you. My name is Iva Chipkin. I'm from South Africa. In South Africa, of course, there's a strong critique of the UN, a greater focus on the BRICS, not as an alternative to the UN, but certainly as an alternative political space that is emerging, representing all sorts of grievances relative to the international system. What strikes me about the South African conversation, and the conversation happening at the level of the AU as well and in African countries, is the absence of the UN in many of the key conflicts in the world, both on the African continent, but especially now in the Middle East. The UN seems to be quite quiet, also in leading conversations around resolution in the Ukraine. And I wonder how this panel sees that, whether they agree the quietude of the UN in these spaces, the apparent absence in leading conversations or leading discussions about what a resolution looks like, and if they do agree, how they explain that apparent displacement of the UN by other players.
Thank you. And maybe a third question before we go back to the panelists. I thought I saw a hand over here in the middle. No? Okay, let's go back to the panelists. Karin, do you have a couple of first views on these questions?
A couple of comments. I think to the Austrian ambassador, one of the most powerful points the Secretary General has made recently in his new agenda for peace and also in his comments at the opening of the high-level session of the General Assembly is the danger of rupture. And he says that continuing as we are, the outcome is not the status quo. The outcome is a fissure where you get precisely that, alternative institutions springing up. But we know that there isn't an alternative institution that can really replace the Security Council and the decision-making power of the Security Council. An academic commentator, Edlock, has talked about, late Edlock, has talked about the UN Charter being designed to survive stormy weather. And that's exactly what we have right now. I think that the fact that so many states, so many leading powers are not ready to respect international law is the core of the problem, and that so many other states are not ready to call out violations of international law, even though I think we've always been told that it's small states that benefit the most from international law and need it the most. So international law is really at the heart of the Charter, and that's what's under attack. One of the problems is that rule breaking is a privilege of power. And as the current shifting geopolitics makes clear, more countries feel able to break the rules and get away with it. Paradoxically, I think one of the solutions, and this also gets back to what our colleague from South Africa said, is right now what we need is any actions that will strengthen confidence, that will strengthen the sense that aspects of international order, aspects of international law are still working. And there's so many issues that need work right now. If we look at different types of arms and arms regimes, whether it's nuclear weapons, cyber, bioweapons, AI, even if agreements are reached outside the Security Council, if there can be any movement on these issues, I believe that those too will strengthen faith in the Security Council as an example of international cooperation still being possible. So this is something that requires action on all fronts, frankly, to protect the Security Council, to retain some idea that this is still worthwhile and worth keeping. We also need a lot of other institutions to be working and trying to come to some binding agreements.
Okay. Rule breaking is a privilege of power. It's a strong one-liner. But indeed, last year, Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield of the US, in her speech about the 6 clear principles for responsible behavior of Security Council members, she herself admitted we have not always lived up to these principles in the past, but we are committing to them going forward, which is a good thing. Thomas, would you like to reply to the questions which we just heard?
Thank you very much. In response to what the ambassador from Austria has said, one element which we have tried to strengthen in terms of articulating a more concerted and stronger voice vis-à-vis the P5 is, of course, to increase the coherence, the strength among the E10. So we, certainly from the Swiss side, but Albania, I believe, has done the same, and others too, use every opportunity to generate this bond and coherence among the E10, which will never be, comprehensive, because of course there is diversity among the E10 as well, but there is a need always for 9 votes if you want to adopt the resolution, and so the E10 play an important role in this conversation, and often they have convergent interests. And then I would just very strongly want to amplify what Karen has just said, in this, the quote you've just made, that breaking the rule is the privilege of the powerful. So this is something which really we're not, of course, at ease with as a country. It's not part of our DNA. We have consistently said that the international law needs to be strengthened. It's the basis for confidence to be built. We have consistently placed very heavy emphasis on, international humanitarian law, and, we've reacted to each violation of that body of law. We've tried to increase the linkages with the ICC and the role of international criminal law in the business of the Security Council. So all opportunities to strengthen the legal basis on which the Council operates should be seized, and it will increase the confidence of the membership in Council decisions. And the same, if I just may use the opportunity, applies to the issue of sanctions. And Karin earlier referred to this issue. It's an important tool of law enforcement, and we support the tool. But at the same time, what we see is, within this tool, there is no due process. In the 15 sanction regimes, soon 14 after the removal of the Mali regime, there is only one in which there is a provision to ensure a due process through an ombuds function, the ombudsperson. And I think it would be very important to expand this notion where it is possible to other regimes, so that the confidence in the work of these regimes can get stronger, because due process is a very fundamental human right, and I think all the individuals concerned, would be able to confirm this. Of course, we're currently discussing a renewal of the sanctions regime on Haiti, and I think it would be an opportunity to integrate this due process component within this regime, and hopefully there is going to be sufficient support, certainly from the E10, to make that important step.
Okay, thank you, Thomas. So you were referring to the different tools the Security Council has: sanctions, special political missions. We recently celebrated the 75th anniversary of special political missions, peacekeeping operations. The last one the Security Council has been able to agree on, MINUSMA, if I'm correct, has been quite a while already ago. Referral to the ICC is another example. Are these tools still effective? And if not, what kind of reform is needed? I first turn to Božena and then to Gazmend.
Very quickly on a few of the points that were raised. I think we should never move from a principled point of view that we need to stick to the rule-based order. I mean, it's how the world works, and respect for the international law, international humanitarian human rights. This is the basis for it. And when speaking about the reform and, thinking of P5, addressing that, it was one referred also that playing the game which is zero-sum-up game, the result is still zero, and at what point that has to change. So hopefully. But what you mentioned on sanctions, there's a lot of hearing as well whether sanctions work or not. But in our view, it's still a tool that is at disposal, and used properly and wisely, definitely it has effects. At the same time, what we are looking at is also that we need to kind of see to minimize the negative side of sanctions when it comes to the humanitarian side effects. That's one of the things. With the peacekeeping missions, a lot of the times the challenge is inadequate financing, personnel, equipment, authority, maybe more dialogue sometimes needed with the countries being concerned and involved. As to referral to the ICC, I think it's the biggest challenge, just arising from the fact that not all UN members are actually contracting party to the Rome Statute. This is one thing, but when you have parties that are involved in conflicts or they have to decide about it, not being members, that's another hindrance. So it's probably the tool that it's appealing. It brings some kind of maybe satisfaction, accountability, but it's very difficult to maybe be put in place in practice. So it's still a bit of a challenging. But to add the role of the E10, definitely, it needs to be there. It's a putting a pressure, and probably Thomas will tell us more, or someone else. E10 is getting more organized as well. It's getting to have a kind of getting a notion of a group that has to do their part as well, even though their time on the council is limited.
Thank you, Gazment. So we just heard about E10. The P5 and the interaction, the whole system of pen holdership, for example. Mostly P3 members are holding the pen of resolutions. P5 members still share a first draft of a resolution among themselves before they share it with the other 10 elected members of the Security Council. What are your views on this dynamic?
Well, I agree with the comments and remarks made by the previous speakers, but let me take it up the question of the coordination of the E10. Actually, sometimes they speak of possibility of a sixth veto, because as Thomas said, if you don't gather 9 votes for, then no resolution is passed, regardless what's the position of the P5. So you need nine votes. For the system of the pen holdership, yes, practice shows that it's concentrated mostly to the permanent membership, but actually no one prevents anyone from grabbing the pen and taking the initiative and doing the job. It's always a matter even of capacities that non-permanent membership has there. In small countries have more limited capacities in doing the job rather than the others. But still, I agree that there is a room for improvements on the tools at the disposal of the Security Council. But yet, I believe the main problem is not the tools. The main problem is the way the Security Council uses these tools.
Okay, thank you, Gazment. I think our time is almost up. Maybe I give a last round of a couple of concluding remarks for all the speakers. Karen, what will be your message giving to the audience about the future of the Security Council?
It's enormously important to keep some faith in the idea of a Security Council. As I said, we're not going to get it again. This is it, even if it can feel like it's in the deep freeze. I want to mention 2 other tools in a way that we haven't talked about today. One is the role of civil society, because people can feel very helpless in the face of Security Council inaction. It's just 30 years ago that the Security Council first heard from a member of civil society. And at that point, they basically had to go to the bar, to the delegates' lounge, and listen to a member of civil society. Now we see civil society talking to the Council all the time. It's become routine, even if it's not always safe for them to do so. More needs to be invested in using this. And the other tool is the Secretary General. Under Article 99 of the Charter, the Secretary General can bring to the Council's attention any issue which he believes might constitute a risk to international peace and security. Speaking personally, I would say he needs to do that a lot more than he does, given the issues the Council doesn't even discuss. So I think a little more pressure on the Secretary General to take every single thing to the Security Council and remind them what they should be doing is another thing we should explore more deeply.
Thank you. Božena, some concluding remarks? Your message?
In the end, I would say that it will help also with the Security Council to update in a way to bring in new pressing issues. I know the agenda is very limited in a way not to change it, but there are pressing issues like climate security, new technologies, artificial intelligence that are impacting and will be impacting general security, definitely, and it's not something to go away from it, or to not to enter. Very general. I'm a diplomat. I worked in bilateral forum, multilateral forum, and so on, and I just had a discussion with our ambassador here yesterday. It was really something fantastic what he said. When you're working in bilateral fields, things are moving and you see the results and it's changing. But when you work in a multilateral forum, that reflects to the UN very, very much, is that you don't see results immediately. So you think it's not working, it's not efficient. But a lot of the things are in a kind of drive and going into direction. And what he said, it's like multilateralism is like driving in a first gear. You're not changing, gears, but just driving in a first gear. And it's true. You're driving in a first gear, but the point is you're in there, in track, and you're going. And that understanding for the UN and multilateral forum is very much important, and that spirit has to be kept and taken on. Thanks.
Driving in first gear. Thomas, what are your concluding remarks?
I would say, we live in very challenging times, geopolitically and in other respects. And so the Council, of course, needs to constantly adjust to these changes by also adjusting the instruments at its disposal. This relates to the instrument of peacekeeping, which is radically going to change soon, I guess, given the trends we're seeing. It relates to the SPMs, which, need to be strengthened. Their role hopefully will become more important. It relates also to sanction regimes, the use of sanctions as an instrument. The change really needs to be underpinned by a philosophy which wants to strengthen the role of international law in the whole equation. I think this is an important component which can also strengthen the confidence member states and people will have in decisions by the Council. The ACT agenda, the agenda of this group, accountability, coherence, transparency, I believe provides a very good path, along the way. Also, we have other indications. The new agenda for peace was mentioned. We're moving next year towards a council, a summit of the future in which hopefully some of the parameters, also in the peace and security space, will be clarified also. So, I think this is very much a dynamic process, but I'm optimistic that the Council will continue to be able to operate, reasonably and effectively, despite the geopolitical challenges we've discussed.
Thank you. And Gazmend, your time for some concluding remarks.
Well, we will, of course, continue our discussions about the need for the Security Council to adjust, but we should always avoid questions about, let's say, finding a replacement for the Security Council. Is an indispensable body which has delivered for this 7 decades plus of history, but needs to go hand in hand with the changes of the general the global security environment, the global situation.
Thank you. Well, I think this concludes the panel. Thank you all for your attention. And we are ready for the next panel.
Thank you, Annelies. Thank you, Thomas, Karin, Božena, and Gazmend. To a certain level, all of our participants agreed that United Nations Security Council displayed high level of dysfunctionality through all of his history. But certainly we are in unprecedented situation when permanent member who took special responsibilities after the Second World War attacked another member of United Nations, an independent country. But to conclude, even the broken one or inadequate one organization is better than to have none. This was our panel dedicated to Security Council of United Nations, and we are proceeding right away with the next panel of today, the one on the European political community. So please stay here. We are continuing in 1 or 2 minutes.
Morning, everyone. Thanks for bearing with us for this brief elevator music interlude as our panelists exchanged mics. I'm very happy to announce the next panel, which is about the European political community, its challenges and opportunities. I hope we'll hear from the panelists about whether or not the vision after this meeting in Granada is clearer, whether it can actually be a facilitator for EU enlargement, even with so many non-EU members. And without further ado, I would like to introduce the panelists. So we will have Alexandre Adam, a member of the French Council of State and the former Europe advisor to French President Emmanuel Macron. Vesela Cherneva, the Deputy Director of the European Council on Foreign Relations and the head of ECFR's Sofia office. We have Nick Heath, the head of Europe Strategy and Expertise Department in the UK Government's Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. And we also have Alexandre Matas, the Director of International Security Dialogue Department at the Geneva Center for Security Policy. They will all be moderated by Isabel Ioannidis, who is a Senior Policy Analyst from the European Parliament's Research Service. So please, panelists.
So good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here, and thanks to the organizers for having us and organizing this very topical discussion, which comes just a week after the Grenada summit, where, if anything, we've seen that mediation and dialogue is very much needed still, but we've seen also how difficult it is. It's very difficult to talk about a specific positive outcome when we see that Turkey's Erdogan and Azerbaijan's Aliyev were not there. We've seen that Vučić and Osmani didn't talk to each other, but also there was an uneasiness to communicate whatever result, whatever came out of this discussion, with 700 journalists just left hanging there. And everything comes at a moment. Obviously, this is a framework that was constructed at a moment of uneasiness after the Ukraine war. And this discomfort only got worse. Now we can have also, we have the Nagorno-Karabakh situation, we have the Israel-Palestine war. Things are only getting more difficult. And at the same time, it came at a moment where we were trying to understand what our capacities are to react to this. But is this yet another forum? What is new about this, and what is really the vision of it? So first, obviously, it makes sense to turn to you, Alexandre, because you worked for Emmanuel Macron, and this was his brainchild. He announced it at the European Parliament, actually, in 2022. And at the time, he talked about creating this strategic intimacy that would create a dialogue to discuss foreign policy issues and come to some sort of a common ground from a European perspective. And I'm wondering, has this evolved, and where are we today, and what was really behind this concept?
Thank you. Thank you. Really glad to be in Belgrade this morning and to have the opportunity to say a few words about the genesis of the EPC and the underlying ideas. First, there are two reasons, I would say, for making this proposal a year and a half ago. First one was obviously the new situation for the European order created by the Russian aggression against Ukraine, and the assessment that at this moment in time there was a governance vacuum in Europe to gather all European countries, whether they are a member of the EU or not. There was, in this respect, I think, a lesson learned from the EU Western Balkan Summit. I had the chance to just not an advisor, so attend those summits. And what was really striking is how asymmetrical those summits were. And during the summits, participants were supposed to discuss regional cooperation in the Western Balkans, how to foster it, were supposed to discuss infrastructures, connectivity, migration, etc. But it was all about the EU. And it was all about the EU repeating the pledge that European perspective is real, and candidate countries blaming the EU for not keeping up the promise. And so in this framework, in a way, the EU was the polluting dimension of the talks. And so what we realized at this moment, that there was a governance vacuum, in the sense that there was not in Europe a political forum where all countries are on the same footing, with an equal dignity, whether they're EU members or not. The second reason, or the third actually reason, it was the UK. It was Nick, but also all his fellow citizens. The fact that already in 2019, President Macron had proposed, we were in the middle of the negotiations of the withdrawal agreement, that proposed that at some point the UK be associated to the EU within a European Security Council, something like that. The idea being having the UK, or anchoring, I may say, the UK in the European family, and have the UK expertise, the UK diplomacy, being part of the discussions on everything that is really of importance for all, for the European continent. So that was basically the main idea. If I want to say to focus on the objective, it's showing at this moment in time unity and solidarity towards Ukraine, and having a peace, stability, and security agenda. So maybe I'll stop here for now. I can elaborate on how we can assess Grenada and what's the way forward. But I would say the genesis was really about that. Political forum, equal dignity, not being, discussions not being polluted by relationship with the EU. So in our mind, the EU is not at the center of all of this.
Okay. Well, if I may turn to you then, Vesela, because clearly when this EPC was announced, there was a clear discomfort in this region. How does the EPC relate to the EU enlargement? Is it something that it can facilitate? Will it complicate things? Is it an alternative to EU enlargement? How do you see this situation? If we look at the Franco-German experts report that just came out on EU institutional reform, even there the EPC is presented as in their EU integration framework as the most outer, let's say, part of integration, which is quite uneasy. These are countries that could eventually be part of the EU, but they could also not be part of the EU. So if anything, it hasn't clarified what the relationship between EPC and EU enlargement is. What's your take on it?
This was one of the big questions when EPC happened for the first time, the summit in Prague, whether this would be kind of the alternative gathering on enlargement, which implicitly would basically carry the idea first that the enlargement has failed and that it cannot proceed, it cannot go further. And secondly, that there is a kind of a cunning plan done by people in Paris, Brussels, or elsewhere who, you know, think how to keep those countries out. And I really think this was not the case with EPC. And I know that some candidate countries have been thinking that and have even voiced those concerns. But in the meantime, I think it became clear that EPC is really much more a child of this geopolitical moment, a moment when Europeans, and here I totally agree that it's not about the EU in the center of it, it's a moment when Europeans look around and basically count, how many are the countries that feel worried about the war, that want to have an alternative forum on which they can freely discuss the issues that have come to the fore. A forum where France and UK can sit together without having any sort of disbalance in the relationship. A forum where small countries can have their limelight moment, can have their pictures taken with the leaders of kind of larger Europe, but also a forum where there can be unilateral agreements reached. Clearly, this was not a forum on enlargement. Yet, when we talk about enlargement, and I understand this has also been discussed at the panel last night, it is about the geopolitical momentum, right? So we discuss internally about the common agricultural policy, about the next financial framework, about the reform of the EU, and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, it is about what is the EU's ambition vis-a-vis its immediate neighbors. So the geopolitical motive that is driving the new conversation on enlargement is again, has again been borne by the war, the Russian war in Ukraine. And this is why I think those processes should, in a way, run in parallel, but they definitely do not need to interfere with one another. If you ask me about the paper, I think this is a bit the problem with this concept. The idea that everything is going to be quite orderly, that there will be first circle, second circle, third circle. From what I can tell, it's actually going to be much messier. Yes. There will be variable geometries, there will be coalitions on various issues. In some coalitions, it will be much more important to have the UK than to have others, or to have Switzerland than to have others. And if we now talk about the Middle East, to have Turkey. Actually, if we talk about the war in the Black Sea, we need to talk about Turkey as well. What I'm saying is that the world is becoming much more complex than some of us political scientists sometimes believe it to be when we write papers.
I don't know if you want to come in, Alexandra. I've seen you nodding a lot, no. Because all of this actually very much looks like what Macron says, calls it, he talked about this multi-speed Europe approach, and it very much looks like that.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to clarify. Multi-speed Europe and multi-tiers Europe are two different things. What I see in this Franco-German experts' reports is, and Velislava Vesela said it perfectly, too orderly way of seeing things. The idea that there would be an outer ring, a European outer ring, the EPC being the basis of this one, I just can't believe it, and I can't see the UK feeling extremely comfortable with the idea that it's outer of anything. If you ask Saturn whether it is comfortable with its orbit, I'm not sure that it's fine. I'm sure that Saturn considers that Jupiter is taking way too much room in the space, and Mercury is probably better, but it's a bit hot. So, trying to design things like this is just not corresponding to the reality, and I'm not sure that I can add anything else to what Vesela said perfectly. Multi-speed Europe is different, but it's an issue not of the wider Europe architecture. Is it's a question for the EU itself and the integration within Europe. And we already have, as you know, a multi-speed Europe, not all EU member states being part of the Eurozone or Schengen, etc. For me, in this context of the enlargement today, multi-speed Europe is trying to answer to one question, or I would say a question being asked to candidate countries. Do you agree to the idea that when you join the EU, it's about an ever closer union? And for me, that is a question that we discussed with the Brit in 2015 and 16, and that I think is a valid question. When you join the EU, do you agree that this should be a further and further integration to a point that is not clear for anyone? That's something that it's about federalism. It's not my way of seeing things. But I think that it's a valid question. And in this regard, if you ask the question, I think that in the way that we anticipate the EU to develop, you might have some countries joining the EU that will be fine with the EU as it is at the moment they join, but not fine with the idea that it could further integrate.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to pick your brains about another thing that I think you both mentioned, which is this equal footing in this forum. And I'm wondering, so this would therefore be an opportunity for the region, for the Western Balkans, to actually set priorities and say clearly what their goals are. And do you feel this has been done? What can be done differently? For example, I know there's these working streams where there's one member state and then a non-EU country coming and working together. So far, there is no such combination with a Western Balkan country, as far as I know. Is this something that could happen, or how would the Western Balkans actually put their foot down and set priorities in this context, which is quite populated, actually?
There are several working groups, and I think the Western Balkans can contribute to each and every one of them. I don't want to preempt anything that Nick would tell us, and I'm looking forward to hearing about the UK agenda for the EPC, but on issues like energy, on issues like connectivity, on issues like migration, which go far beyond kind of the EU borders. I think the Western Balkans not only have something to say, but they're crucial, actually, to some of them. We talk about the Balkan route of migration. We talk about energy diversification coming from the south. We talk about north-south connectivity more and more. All of that has very practical security implications also for the Western Balkans. And I really think this is a great opportunity for governments here in the region to come up with their ideas and to put their ideas on the table, because they have been complaining that they're put on the fence and they cannot participate in the making of policies. I think the EPC really offers the platform if there is ambition.
And I'll turn to the UK then. Some have actually talked about the UK's European comeback with its participation to the EPC. I don't want to freak you out with this. But
me or Nick?
Well, maybe you are too, I don't know. I was thinking of Nick. And if we look at the Granada summit, I think for the UK it's been quite successful because it managed in a side talk to discuss migration, although migration wasn't clearly on the agenda, and discuss with Albania, which it considers its main problem country, let's say, on migration. And it also got the offer to host the next EPC edition. So what is really the interest of the UK in this platform?
Well, let me start by saying it's great to be in Belgrade and great to be with all of you. we should also, I think, acknowledge that while we on this panel, I think, have quite a lot of knowledge, there's not a lot of clarity about the EPC, right? We are constructing the plane kind of as we're flying it. And while we shouldn't give the impression, I think, of certainty on any of these questions. And there's quite a wide variety of scenarios about where the EPC can go over the next few years, from greater institutionalization and certainty through to just stopping. And we should be realistic about that. So let's not pretend there's greater certainty than we can offer. I guess I want to contend that there are a couple of things that are unique about the EPC that are worth just bringing out for the audience. The first is that it is inclusive and comprehensive. So we've talked about the equal footing, but it's really also the only format that brings together the entire continent without Belarus and Russia. To have everyone from the leaders of Iceland to Armenia, to Spain, to Turkey, is quite unique. And it includes EU member states, it includes NATO members. It's a broad coalition. The second thing that is worth just acknowledging as well is it's at leader level. So the political capacity for decision-making is there. It is, at a different level than foreign ministers or a finance minister. Lots of valuable work can be done at those levels, but there's something very geopolitical about having leaders from across the continent in one place. It's also got limitations, right? And as the UK, we're very realistic about that. There is no output from the meeting. There's no declaration, there's no conclusions, there's not a body of precedent that, shapes how many organizations work. And that makes it difficult to take issues from one meeting to the next. And it puts quite a lot of responsibility on the hosts of each meeting to drive an agenda, to shape an agenda and drive an agenda, candidly. And we've thought about whether things like a troika system could help improve connectivity between the different presidencies, so themes are picked up from one presidency to the next. I think that's something we want to come back to a bit in our own chairing of the EPC. But the reality is, it is not going to be a decision-making format. I think we should be realistic about that. I don't see it, on its current trajectory, it's not going to take decisions. It can, I think, set political direction, and it can set political ambition. So at 47, my suggestion is that we could see a world in which leaders start to set out what kind of continent we want to create over a 10, 15, 20-year horizon. Take energy security. You could see an ambition for some sort of European supergrid that sets up interconnection across the continent, right? Now, there's no money, there's no organizing principle, there's no legal framework to underpin it. So it's not as though the EPC is going to be the delivery mechanism for those things, but leaders, I think, can set. And of course, it is bigger than the EU. The EU is a critical part of it, of course. But take the Black Sea. That region has enormous potential for renewable energy and for energy interconnection. But someone's got to set a bit of direction on that. So there's a sort of direction-setting possibility of the EPC, I contend. The other thing that we haven't brought out that I just want to briefly mention is we see an awful lot of value in coalitions of interested parties beneath the level of 47. Not everything needs to be done with the entire EPC membership. On certain issues, you'll see groups coming together and making a difference. So you mentioned this meeting that my Prime Minister and Prime Minister Meloni of Italy co-chaired in Granada. The President of France was there. We're very pleased he was there. The President of the Commission was there. Prime Minister Rutte was there. Prime Minister Rama of Albania was there. It's a small meeting, but it started to set out some frameworks, a plan, 8 points, principles for how to tackle organized immigration crime, which is a pan-European challenge. So you can see worlds in which subgroups within the EPC start to think about that and start to take forward cooperation on certain issues as well. So don't need to do everything at 47, is I guess the final point I wanted to make.
And how does it help shape the UK's relationship with the region? Because after all, I mean, there are many other fora within which you can and you work with this region. So what's new there?
Well, I think there's two things. One is, we would say this, wouldn't we? But it's an important diversification of the European space, right? There's the intellectual problem the UK has with the academic report created by the French and German academics is the idea that the EU is at the center of European integration, right? Like that, we're never going to accept that as a principle, right? There are different planes of European cooperation. There is the EU, valuable for its members. There is NATO, which creates security in the European continent. There is the Council of Europe, the OSCE, and the EPC is another diversification of that model that creates synergies and interrelationships and linkages that don't exist before. So that's one. The second thing, again, more prosaically, is it provides a platform for the British Prime Minister to engage with her or his counterparts across Europe. And if you sit in the EU and you go to European Council meetings, you have that opportunity every couple of months, right? If you're Britain or Switzerland or Norway or Turkey or a bunch of other non-EU member states, in the Balkans too, that opportunity to go and have bilateral meetings and have agendas with leaders, I think really is quite valuable. And I contend it's quite valuable for Balkan states as well, not just for countries like the UK. You know, when last week in Grenada, my Prime Minister met Vučić and Osmani, and we agreed a migration arrangement to do some work on communications about transit routes with the Serbian government at that meeting. You can do these things bilaterally, right, as well. And I think that has value for EU and non-EU member states, both.
Well, you mentioned two things that I want to follow up on, and maybe this way I can bring in Alexandra as well, which is, you said, this is a forum of Europeans, but we don't have Russia and Belarus. And this is very much a forum that defines itself as being interest-based and not normative-based. But in a way, it does have this European identity. It has clearly defined who the enemies are. So it's almost like unconsciously there is this normative identity issue, right? So I'm wondering, where is the place of values in this debate, if at all, and is it important? What do you think, Alexandra?
Well, thank you for this question, which is not very easy to address. I think in theory, we don't need to share same values to be able to cooperate. It makes it easier to cooperate if we're sharing the same values, but it's not a precondition for this. And probably one of the strengths of the EPC is that in this extremely polarized environment with a lack of dialogue, with all those channels of communication congested or blocked, there is still an opportunity to bring together this group of non-like-minded, because we need to agree that the EPC brings non-like-minded to the table who don't necessarily share the same values, but, as you say, share the same interest. Share this interest, I think Alexander mentioned, for peace, or maybe negative peace and stability in Europe. The question of managing migration is, of course, a shared interest. Questions of tackling transnational challenges such as organized crime. This is, again, an example of the common interest that basically can trigger cooperation and within the EPC also. And I wanted also to come back and link what every speaker said about a forum where equals can meet, and basically all these non-like-minded actors can contribute to setting the agenda, can contribute to the discussions. This is very much appreciated, especially on this high level. And Alexander, I think you mentioned that it was created. There was no such format, well, there is this format, of course, in the OEC, which is blocked right now and polarized, so that's a very good opportunity to use it now. But I remember working for a few years on the OEC that there was a lot of enthusiasm, especially because of this possibility to discuss on equal footing in the early 90s in the OEC, coming, for instance, from Russia or from newly independent states at that time. So that is something I think that which is also very much appreciated in the EPC. So it's this opportunity, this platform, this forum that is President Macron put it for strategic dialogue on European continent, and I think that's a very important point. Now, if we discuss what is the purpose of gathering all those non-like-minded, immediate reaction to the Russian invasion in Ukraine, the possibility to put Europe on its foot again, clearly, that is one of them. We discussed here the EU enlargement and issues related to this. I would challenge, can we also use EPC for more middle-term and long-term thinking in terms of finding common ground for potential future discussions on the contours of European security when the situation allows that? Probably EPC with its inclusive platform could be one of this of the spaces where this could be discussed. But again, right now it's too early. Right now it's a talk shop. It's possibility to meet. It's to discuss, to brainstorm some ideas. But probably at some point, just this beautiful family photo will not be enough, and that EPC will need to demonstrate some impact.
Well, I think you've put a very concrete idea on the table, which is to use this as a diplomacy forum, purely. But as it is organized today, with all these side talks, let's say, trying to come to an agreement on very specific issues, you mentioned it, Nick. You have this idea, but then you don't have the institutional capacity or the budget that's needed to do something with this idea. So in the end, at least so far, it very much looks like a talk shop. And we do have enough of this fora around. And I think because of the different wars and the disorder that exists in the world, citizens need something concrete. I think they need to see action, and so many elections are coming up. I work in the European Parliament, so I'm particularly concerned about the elections in the European Parliament. Citizens want to see something concrete. So who will take over? You know, how can we delegate what's decided at the EPC to someone else to carry out? How do you make this, how do you move? I understand the value of the act of meeting, but is that enough? Who is going to deliver on what has been agreed upon? You want to take the question,
yeah,
okay.
I would like to. No, I mean, this is an excellent remark and very important question, I think, because there's a question of the metrics. How do we assess that a summit is a success or not? And the metrics that we're used to is basically the white smoke in the EU, I mean, of having adopted European conclusions, European Council conclusions. If it's at 2 in the morning, it's fine. At 4, there must be division within the EU. Usually it goes that way. But the thing is that this way of seeing the value of leaders meeting, I think, is to a certain extent counterproductive, and this leads us wanting to have deliverables. But in a way, I think that looking each time for each summit to have deliverables will be disappointing. I've experienced, again, some summits, and at some point in the preparation of summits, you just open the drawers, and just look what did not work the previous times. Okay, let's try this time. And I'm sorry, but it's not really what the citizens are actually hoping for. So then it's about the question, indeed, is it more than a talking shop? Well, first, I'm convinced that at this point in time that it is a talking shop in this context is extremely, extremely valuable. Then what's next? One of the key aspects to me of the EPC is really the diplomatic part and the regional dialogue part. I'm convinced that in this framework, we can have discussions and presumably or hopefully progress on the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue. That in this framework, maybe we can also have talks between Armenia and Azerbaijan, Turkey and Cyprus and Greece. But for this, you can't just wake up on the eve of the summit. And you need to really structure a diplomatic process over months and weeks so that at the moment that leaders meet, that is the ones who are democratically elected and who are entitled to take decisions, that at the moment they meet, the diplomatic, let's say, landscape or situation is mature enough so that actual decisions can be taken. And I think that really for the development of the EPC, preparation of the summits is really the key part. That's why I like the idea of trio or quatuor, not too many probably, but to ensure that you have a continuity between summits, but also that the teams in capitals that are in charge of organizing the summit, who are overwhelmed with work in every capital, and usually when you have a summit in 6 months, it seems to be extremely far away. So that really there's a continuity between summits, between the teams in charge of the organization, and so that diplomatic processes, sequences, we like to say in France, can be organized.
I'd love to hear from you, Alexandra, from your experience of working with other multilateral fora.
Well, thank you for this. Yeah, I wanted maybe right away to jump on this suggestion of the Troika structure. It seems what is missing right now is to bring the ideas out of those discussions in EPC is basically a capacity to synthesize the ideas that were raised in those informal discussions and then basically feed it back to the heads of states, right? Because we don't have institutionalization, because we don't have a secretariat. I understand there is some informal secretariat, but which is clearly not overwhelmed with work, as you said, Alexander, and that's not its primary purpose. And here this idea of Troika, we cannot use it very practically. We can, for instance, have about 2-3 political analysts per country, per hosting country, so a group of 6 who could be there and who could be picking up ideas and then synthesizing them and preparing this report. And that would be something concrete, some concrete output that can come out of it. I don't believe that we need any heavy institutionalization of EPC. That is probably something that could help right now. That's one of the benefits of the advantages of the EPC, not to have this heavy institutionalization, because it allows it to be agile, it allows it to be less bureaucratic. But then what to do with those ideas that come up? We discussed it with our partners in the European Council on Foreign Affairs, and Nick was there also at the GCSP in my center a few weeks ago. And we were thinking about it that EPC is right now this inclusive, this agile ground for testing the ideas, but when there is more political support to implement those ideas, in this moment we need to link it to other multilateral institutions, be it NATO, be it EU. I can, of course, talk in more details on the OSCE, which is very close to my heart. And I think there can be a lot of good cooperation that could address this lack of institutionalization in the long term. I will be happy to give you more on this.
Nick?
Sorry, I just wanted to come in. I think I agree wholeheartedly with that. there's an opportunity for the EPC to sort of set some parameters that other organizations will actually take forward and develop. And, that is definitely a way this could work. I also just wanted to come back to your original point, which was that at some point, the EPC's got to show value to citizens. And it's got to have some sort of retail impact on people's lives. Especially since I'm just thinking about our own one and the budget and the expense, I'm also keen that we achieve that. I wanted to point to President Macron's comments in Grenada, where he started to map out a focus on youth and the sort of young people of the EPC. And there's a sort of world in which something is given to young people across the EPC. I'm not saying it's an sort of identity exactly, but there's an interesting idea there which could go forward or could not, depending on it. And then the more complicated thing, I think, just to air to others, is that a lot of the ways in which we think about this end up being what works in the EU and how could that be extended to the EPC, right? And there are a couple of problems with that. The first is, like who's going to pay for it? And if I was sitting in the Commission or in member states, I'd be slightly anxious about that. The second is who's going to organize it. And the third is kind of what are the implications of that cooperation? Because, if you're going to accept all sorts of legal frameworks and oversight from the European Court of Justice and so forth, it's going to get complicated for some of us. So it isn't straightforward to just start with what works within the EU and then can that work at 47. But there is clearly a model there as well. So I think my contention, I guess, is there are a variety of ways this goes, from tasking others through to a bit of a focus on what citizens across the EPC get, to thinking about it in terms of what works for the EU and what can work at 47 out. All are problematic, none are perfect, but there are potential directions there.
Maybe just as a way of also summing up what colleagues said, I think we need an idea what a success and what a failure would mean. And right now we're at a point where this question is basically becoming larger, simply because Grenada seemed to be a bit anticlimactic by any definition, I think. So if we think about the London summit, or is it going to be in London?
I doubt very much in London.
Okay. So the UK summit.
Nice try.
I think there we would have to see some sort of movement, some sort of progress. And this is when we would really have to be able to define success. Clearly defining principles is good. I don't know how much that can really keep the imagination of people with regard to EPC very engaged. If we think about what is really worrying people in Europe right now, what is driving the elections in Poland, the elections in Austria, but also what is making people in Switzerland or in Turkey really worry about its migration. To me, this is the big topic where the EU is struggling as well internally. And in my mind, it will continue exactly for the reason that it's much larger of an issue. And weaponization of migration is something that has become part of our security reality. With everything that is happening also in the last days in the Middle East, we will probably start talking again about it with this kind of new connotation of terrorism, anti-terrorism, and so on and so forth. So maybe that would be one area where we could probably map some sort of common understanding, at least, and this microphone is going to fall off, of what is that the countries that participate in the EPC really worry about. Do they have the same perception about security threat vis-a-vis migration? And maybe then chart a way forward. But I really believe that there will be a make or break point on how we see the EPC, and it's going to come soon.
Will be interesting to see if it's in the UK.
No pressure.
Well, we have about 15 minutes left, so I wanted to see if we can bring in the audience in the discussion. Please introduce yourself at the beginning.
I'm Milica Delivic from European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. I'd have two questions for Alexandra. The first is around this idea of a core, and the second is more around single market. So the idea of core Europe has been around for a fairly long time, and it has never materialized, which to me at least suggests that there might have been some reasons why this hasn't happened so far. So why do you think it will happen now? And what do you see as a core? If it's all of the Eurozone, we might end up with a rather big core, possibly only with Denmark outside of it. And the second question is single market. The idea of indivisibility of single market has been very central, especially during the Brexit negotiations. Now, looking at phasing in gradual integration for new members during the enlargement process, do you see this as unpicking single market? If yes, and with having read about your idea about gradual sectoral integration where countries can decide where they stop, would this also be open to countries like the UK or possibly Turkey? Thank you.
Maybe we can take a couple more questions. Serbian, and the gentleman back in the second row over there.
Okay, I didn't want to take the floor before our guest, but if he doesn't have a mic, I will ask quickly the questions. So my name is Srđan Cvić from the Belgrade Center for Security Policy. When the EPC was formed, it was a very positive moment because on the one hand we had Russia aggressing another sovereign nation, Ukraine, and we had this whole compact block of states. We had October 2022 where there was mediation achieved between Azerbaijan and Armenia, and then what we experienced lately that actually members of the EPC can go to war against each other once again. So my question is, can we overcome what happened between Azerbaijan and Armenia in Nagorno-Karabakh? And this is for all. You can pick and choose who wants to answer.
Right behind you.
My name is Reinhard Prieber. I've worked for quite a while for the European Commission. Thank you very much for this interesting insight into a new institution in Europe. If I understand well, there have been 3 summits up to now. Can anybody on the panel explain to me anything concrete having come out of one of these summits? And having raised this question, may I also make a remark? If one of the ideas, if I listened well, is to get for the Western Balkans more opportunities to talk or to raise their voice, I personally find this relatively dangerous. It looks very much as second best instead of advancing the enlargement. And secondly, if there is any idea that the UK needs some talking forum because they are no longer sitting in the European Council, then very frankly saying it was your choice. Thank you.
Okay, maybe we can take this first round while the audience thinks of other questions. Alexandre, you had one that was directly posed to you.
No, but just start reacting to this. Yes, it was the UK choice to leave the EU. Does this mean that we should avoid talking to the Brits in any kind of European format? Sorry, it does not make sense, sir. No, but that really does not make sense. No, the thing that, no, but we'll try to explain. what I'm convinced is that the relationship between the UK and the EU will not be that easy, or will not have a kind of a new honeymoon as I read everywhere. I think that the Windsor Agreement and the Agreement on Horizon Europe were the top of the relationship. I'm pretty sure that every 6 months we will have spats between the UK and the EU when it will come to the end of some of the transition periods. I'm sure that in 26, when we'll discuss energy cooperation and fisheries, we will have some talks together. And so the relationship between the EU and the UK will remain a difficult one. That's why we need the EPC as well. Then on the idea of core Europe, the thing is that I mean, you are the core when you are looking from the place where you see it. So France is seeing itself in the core of Europe because we are part of all organization and all of the deepest tools of integration in the European Union. Is this, and so it's, in a way, I'm not sure how to answer the question. The question is whether we think that a small group of member states will further integrate, but also institutionally, whether there will be more transfers of competence in some new areas, but most of all, transfer of powers to centralized institutions. My feeling is that this way of thinking is over. But it's really, I'm speaking on my behalf. My feeling is that we won't integrate in an institutional capacity more than we have until now. And you are right, the Eurozone is, by way of the kind of powers that we have transferred to the EU, the most integrated part. That's true. But it's much more diverse than it used to be. I don't know if we will go until 26 or on, but we are now 20. And so the economic and social heterogeneity within the Eurozone is much stronger than it used to be. So I don't know whether this could be the basis of a stronger political integration, but I have my doubts. Then indivisibility of the 4 freedoms, versus gradual integration. That's true that there's a kind of paradox between the EU stance during the Brexit negotiation and what not only us, but many experts and countries are contemplating today to make a process work, or a process that is not working today, the enlargement process, work. So there's a paradox. But there's also a difference between a country that is leaving the EU and countries that are wishing to join it, that at some point will be part of the 4 freedoms. We have had during the past enlargements also divisibility of the 4 freedoms. There were transition periods on the free movement of workers for not all countries, and the UK I think made a mistake not doing it at the time. No, I needed to do just one thing, not a critique of the UK. That is my daily quota. No, we have done this. And to be frank, I think that we will need to do it for the next enlargement as well, to have transition period for the free movement of workers. I think that with the demographic problem that we have in this region and in other regions, if we are not vigilant enough with this respect, we will create problems. And not for France. It's not a question of social dumping. It's a question of the demographics of this region. So that's why I think that, yes, in a way, gradual integration is a way forward. And on this, really, I would like, and as the Commission is represented here, I would like really to say that we need also the Commission to work on these ideas of gradual integration, because we have a process that is not working for many reasons, and we want to make it work. If you want to analyze what has changed in the French position regarding enlargement, it's not shifting from no to yes. It's how do we make it work. It's really this, and it's what President Macron said in Bratislava last May. It's not a question of if, it's not a question of when, the soonest as possible. It's a question of how. And the how, for me, it's gradual integration.
I'm sure you want to respond to the comment, but if someone could also take Serjan's question, which I think is very important. We have two members of the EPC now that are sitting on opposite sides, and how do we deal with this? Because some kind of consensus on the basics is necessary if we're going to come to agreement on bigger things, like the European order, security order that you mentioned.
Should I just go first? I mean, respectfully, sir, I see your point. I guess the EPC is not the EU, right? And indeed, so the point is, when at Grenada, my Prime Minister sat with, the President of Serbia and President Zelensky and a whole range of other leaders, it's not an EU question. It's about a forum at which leaders can meet. So without disagreeing with you unnecessarily on the benefits or not of my country's sovereign decision, the point is it's just a different forum. It's just a different platform for that. And in terms of your, I think, more challenging question about what was actually delivered by the format, I think that's a fair challenge. My suggestion is that after the first summit in Prague, where Europe came together and it excluded Russia and Bulgaria and set a new parameter that said this is the European... Belarus. Forgive me. That is quite a sort of... That is, although it's a presentational thing, it's quite a substantive thing as well for international diplomacy. But then if you look beyond that at what individual countries have agreed in the margins, then I think there's something there to be looking at as well. So in Chisinau, the Moldovan government got roaming rights for its citizens across the EU. We've signed deals in Grenada with Bulgaria and with Serbia. We launched a negotiation with President von der Leyen on acceding to Frontex in Chisinau. There is something there about the opportunity for countries to kind of come together in small groups. We joined the North Sea Energy Cooperation again in Prague. So that's just my country, right? So there is something about having a moment where leaders come together and it creates system pressure to agree something. I'm not going to overstate that, but that would be my suggestion. And just briefly, but I'm more interested in what others think on Armenia and Azerbaijan. I think that is a very difficult question, basically, and I think it's sort of too soon to say. My suggestion to your question about normative values earlier was that respect for the UN Charter was a good place to start, and that Russia obviously was totally disregarding its obligations under the UN Charter and therefore was excluded by default, and the Belarus support for that, practical and moral, was a sort of non-starter. I don't know enough about Armenia and Azerbaijan to know how that maps onto that conflict. But I think clearly having two countries in hot conflict is more complicated than having people who have disagreements who can come together, as we talked about with this region or with Turkey and Cyprus and Greece as well. I defer.
Yes. You want to? I can start. Well, I can start then. Well, I think I will combine both questions on basically what can be done to overcome conflict and what are the concrete outcomes of the summit by addressing it with a very direct comment that without political will of states, it is very difficult to achieve results. And what Nick said, EPC is a tool, as some multilateral organizations. It's a forum, it's a platform, it's a tool to address security issues, to address international relations issues. But if there is no political will and political commitment of the states to use those tools, they will not be used. So it's not the fault of UN. Now we say, where is UN in the conflict in Ukraine? Where is the OSCE? It's not the problem of those organizations. Those organizations have a fantastic toolbox on conflict management, on conflict prevention, conflict resolution. But when there is a political will, which is missing, that is very important. And that's something that we're having right now at the EPC. There is a will, and I think that is something why we are also excited and discussing it in many forums right now, because we see there is a political will to use it. And it was used. There were, on the previous Simon's agreement, also of deploying the EU missions, Moldova, Karabakh. Yes, this time President Aliyev and President Erdogan didn't come. Is it the fault of the EPC, or is it the lack of political will? Probably there was no desire to expose himself to all those discussions, already being present in New York after what happened in Nagorno-Karabakh and EPC. But again, it doesn't undermine the work and the potential added value of the forum like the EPC. Another thing what it achieved, and I think we all agree here, is basically to mobilize this support to create this anti-Russian alliance in Europe after the invasion. So that is another outcome, and also to bring people who maybe don't share the same values but have the same interests to the table. So that is very important. But again, there are a lot of informal dialogues that tend to fail if there is no political will, and we need to make sure, and I hope that the also support provided by President Macron, for instance, this impulse to the European political community will continue, and that could bring us to more tangible results in terms of the summit's outcomes.
Ursula? I would probably turn the question around a little bit on the presence of Armenia and Azerbaijan in EPC. I would ask, would it harm if they would meet, in such a setting? And I think that clearly the answer would clearly be no, because I think in times like this, we just, need to keep talking. And here as diplomats, I think we would all agree and subscribe to that. I would maybe come back to something Alexandra said at the beginning, that Kosovo-Serbia can also be a topic that could be discussed within the EPC format. So maybe if we can see some, value added of having this forum for this discussion, I think this could be also one deliverable. In terms of Milica's question on the core versus the larger core, that's how I understood it. I think one issue where we would know probably what the core would be is how this whole discussion about the reform of the EU is going to look like. Who are going to be the countries who will be shaping the agenda on things like common agricultural policy, on cohesion policy, and so on. And while this is a technical issue, I still believe that the energy, who will be the countries who will have the energy and the initiative to go into these very difficult debates is going to be very significant. And this will constitute the core in a way. Last but not least, why do we ask the Western Balkans to have their voice heard within the EPC? Look, I think countries like North Macedonia or Albania have been great chairmanships of OSCE, have been good members of the UN Security Council. I mean, this is not a mono relationship here. It's not about the Western Balkans and the EU. It's actually much more than that. And the Western Balkans have a lot to contribute, and I think they should be encouraged to contribute to large debates.
Great. So we're...
sorry, maybe just to say thanks to Igor and to Sergeant also for organizing this, because I think this conference is also one instance where we can deprovincialize our debates here in the region. So really, thanks a lot for doing it.
Absolutely. We have officially run out of time, so I will not be able to give takeaways, but I think with our discussion, we have demonstrated the diplomatic need for this dialogue. But I still live with this discomfort of what to do concretely with this political will that there is to actually mobilize it and turn it into action, which is exactly what's needed today, especially in an order of disorder and of need for concrete results. And I'll leave you with that. Thank you so much, and thank you for the active participation.
Thank you so much to the panelists. We now have about 15 minutes for a coffee break, and then please come right back here for the continuation of the conference.
switch off the music. Hello, perhaps you switch off the music. Yeah? Can you hear me now? Fine for me.
So welcome back to continuation of our program. What are the main challenges to regional security? Who poses external threat and what are the potential sources of internal instability? Answers to these questions will be jointly asked, sought by the highest officials in charge of this region from the United States, European Union, Germany, and Romania. So the speakers in the next panel, entitled Western Balkans in the Global Disorder, Common Approach to Regional Instability and External Threats, are His Excellency Christopher Hill, Ambassador of the United States of America to the Republic of Serbia, Manuel Saracin, German Federal Government Special Representative for the countries of the Western Balkans, Adrian Davidoiu, Special Representative for the Western Balkans, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Romania, and Josef Pandor, Political Advisor to the European Union Special Representative for Belgrade-Pristina Dialogue and other Western Balkans regional issues. They will be moderated by Simonida Kacarska, Director of European Policy Institute. Mr. Saracin will join this panel online.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to welcome you all, and thanks to the Belgrade Security Conference for the invitation. We kick off immediately because we have 60 minutes, and I think this is one of the most exciting panels, not because I'm on it. So we kick off with actually reflecting on the title of this panel. So I would ask all of the panelists, starting with Mr. Saracin, thanks for joining us online, despite health issues from what I hear. Sending you best wishes from Belgrade for a speedy recovery. Where, in your view, is the place of the Western Balkans in the current global disorder, as this is the title of the conference? I would ask all of you to keep to 3 to 5 minutes, please, for the interventions. Mr. Saracin, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Simonida. Of course, the panel is the most exciting because you're moderating it. At least your moderation is a kind of exciting threat to panelists who tend to speak too long. Sorry for not being with you, but I have school kids and it's autumn in Germany, and I think the rest is explaining itself. Would be great to be with you in Belgrade. Well, I read your question, and I mean, this could be a long elaboration on where the world is standing, how new forces are taking over, how about Russia, China, and so on. And then I decided to have this comparison. Perhaps the Balkans is a region which already decided for good old Mother Europe, but still is not stopping looking after other ones. And we as Mother Europe, we just try to avoid that you're falling in love with the other ones, because then you will come back and cry at our shoulder. I know this quite for sure. I think this is the state of the art. And of course, Mother Europe also says that you have a long experience with us now. You know us quite well. I mean, some of our things you also don't know well, but it's not the fresh thing. You already know that sometimes we are also making mistakes. Sometimes we are stupid. European Union is a magic instrument, which is not easy to explain, but not magic on the first sight. I think this is the state of art. And so I see the region in a kind of standstill regarding reforms, being very busy with crisis, which is elaborating, and in a certain extent waiting for big things to happen, where the region thinks it will be in the circle, in the center of big things to happen. And I'm not so sure if this will, I'm unfortunately not so sure that it will be like this. I think the situation in the region is not as bad as it was some decades ago. And this is why a lot of people are, also quite patient with politics. But I think in the moment we are in the fear of missing a lot of opportunities and a lot of options, which perhaps in 2-3 years, we will all look back and think like, why didn't we use this time to really come up with something to get it fixed? This is my assessment.
Thanks, Manuel, for that. We move on to Ambassador Hill then.
Well, I guess it's the fate, some would say the duty of American diplomats always to be offering places in the European Union. In fact, it's not up to us, but what we do need to be is very supportive of what the European Union is doing and trying to do in this region. anyone who thinks these issues here in the Western Balkans are easy, they ought to come here, and you can be here for 5 minutes and you realize they're not so easy. I must say, I come from a perspective of having seen these issues, for example, at the Dayton Peace Accords, later at Rambouillet, something I'm trying to forget, but I was there. And at that time, there was a real sense that the Balkans was really one of the fundamental puzzles of the security architecture in Europe, and as such had, I think, a real primacy of, people would wake up and think about the Balkans and go to bed and I guess have nightmares about the Balkans, but there was an understanding that it was kind of the #1 issue. I think today we've seen that in this global, I think you're calling it disorder, there are a lot of other situations that are difficult for people to give exclusive focus on the Balkans. And I think sometimes the complexity of the issues here has exceeded people's patience in trying to figure them out. So I think it's been important that the European Union and the United States try to come together and figure out how we can support each other and make sure the Balkans do end up where they really are geographically, in the center of Europe. The EU, of course, has a lot of sort of normative conditions, and it's understandable because in any good club there should be some standards. And so I think it behooves all these countries of the Western Balkans to go through these conditions and do their best to achieve them. I think to some extent we have to be respectful of the fact that these conditions are kind of hard to meet. And no matter what you think of the quality of someone's democracy, ultimately politics is a tough thing. It's in every country. It's not just in advanced countries. It can be in very unadvanced countries. So these are not easy issues to perform. I remember being in North Macedonia, and I remember a philanthropist came and visited and told the prime minister, you need to do this, 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 and this, and by the way, I've got to go catch my plane. So the prime minister took him out, and he went off to someplace, I don't know, Vienna or someplace. And I remember the prime minister said to me, for this person, he gave me some perfectly sensible ideas, but I'm the one who has to try to implement them through a parliament that hates me on a good day, let alone a tough day. And I'm the one who has to try to make them work. So I think we do have to understand from the sort of empathy, from that perspective, how difficult some of these issues are. Kosovo, there's a reason it's still an issue, to put it mildly, and that is it's a very difficult issue. And I know people can look at Serbia and say, come on, Serbia, get over it. It's over. You have to understand that Kosovo is an independent country, so you just need to accept that and move on. Think about the future. I wish they would, but I think it's more complex than that. At the same time, when we talk about kind of the fundamental challenge to reduce tensions and deal with each other, we have to kind of encourage both parties to listen to the other. I know these are lessons you're taught when you're 6 years old. It's valuable to understand where the other guy's coming from, and I don't think there's enough of that here. Frankly speaking, having been in Dayton and listened to people who otherwise were from complete opposite camps, I thought there was more of a willingness to listen. So I think this is a problem. But right now, I must say, we have an issue that has to be resolved. One, we need to understand what all happened back on September 24th and hold people accountable. And when we do that, we can help prevent it from happening again. That's a key element. Second thing, we have to make sure there is so-called de-escalation. That's become a bit of a cliche. It's essential because when there's escalation, escalation usually brings with it emotion, and with emotion you get miscalculation, and it's dangerous. So there needs to be de-escalation. And finally, and I think this is absolutely critical, that whoever you think is responsible for this, whoever you want to blame, whoever you want to talk about day and night as the culprit in this, ultimately we're going to have a political solution. There's simply no other way. And I'm setting you up, Josef, for a political solution here, but we need to sit down and figure out what's fair. I think the European Union negotiator has put together something pretty good, and this is basically the concept of some kind of status for the Serbs in the north, this Association of Serb Municipalities, in return for greater internationalization for Kosovo. I think both parties need that. I think these are the right elements to be on the table. You might bring other elements, but for now, this is the right way to go, and I hope we can do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Hill. I think this is, so we have Mother Europe, fundamental pieces of the puzzle, and the political solution. I think this is a good point to bring in Mr. Pandu, if it's okay at this point. So how do we make this fundamental piece of the puzzle actually rounded up?
Well, as Ambassador Hill said,
yes, thank you.
And I also think that the European Union put together a quite good agreement, common known as Ohrid Agreement. And what we need now is the implementation of this agreement. As also Ambassador Hill said, what we need now from the parties, first, especially from Pristina as a first, to establish the association of the Serbian majority communities. And parallelly with that, we expect from Serbia to deliver what he's agreed in Ohrid, step by step, parallelly with the process of the establishing the ESM. So, yeah, this is a very important puzzle, and unfortunately, we're back to the crisis management instead of implementing the agreement, especially after the 24th of September. And I fully support what Ambassador Hill said, that what we are expecting now, we have to know what happened exactly, and we are expecting, as the European Union said, as HRVP Boral said many times, also USR Lajčák said that we are expecting to those who committed this in Banjska to justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For where I come from, Ohrid, having been an agreement that we signed, is very important, so that kind of rings a bell. Mr. Davido, you come from the other end of the EU, actually, where the geographical and mental references do go a lot to the east. So how do you view the Western Balkans from the Romanian perspective?
Okay, so basically, as this is a stage setting, I will try to make some general comments in this stage. We are coming from the east, indeed, but east has become a new center gravity in Europe, also to the unfortunate events that are occurring in the region and to the fact that we are reshaping actually the European security and the European development into this region. And let me tell you just a few things. First of all, it's about history, it's about geography. And from this perspective, these are data, and these are immutable data. So the Western Balkans is an integral part of Europe through its history and its geography. But it's also about reality check, and reality check, that means political and geopolitical reality check, strategic and geostrategic reality checks. And we have at least two elements in this equation. On one hand, we have the institutional and the value framework of Europe. That is the European Union, that is NATO, that is the transatlantic partnership and the great support of our American friends. It's the support for Europe, but it's support also for this concept. It was a vision, and we shouldn't forget it, a vision of Europe free, whole, and at peace. So this is something we should go back, particularly as we see this this unfolding crisis at our region. And I remember in 2003, in the happy moments, the European Union, when drafting the European security strategy, was speaking about a continuum of security throughout the Union and at its borders. We are seeing now a continuum of insecurity, and we do not want the Western Balkans to get part in this continuum of insecurity. So there are premises here, and I told you, so we have on one hand the institutional framework, on the other hand, we have the spoilers, we have the international stage that is now moving, and we have a lot of things that are moving in the direction of breaking the principles and the values upon of our international law and international order was founded. And definitely the Western Balkans should be on the right side of this process together with us.
Thank you very much. Going back to Mr. Saracin, any reflections on what you heard, but with a couple of caveats from me. The continuum of insecurity was mentioned, and definitely what probably since this program was actually printed, we've experienced Palestine and Israel and then Ukraine. In comparison to these situations, how much would you rate the significance of the Western Balkans or the difficulty of resolving the issues in the Western Balkans from an international community perspective, or from where you stand? For you, Manuel, these are very important conflicts. But if we look at the broader picture, isn't this supposed to be a bit simpler, or maybe we can think of something more constructive or more clear? Mr. Saracin.
Well, for me, of course, the Western Balkans is the biggest and most important topic on the globe. And as more people see it like this, as more safe my job is, actually. So, but of course, it's in a way, on the one hand, it's true that the center of the European Union has shifted in a significant extent to the east, also showing that also Eastern countries are not free from domestic campaigning on that topic. And I can call out to my Polish friends, which I know very well. I think that to a certain extent, I mean, there's the story that Bill Clinton was in the 90s first against NATO enlargement because he said, like, what is about Ukraine? And that, like, this missing link of the 90s, this one of the core countries of the East, which has been left together with Belarus and to a certain extent some important cities in Russia behind the Iron Curtain even after it fell. This link is now coming up, and to a certain extent today we have a new Iron Curtain which is at the front line in Ukraine. The situation already before, living on the one or the other side, or in Mariupol or the other side from the front line, was already really different, and I think this is a new point. And I think that for the Western Balkans it's clear that they can be one area where, you know, trouble can be made as part of a bigger game. But it might be also like, in the end, it is not the decisive game. I think the outcome of the war in Ukraine will be more decisive for the Balkans than the Balkans are decisive for the outcome of the war in Ukraine. Even besides, there is some ammunition delivery from Western Balkan 6, but also from like broader Balkan region. And of course, also the Western Balkans, it's not totally irrelevant. I think what one has to understand is what the ambassador said, the location on the map. And this is why it's really decisive for European Union. The old story about Cyprus for Turks is that it's like the soft belly under the country. And I think this is the same for us. And having this big interlinks culturally, historically, between the Western Balkans and us, and also the tendency of migration, it is clear that for the European Union, the Western Balkans is one of the core questions. Nobody on the globe will believe that our model of development, of a common market, of values, of democracy, has any chance to sustain the global competition of orders if we are failing even in Sarajevo and Belgrade, because you are so close to us. So why can we not deliver even there? I think we can give up to deliver in Sub-Saharan Africa or somewhere in Eastern Asia if we cannot show that, we can deliver on that, you know? If one mayor in one town hall in Leposavic, not going out of the house, the mayor's house, is stopping European Union from being successful, like how shall we deliver on the world scale? Yeah, so I think the Western Balkans is small, it's unbelievably complicated, as also Ambassador Hill said in his first 5 minutes. but it's necessary for us to deliver if we want to sustain our role in the global competition, also as a strong partner in the transatlantic alliance.
Thank you, Manuel. Can you just be more clear? When we say deliver, what exactly? Can you give us an example? What is it that the EU needs to deliver?
I think the most important point is political will to develop a common way towards European Union with all six, and to create rule of law and pluralistic democracy. I think in the moment what is missing the most is political will.
Okay, thank you. Ambassador Hill, you are very acquainted with the region. We focused a lot on Kosovo, Serbia with the messaging, but how far can we actually look at all of the sources of instability or the conflicts in the region as separated one from the other? So can we look only in Kosovo and Serbia and not look at North Macedonia, the northern part of North Macedonia, or Bosnia within?
If you're trying to approach an issue that puts some people to sleep, but which really energizes me, that is regionalization. I really think there needs to be much more regional cooperation. I think in this regard, there's an effort by the countries themselves to come up with open Balkans. Probably too much mistrust in that, because they're not able to attract all the 6 Balkan countries. But there's also an issue that, or an approach called the Berlin process. Probably needs a new name. I mean, I hate the word process, but in that regard, this is an effort essentially to get all the countries to subscribe to certain standards. I think it has a lot of promise, because I think the real issue is, you know, to get Serbia and Kosovo to agree on something, it's often they look at it as a real zero-sum game. If I'm giving this to you, I must be losing and you must be gaining. But if they do it in the context of a regional association, they'll be, they're not giving it to the other partner here, they're giving it to their membership in the regional association. And I think while it didn't directly address regionalism, I think the negotiators, Mr. Borrell and Mr. Lajcek in Ohrid, and I agree with you, I have such fond memories of Ohrid. I hate to talk about it as some kind of unfulfilled agreement. But I think what they did was they kind of turned the negotiation a little from one where Serbia and Kosovo have to give up things to each other. Rather, Serbia had to do certain things vis-a-vis the European Union, and Kosovo has to do certain things vis-a-vis the European Union. And I think this kind of approach is probably better suited to difficult issues whose antecedents go way back. Finally, and to be a little more direct about your issue, your question, we're all concerned about whether all of these countries are making progress. You know, we all worry about, you know, what is the situation in Bosnia? Can it work? I would argue fairly strongly, actually, that the Dayton process is a platform on which a lot of good things could happen, good things for all parties. And remember, when you're trying to fashion an agreement that makes everybody happy, you're probably ending up with something that makes everybody equally unhappy. But I think the Dayton Peace Accords provided a platform for both entities, for the 3 constituent peoples, for all the complexity of it. I think it was the right way to approach it. And so I think it's time maybe for some tough love. Certainly, we just need to see, you know, countries understand this is what they got. And by the way, factor endowment and politics. I mean, you take what you get. You know, you can't say, oh, so-and-so has a better deal. You take what you get and you try to make it work. And I think everyone in this region has something to work with, and I'd like to see a lot more progress. And very fundamentally, I'd like to see the United States and the European Union be prepared to move quickly when we see progress, and not give them another homework assignment or give them a situation where they don't feel that tough decisions they're making are being received. So I think everyone's got some work to do on all this.
Thank you. I'll toss again a question to Mr. Pandu, but from the perspective, the same question, but from the perspective of the European Union. Can we treat these crises as separate one from the other, or do we need a bigger strategy for all the hot points in the region? That was where I was headed.
Well, from the point of view of the European Union, well, let me say that Ukraine and what we are seeing in the Middle East reminded us that integration and close cooperation builds not only prosperity, but also strengthen peace and stability. And Ukraine actually brought EU integration, EU enlargement back to life, and opened the window of opportunity for the EU neighbors and for the Western Balkan countries as well to join the European Union. We seemed impossible for a long time, maybe what seemed impossible for a long time maybe be finally possible now. Well, a year back, nobody could imagine that the EU is capable of finding the required consensus for such decision and in such short time. So I think that the war has made enlargement political again. And the Western Balkan countries has to use this opportunity.
Thank you. We thought, from where we stand, we thought the door was, or the window was open for us for some time, to be honest. But let's toss that question to Mr. Davidu. Has the window been opened now, or was it closed for the last 20 years when we thought?
No, I really think that the window was open starting with 2003, with the Thessaloniki agenda, and it was never closed. There were ups and downs in the process. There were a degree of either political commitment or lack of commitment in some moments. There were internal issues that the European Union has to address. There were a lot of developments in the candidate countries, some positive ones that have been acknowledged and some negative ones, and some negative trends that even developed from these developments that we have to face. But we have to understand that in the end, it's a sort of much closer issue to us and an internalized issue to a certain extent what is happening in the Western Balkans if you compare with the geostrategic developments at our borders that are really bringing into question the fundamental issue. In the Western Balkans, probably, if I can be colloquial, it's unfinished business. So the region has been on this path for quite a while time. There are a lot of underlying tensions here in this region, mainly based on ethnic issues. The ethnic agenda is something that we really have to look very closely and how to transform the identity problem into an identity win-win situation. I don't think we should necessarily, if we are still focusing on ethnicizing both problems and conflicts within the countries, between the countries in the regions, we cannot go much further. So definitely there is a political angle of this perspective, and this should be turned political. And we can see that this would become beneficial in the case of Bosnia-Herzegovina, for instance, where we have this major problem. In the case of dealing with the overall issues between Serbians and Albanians and the specific case of Pristina and Belgrade dialogue. So basically, we have seen all the developments, and we have to realize, like it was said before, so it can be either a win-win solution or a completely lose-lose solution, so there won't be an middle ground in this respect. So either we make everybody to understand that to compromise, to political willingness, and to ownership, because this is something that I really think that needs this union. Besides the fact that the European Union and all the other allies and partners and facilitators in this process should continue to show commitment and engagement, the ownership of the Union is something, of the Western Balkans, of their leadership is extremely relevant, because if you don't take this ownership very seriously, this is a dual process. It's a process that we are embracing the Balkans, and the Western Balkans should strive should go through a transformative process. And it's even more important, I would say, from a perspective of a country that has been through this. Sometimes it's even more important the way to get to the European Union and the substantive transformation that you have to undergo than actually being there.
Thank you. I would open, we're right at half time, so I would open a bit earlier for questions to push the panel a bit. We have Mr. Joseph here that I see, so we can collect a few if there are more in the audience. I would just ask my colleagues, sorry I'm doing this a bit earlier than you probably were planning to, but to pass Mr. Joseph a microphone. Please, it's coming from this side, from the other side here. Yeah. Any other questions that I need to fit in at this point? I don't see anyone. Please.
Thank you, Simonida, if it's working. Thank you very much. Edward P. Joseph, Johns Hopkins University SAIS in Washington, D.C. Question, please, for Ambassador Hill. A question, Mr. Ambassador, that I hope you will agree is fair. So you said, and others have said, that we need to know exactly what happened in Banska, north of Kosovo, on September 24th. Don't we know exactly what happened here in Serbia after September 24th? And that is, don't we know that President Vučić chose escalation, even though the Serbian Orthodox Church immediately distanced itself from this operation and expressed condolences only for the loss of the Kosovo police officer? Didn't even mention the 3 Serb attackers who were killed. And instead, we saw President Vučić immediately, instead of meeting you and your Quint colleagues, met with the Russian ambassador. 3 days of mourning, incendiary allegations throughout the media. And then escalation, serious armaments, serious enough, alarming enough that the White House had to express concern about it. A few days ago, one of your State Department colleagues stated that Serbia is the #1 source of pro-Russian disinformation in the region. In June, we had the abduction of 3 Kosovo police after Albin Kurti had been harshly criticized and not Belgrade whatsoever. And not to mention adverse conditions here for civil society, media, and democracy in general. So my question for you, Ambassador Hill, is the same point that you raised about Albin Kurti, when you raised the question of whether he is a partner. Is Alexander Vučić a partner? And is calling him a partner, if he is not a partner, making him into a partner or making him into a risk taker? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Joseph. Any other questions in the audience at this point? No? Okay, we move on to the yes, sorry, yes, didn't go the full circle, and that's when you miss it. Please.
Thank you. My name is Milovan Milovanović. I am from the Faculty of Political Science in Belgrade. I have a question for Ambassador Hill. So we actually see that the Kosovo problem is the main issue that needs to be sorted to have stability in the region. So we had different proposals. We had splitting up Kosovo, exchange of territories, community of Serbian municipalities. But I think that there was not too much talk about consociation. That term was a lot used in the 1990s and not today. We know that the Bosnian War and conflict in North Macedonia were solved by some kind of consociation, and I'm especially focusing on liberal consociation of North Macedonia that fairly functioned quite well. There were some crises, especially during the, rule of Gruevski, but after SDSM came to power, the real progress was made. So why there is no talk of consociation in Kosovo or in Serbia? Is the West disappointed by the Macedonia's result, or is there something else? Thank you very much.
Consociationalism. Consociationalism. Consociationalism.
Consociationalism, yes.
Yeah. Any other? I can handle that one from the Macedonian side. That's all for this point, just to make sure I'm not missing anyone here. Okay, Ambassador Hill, 2 questions, not the easiest one.
So I think what the U.S. is trying to do very hard is to try to find a solution. Now, Mr. Joseph, I think you have some thoughts on where the problem lies. And I do have personal thoughts on that, but I'm not, when I speak publicly, and I don't really use Twitter, I'm sorry, X, I mean, I understand the role of kind of public messaging, but I think what these problems really have to be addressed in traditional diplomatic channels. And what I can assure you, and I can assure everybody in this room, that we do that, and we do that quite vigorously. What we need is a restoration of dialogue. To get that, you need to make sure you have de-escalation. You need to have a commitment to a give and take of that dialogue. It's not been easy. It's not been easy. Anyone who thinks people doing it or somehow not doing their jobs, they should try it for a few minutes. It's not easy. But this issue has to end with a political settlement. And, you may have views on, who should be running Serbia, whatever. I leave those to the Serbian people to resolve. What I try to do is deal with who I have to deal with, make my government's position clear, and believe me, I have done that. And try to get to a point where we can reduce not only de-escalation of forces, but also de-escalation of tempers, so that we can find a solution going forward, because this issue has to be solved through some political mechanism, and it's a very elusive concept, but we have to pursue it.
Can we have a short reflection on the second question of power sharing? Is it not the consociationalism moment?
Oh, that's what.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, that's why I'm not in a university here, but power sharing where?
In Kosovo and Serbia, if I got it right, has the U.S. given up on a more Macedonian type of a model of power sharing?
Power sharing, domestic, internal power sharing. I mean, I think these are very tough questions that countries are being asked to address, such as Macedonia's constitutional issues, the issue of Kosovo for Serbia, tough issue here. It's a tough issue in Pristina as well. So the broader the representation that you have, so that everyone kind of takes a share of finding the answer, is often the way to do it. But the problem with this sometimes is you try to get different elements together, and you get another form of diplomacy, which is lowest common denominator diplomacy, where you don't get the kind of bold decisions that you need. It's not easy, so I'm kind of reluctant to set it out as a model that will, one size fits all. Generally speaking, I would like to see governments as broadly representative as they can be.
Thank you. Thanks so much. I don't see any hands, so the other aspect that we did not cover in this panel are actually the external threats. So I would like to ask first Mr. Saracin, I think we have enough internal threats, but let's go a bit to what are the primary external threats that you see for the region, and are they the same for all the countries? Can we consider there is a joint one or not?
Well, Russia, China, to a certain extent. I don't know if you think Turkey is external or internal regarding the region. A bit, perhaps, the Gulf states. In certain measures, sometimes perhaps even Iran. But I think the main point, since Churchill, it's clear that it was always between us and the Russians to look on the Balkans, and now the Chinese are coming up. And it's difficult to wage this threats to a certain extent. I'm from Hamburg, and I witnessed like 30 years of opening up our harbor for the Chinese as well. And then I'm going around and telling to everybody, guys, that's bad, but I think in the end, the people are deciding for us clearly. The Russian disinformation is strong and the Chinese investment is strong. And now we can think about what is the stronger tool to disrupt our idea of an order. Is it disinformation or is it investment? I think this discussion on BRICS is to a certain extent sexy in the region. And sometimes perhaps we underestimate that sexiness of models is in the region more relevant than we think perhaps. But I still believe that the European Union is the Bavaria Munich in the league. And we are still in the pitch having all capabilities to win if we bring our performance on the pitch. And we get you, of course, also doing your performance.
Thank you. Mr. Davidou, from the other side of,
yes,
of Europe.
Definitely, and speaking about external threats, so the actors have been pointed out already in various ways. The problem is how we see these threats, how we see which are the strategic threats that we have there, which are the tactical threats, and which are the means through which these threats are manifesting throughout the region. Because we can see people that have a strategic interest through disinformation, to hybrid campaigns, to undermine the security and the stability in the region, and to interfere in order to fuel up conflicts, be it national or even regional. We see people that have agendas, they are mainly economic agenda or other types of agenda, that are wishing to take advantage of these opportunities that are there. We see some other people that have some punctual agendas, and we are not speaking because there are a multitude of actors. Some of them are even countries from our region or from the neighborhood of the region that has vested influence, either historical or particular transactional or other kind of influence, interest in some countries in the region. In the case of Bosnia, in the case of Montenegro, in some other places. We see, on one hand, various forms of hybrid attacks, starting from cyber disinformation and so on, and we see some other mildly issues like its political persuasion, like its investment-driven agendas, and so on. So it's a very complex issue that we definitely have to have a look on it, also from a security perspective, and that's why NATO is also very interesting in foreseeing this, and also the European Union that has set up even mechanism of dealing with this in the Western Balkan countries.
What can the EU do more for this?
For this, so, I mean, yes, it was the fact that when there is a void, so there is a tendency for this void to be filled. And we have seen, probably in a few years ago, a certain void in terms of major engagement of the EU in the region that created the premises of various actors to become more active in the region and more influential through various channels. But I think that the EU is doing quite a lot right now. So definitely, I sincerely believe now, and this is not rhetoric, that in the last year and a half, every EU is doing quite a lot of things, and even has had the Berlin process that is going to have its summit right now. The Berlin process was a catalyst for major regional cooperation between the partners with the European Union, setting up an economic agenda that is a transformative agenda, and it's also a prerequisite for taking up the acquis and getting into the European Union. So the EU is doing quite a lot. So all the EU delegations, as far as I know, have in their tasking a strategic communication. Some are doing it better, some are doing the EU delegations throughout the region. So the EU is doing quite a lot. I think NATO is also doing in its capacity quite a lot, and all our member states are trying to cope with all these influences, particularly those that are malignant, because there could be also some beneficial influences or some mere interest in the region.
Thank you. That brings us to Mr. Pandur. How much are these external threats making your job more difficult?
Well, let's just go back to the 24th of September. What happened on that day, and the news spread on the same day and the next days. There were a lot of rumors about Wagner, Russian influence participating even in Banska in the shootings. So this shows very well that where everybody expects the threats come from. Well, yes, there are some countries, not regionally wider, who are not really interested in the success of the dialogue because they need crisis. And as Mr. Sarazin said, Russia, for example, one of them. How to say, this is only on the political level, nothing much, as I see.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hill.
I think the challenge of Russia in this region, in this country, is a very real one. I don't think Russia has much to offer, and I have to be quite frank about that. You see them very active when they're hopeful that there are more problems with Kosovo because they consider that an opportunity for them. This is not a serious position to take, and yet that is what this Russian Federation does these days. I have no doubt this country, I have no doubt that the rest of the countries have to join two organizations, the European Union and NATO. These organizations have some high standards, and it's tough, but it's worth going through them, and that's the point we make every day here in Serbia. This is where these countries' futures ought to be. I don't think there's another alternative. I don't think there's any third way, and certainly there's no road to Moscow that's been closed for what look like pretty permanent repairs at this point. These countries need to move west, and the sooner people understand that, the faster they can go. And our job is to try to help them on that way. You know, in all of these countries, as I said, there are these historical factor endowments. Lecturing them is probably not going to get you very far. Telling them what to do has its limits. But showing them the way forward and encouraging them to take that difficult path is absolutely what we should be doing. Everybody in this region, Kosovo especially, being one of the smallest elements there is, needs the countries around it to be good members of the European Union and good members of NATO. And so one would hope that we can continue to work that. It is not easy because not everyone shares that consensus, and there's some history that we all have to get through, but I have no doubt this is the way to go.
Thank you, Ambassador. Are there any questions at this point? I would really like to...
Simonida, if I may jump in for
yes.
one.
Yes, please.
I mean, regarding the Russia point, I think there are two things to say. I mean, we see today that Russia is even not able or willing to protect a peace deal which they made 2 years ago in the Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict about two former Soviet Union republics, because they're so busy in the war in Ukraine, or they have also different assumption about deals with other partners we were just talking about. So who thinks that this guy Putin would stick to Serbia in the end? You know, like the Serbs are saying NATO, the West betrayed us regarding independence of Kosovo, but does anybody really think that Russia would stick to Serbia when it's out, not anymore in their own interest? The second is, I think what's more happening in the moment is that what's more dangerous for me is that the Serbian society is driving more apart than perhaps even the Serbian politics regarding the war. And that the assessment, the mindset of what's happening in the war, in the society in Serbia and also in the Srpski Svit influence area is getting a really totally different reality than what I think it's real. And I think that this can be really, really dangerous on a mid-run, especially when the war is coming to an end with the success of Ukraine, and then things are going fast, that, you know, the societies are brought to a state of thinking, of believing what is reality, which will not really be able to fit into that model then. And so I think the Russian threat is in the moment very much also that they try to use the war for splitting the Serbian society even further and us from the Serbian society even further. That's what they always did since Lenin wrote in 1905. And I have to fear that the situation in Israel now can be used exactly for that, not only in the Balkans, also in our countries. But I think the main threat is that they try to split societies via the religion stuff now. And I think this is perhaps not aimed at the Western Balkans. Yesterday, you know, in Berlin, you know the situation here with people making demonstrations for Hamas and the reaction on it. But this can be really feeding into a discussion in the region, which is quite culturalistic and can be really, really dangerous in reaching results and pragmatism, also regarding regional cooperation. And I'm a bit afraid about that.
Thank you, Manuel. I think, yeah, we are all afraid as to the different realities that we see. Also because here a couple of times Russia was mentioned as an alternative. I asked the question threat, so I don't think that many of us see it as an alternative. So I think that it's also the way that we kind of frame issues. Do we have any questions, or shall I pose some of mine in case I'm not missing anyone? This is a dark... Yes, there are a lot of questions. Yes, Jelica Minic, please. I was right, yeah? It's Jelica, yeah. Can we pass the microphone, please, to Ms. Minic? It's coming. Tu je, gospođa. Hvala.
Is the increase of NATO troops in the region the solution? This is my question. Because people understand the meaning of power.
Thank you, Ms. Minic. Any other questions? Yes, there is one at the back, please. Thank you. There's two at the back, probably, but you can pass it on.
Milan Nič, German Council of Foreign Relations. I didn't want to ask questions because I think it's the role of people here from Belgrade to use the chance to the panel, but let me try to help and ask something to Manuel in Hamburg. This is not a very good time to have Balkan, to have a Berlin Process Summit in Tirana. Still, there is a date. On Monday, the leaders will meet. And I want to ask you if you can share with us if all the leaders from the Balkan Six, including President Vučić and Prime Minister Kurti, are going to be there. And what is the level of expectations from Tirana Summit now?
Thank you, Milan. That was my last round of questions. You just took it. We have a second one, right, or no? Oh, yes, there is one, sorry, yes.
Yes, hi, Isabel Ioannidis from the European Parliament's Research Service. It's not really a question, but it's a comment. And sadly, I don't feel that you're not transmitting an urgency to deal with these issues. And that really worries me, because you agree on the external threats. There are many, and they're very serious. And I think, if anything, what we see with the Israeli-Palestinian problem blowing up in our face is that if you leave a problem to rot, it will blow up in your face. So, you know, I'm quite worried that this is not dealt with enough seriousness. And just to say that, you know, it's complicated on the ground, no. I mean, we have a panel with people who are politically responsible, and you are in the region. So I would hope that, if anything, give more of a sense of an urgency that something needs to be done, and more concretely, what is being done. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of you. We have 8.5 minutes to answer the question of more NATO troops in the region, what is expected from Monday in Berlin, and yes, I used the word scared. I gave the conflicts, but I didn't push this one so enough. So thank you, Isabel, for posing this question. Oh, there is one more. Okay, you will have less time to respond, so please keep on try to respond to all of these questions in a minute and a half. Yes.
Yeah, this is Birgül Demirtaş, Turkish-German University from Istanbul. My question is related to transatlantic cooperation. I mean, we know it from history that whenever there is a cooperation between the United States and the European countries, there is more possibilities to solve regional and global problems. And my question is, what is the current state of cooperation between the United States and the European Union solve the problems in the Western Balkans, especially the problems in Bosnia and Herzegovina and the problems between Kosovo and Serbia? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. North Macedonia was the example of 2001 when the EU and NATO did this together, and the US. So shall we start with Mr. Saracin online? 2 minutes.
Well, I don't know exactly who will be there on Monday. I think in Serbia it would be the government taking care of it because it's a government cooperation, actually. But I know that, for example, Chancellor Scholz and President Macron will be there. So I think it's showing that we are taking it very serious. I think the big problem is that, despite this vast majority of society in Serbia is against major steps for changing positively from our perspective on Kosovo, and vast majority in Kosovo is against delivering on ASMM. We need leaders who have the political will to deliver because of their own conviction it's the right way, and the political capability to push this through in their parties or in their home domestic ground. And now you can check yourself and see who of the leaders in which of the both countries is promising to deliver that. And then I can clearly say we can try to do our utmost and best to give them opportunities, pressure, incentives, perspectives, sometimes perhaps even money, tough love or just love. But the political will cannot be substituted by us, because in the end, it's like Ambassador Hill said, the pure advice has limits, especially in the region, and I think this limit has even grown as in the last time. So we tried to use the moment we had in Ohrid. Everybody says it's a quite great paperwork, and we will not easily get something better, and try to make this work. Don't give up on it, but stick on it. And this is a clear transatlantic push together. I think we have not been often so close like we on this, especially with the cooperation between US and European Union even. So I think this is the right way to go. But it's clear also the summit on Monday in Tirana, it's tough times for having lucky pictures and great deliveries. But we keep on trying. We will not stop pushing. Yeah?
Thank you, Manuel. Ambassador Hill, more troops. That's the question that was not addressed by Manuel.
You know, every time I see NATO troops anywhere, I feel tensions go down. I think NATO is the world's premier security organization, and I think NATO very often contributes to the solution. NATO is very active on this issue. We just had Admiral Munch here from AF South, from Naples here just on Tuesday. I know there are a lot of deliberations right now in Brussels to determine what the appropriate force level is. So in answer to your question, I think NATO is very seized with this as a really important and urgent issue. And with respect to the urgency, I mean, I worry a lot, but worrying is not a policy. What you have to look to is what you can actually put on the table that is reasonable. You're not going to be able to give one side what they want and stiff the other side. You're going to have to, this is going to involve give and take. And I think this is what Mr. Lajcik's been trying to do, and I think he's got some pretty good ideas. And there's a lot of talk about him being here soon with a pretty robust delegation. And I think all of that speaks to the urgency, the need to find a solution. I must say, transatlantic cooperation. Boy, we've had our moments with Europe in the past, but right now I think the wake-up call was Ukraine, and as Ukraine goes, so goes the rest of us. We need to stay together. We need to hang together or we'll hang separately. So we need to be together, and I don't think there's been a time in recent history like the time today. And I'll say one other thing. I think the countries in the Balkans, you know, I understand the issues here. I understand the sort of local issues, but they need to also be thinking about some of these broader issues. It's often called in the jargon of the EU alignment. There does need to be alignment, but there has to be sort of meaningful alignment. I was very pleased, for example, when Greece put together a meeting in which President Vučić and President Zelensky were able to get together and actually have a serious bilateral. I think there needs to be more of that and more substance to that. And we can't just look at the Western Balkans as some problem on its own and absolve the participants of really meaningful participation in the issues that, for us, really are existential, and the first one, namely this Ukraine situation.
Thank you. About the transatlantic cooperation, let me say that the EU and the US have a long and very productive history of close cooperation in the Western Balkans, as well as in the process of the normalization between Serbia and Kosovo. For us, it's very important that the US ready to accept the position that, for instance, in the dialogue, that the dialogue is a European issue and that the European Union should lead and they should support. And we have all the support we need at what can be given from the US. Everybody knows that EUSR Lajčák visited several times together with Mr. Escobar the region. We are actually expecting very soon another visit together, and this close cooperation with the US was very important to have. I know that in this moment it's really hard to talk about the results, that we have results in the dialogue in the last couple of years, and for these results the support of the US was very important.
But is there urgency?
Sorry?
Is there urgency? Do you feel the urgency? Because that was the question, I think.
The urgency, yes, of course.
Okay. Mr. David.
Yeah, briefly. So I want to comment on the transatlantic tie because I think this is quite obvious that we not share only a common sense, a common strategic sense right now based on Ukraine, but also a joint agenda here in the Western Balkans and for many other issues of cooperation. So as regards NATO, NATO is by definition a security provider for Europe. NATO has members, we should not forget that NATO has members throughout the region. It's a ring of NATO members in the region, and we have KFOR there, which is the security guarantor for this particular conflict. And I can tell you that Romania has already brought lately, together with UK, an additional contingent of troops there, and we believe that we have to maintain a strong and robust capability there, not necessarily a big one, but a one that would be fit in order to deal with this security. And in terms of urgency, this is a very good question. I would say that we conveyed, everybody conveyed this sense of urgency, which is a dual urgency. On one hand is the urgency driven by the external developments there, that is the war in Ukraine and all the other negative developments associated, but it's also the urgency driven by the fact that it is a window of opportunity, particularly this year for the region, to move forward in a substantive manner. We shouldn't forget the fact that things are moving quite fast on the international stage. We shouldn't forget the fact that we are going to have European elections in many EU member states, including in my own and in several big member states, and many other developments, elections in the respective countries. So definitely I think it's an urgency there, and we are trying not only to convey this message of urgency, but the need to get to work substantively on this respect.
Thank you. On that note, I'm getting an urgent message that we are 2 minutes longer than what we should have. So, oh, Manuel, yes, I can't say no to you.
Let me make one more comment to blow it all up on urgency. We have a situation that since June we are waiting for a new government to be established in Montenegro, the country where the politicians promised to bring the country to EU in 5 years. We have a situation that North Macedonia is not able to deliver on the constitutional change due to, however, which is adding some minorities into the constitution, or the EU process is to a certain extent unfortunately blocked. We have a situation that in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Dodik now said he will block all legislation, so no reform work. And in Serbia, I don't know how many sessions of parliaments took place, and we have now seemingly new elections coming up. So, I mean, and you're talking to us about urgency. I think that the urgency has to be understood also in the region. If you don't deliver now, perhaps in 2 years the war is over, and then history will be very, very fast. But European Union will still look for, do you have the institutions who do certificates for meat production to join the single market? And not only is it a political moment to do so, because our farmers will look very exactly if you were urgent enough to deliver on the reforms on the ground.
Thank you, Manuel. On that note, I hope that the farmers will get some insight from Monday as well. With this constructive ambiguity and this different interpretation of urgency, I leave you. Thank you a lot for being a wonderful audience. I want to thank the speakers, and we should really leave this spot because the next panel is starting in a minute. Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Thank to all the panelists here in Belgrade and in Hamburg. Also, thank you, Simonida, for moderating this panel. The next one on philanthropists' issues are starting immediately in few minutes. Just to check the sound for the next panelist to switch the equipment. So please stay here.
Good afternoon. I have the pleasure of announcing the last panel before lunch. And not only is it the last panel before lunch, it is, I believe, maybe the only panel of the conference that is all women. We've decided it's called a Genel. So I hope that everybody will get inside from their coffee breaks and discussions of the previous panel to talk about philanthropy. With their philanthropy, Ukraine has reshaped a lot of the funding priorities that we see from philanthropy. At the same time, the democratic backsliding in the region and attacks on human rights, which we'll discuss also later, have continued unabated. Meanwhile, some of the largest donors in Europe are also reshaping a lot of their funding priorities. So how is philanthropy adapting, and what can we expect in the coming period? We have great speakers to discuss, so I would like to invite them to the stage. Julia van Dobenek, who is the Senior Project Manager of Peace for the Western Balkans of the Robert Bosch Stiftung. Mija Vukojević, the Program Director for the Western Balkans of the Rockefeller Brothers Fund. Gordana Delic, the Regional Director for the Balkans and the Deputy Managing Director of the Transatlantic Trust of the German Marshall Fund. Vesna Bajshansky-Agic, who is the Executive Director of the Mosaic Foundation and a member of the board of Phileia. And they will be moderated by Crystal Morehouse, who is a Senior Program Officer for Open Society Europe and Central Asia Program. So please welcome them to the stage for maybe the inaugural Genel of the Belgrade Security Conference.
So where do we go? Like this?
No.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with you all today in Belgrade and to have a chance to look at the world through the prism of philanthropy, civil society, think tanks. I think this is a time where the world is really struggling for definition. And so if we think about our emerging world order or disorder, however you want to see it, through the metaphor of a picture, there are some stark contours that we can already see. And those contours give quite reason for alarm. We've been through a pandemic. We are seeing a world that is in conflict. But every stress or tension has an opposite polar. And so what we want to do today in this panel is we want to walk a mile, so to speak, in the shoes of my colleagues in philanthropy to have a common understanding of what are some of the challenges that we're facing, and then move through toward the end to some of the opportunities and things we can do about it. So I'd like to begin just by asking, and I'll start with you, Julia, if you allow, what are the challenges that societies are facing from where you sit? What do you see?
Well, I think many of the challenges have already been touched upon here today already, and will be touched upon in the afternoon and also tomorrow. I mean, I think it's obvious we are facing huge global crisis. We are facing war again in Europe and massive militarization, of course. We are facing a climate change that is causing troubles all over the world, of course, and many more issues causing migration all over the globe. And we are, of course, also facing questioning the global order and questioning norms, not only on the global level and on the UN level, what has been discussed this morning, but also, I think, inside societies. I would even say that even in a country like Germany, I am not sure anymore whether we share the same values and respect the same norms, even if it still seems so. So we are also facing a huge polarization inside societies, of course. And I think these are the obvious challenges, and I think the overall challenge, maybe on a little bit of more of a meta level, probably is how do we live with constant crisis? How do decision makers still have the possibility to take wise decisions, because they have to take decisions like in a minute order, and also how do societies deal with this constant feeling of insecurity and disbalance that all these topics coming at once cause. So I think it's also a question of how to make ourselves resilient, because I think the problems of today will not be away tomorrow. We will still have to deal with them, just as an overall picture.
Thanks very much. Mia, can I bring you in where you said, do you see similar challenges, or what would be your thoughts?
All of these and more. Can you hear me? Yeah. I would say all that Julia mentioned, and then probably many more, and this is just at what level you're looking at. If you look at more granular level, women's rights are under attack, rights in general under attack, civil societies, legitimacy and space. Legitimacy is being challenged, and space for its functioning is shrinking, and on and on and on. Ruptures are happening at every level and in every society and then globally. And it's just making for a world that sometimes you wonder whether there is a path to resolving these, to coming back to the norms and the ways of functioning, or will we need to go through a huge crisis of some kind that will put all of these together and that will then make us reassess everything and revalue everything. I'm sorry if I sound very depressed, but when you start talking about challenges this planet is facing, there is no end to it. You can keep going long and long.
Gordana, if I could bring you in, because your expertise is both regional and you work on a transatlantic portfolio, so what would be your thoughts?
Thank you, Crystal, although I think this requires a global expertise, so to say. But no, change is painful. And I think our greatest challenge is that we are all at some kind of crossroads. We need a redefinition of literally everything, whether you call it values, whether what is really today the mainstream, what is not mainstream, what will be the mainstream tomorrow. And change requires compromise. And I think that the greatest challenge of today is that everyone is, how should I say, calculating how to make the least of a compromise possible, right? How to give in into any of the topics that have been covered here, how to give in the least. Well, as long as we are not ready to compromise, I think that this change will be painful. So that is what I think is actually making us all so vulnerable.
And Vesna, would you like to come in?
And then when we go at the community level, we are in fact losing citizens, we are losing people, because most of the decisions that they are making on a daily basis are now based on fear. And when you make your decisions based on fear, then usually those are not the best decisions for yourself and for a community. From fear, you try to close and then to protect yourself, and then it's difficult to build a community, and without community, we cannot strive. And when people are feared, they are also losing hope. And then this is where we try to change something. And it's really difficult to change something when there is no hope and there is no vision what can be different. And we as a human beings are now also sounding depressive. But this is where we are. And from this we have to do and try to change something.
And maybe if I can just add one more thing that I think cuts across all the layers and all the crises. There is realization that the world, its populations are divided. We used to call them global north and global south, but really it's global majority and global minority. And global minority is the one with all the power. And power is concentrated in the north, but we are still mostly talking in the north. We're still mostly talking between those that have power, and philanthropy is part of that world. And we are still not talking enough with the other part or majority of the world, which is the people that don't have power, whether they are in our communities or whether they are on the other side of the planet.
Yeah, and thinking about all of these changes and the role of philanthropy, like with many governments, with many, even in families, everyone is sort of rethinking what is the way in which I can engage in this environment in a productive way? You know, who can I help? How can I make sure that things don't get worse? I think at some point, you know, we want to progress, and it's this turning point that we're trying to reach where we can figure out how to work together and come together. And philanthropies are kind of in a similar situation where there's a kind of internal churn, I think, at many philanthropies trying to figure out what is the right reaction, what is the right role. And Mia, maybe I could just start with you about your views on that. What role can philanthropy play in this changing world?
You're so right. Over the last 2, 3, 4 years, so many of my colleagues and so many foundations have gone through soul searching and strategy redefining and trying to figure out how to respond first to one crisis, then to next, then the third. We are all trying to figure it out. From where I sit, and this is, I think, both my personal opinion and my foundation's stance, is we need to go back to basics in understanding who we are and what we can do and can't do. We are just people that happen to have resources at our hands, and that's a privilege. That is not, that does not give you right, that does not give you power, that does not give you smarts, but it does give you something with which you can work. And so we see our role in finding the people that are having strategies, having ideas, trying to change things and supporting them, basically. And from where I sit, that's the most appropriate role for philanthropy, is not take the stance that this many billion and this many trillion and we are going to stop this and end that. We are not going to do any of that, right? We can find people that can do that and support them. And this is where I find hope.
Thanks very much. And I see, Julia, you want to come in? Yeah.
Yeah, and just to add, and also to refer what you said before, we are still not talking to those, to the minorities or those in the south, as you said before. I think I'm pretty fresh to the world of philanthropy, but what I observed within Robert Bosch Foundation, there has been this strategy redefining, and I think what has come out of it is to really use the opportunity, which means that we can afford to take time to look at those who really need support. We can afford not having to take decisions all the time. We can afford not having to deliver results all the time, which others have to. If you look at state funding, for example, I mean, you do have to deliver results all the time, and that's a luxury, I would say, from what I can observe, that philanthropy has, and really like taking the time to develop or to co-create approaches together with partners, and that's mainly how the Robert Bosch Foundation is reacting to all these crises, to really start discussing approaches on eye-to-eye level, and take the time for co-creation, and not come and offer the pot and say, okay, you're doing this project, you're doing that, but letting things slowly develop, and I think that's a huge asset.
Gordana.
Thank you. I think the beauty of philanthropy is, in the first place, that it's 100% voluntary, right? So it's a voluntary decision of either a group of people or a person to support something for a higher goal. So it's also a noble thing to do. But since we have discussed the changing world, and your question was, what's the role really there for philanthropy? I think how I look at philanthropy is a venture capitalist, but only without generating profit. The profit here is generated in values, probably, later on. And it's something that can help actually redefine where we are going and what the 21st century is going to be about, and all of the centuries afterwards. To me, philanthropy is going to be one of the last resorts to basically defend at least some of the democratic values. It will be mostly up to those individuals or those groups who are going to be willing to invest in rethinking how we want to exist and coexist, whether global south, global north, global east, global west, whatever, in the future. I believe that philanthropy is going to be one of the crucial, tools or generators of ideas, because vision doesn't exist without ideas, and ideas do not exist without, people who are generating them. And philanthropy is probably going to have the key role in that.
And just to relate, in fact, on what so beside a power that we are aware, we have certain level of power sitting in private foundations, and then privilege that we have because we are on this point should not be misused. And I think that more and more foundations are aware of this, what Gordana was saying, that there is a crucial role that we can do with, to be honest, limited resources. Even if in number it sounds like only in Europe there is 60 billions given every year, still this is not enough to address, to mitigate, to fight against everything what is going on now. So what foundations, private foundations are doing now, having their private money given for a public causes, in fact, trying to see who are those really changers, what private foundations need to change, and how they can innovatively respond. For example, we were joking that, I don't know, if Martin Luther King needed support, will he be able to get this support from us as a private foundations? How we can identify who are Martin Luther Kings now, and how we can make sure that we will support them. How much we have to move for putting like equality between civil society and civil society organizations. So those are challenges that we are facing, and from this, I would say, comfortable role, like we have power and we have privilege, we are moving to the states, like there is a huge responsibility on this. And we have flexibility in giving those grants as a part of, this is what we do, we give grants, this is support that we are giving. And then finding this, the right match and the right partnership where this will have something, not profit, but something that we can measure, that it's not measured by money. And I think that this is a huge change that has happened in the sector of philanthropy, that everyone is aware of this. When we speak to each other, it's not about how much money you gave, it's really about what are those individuals, organizations, stories that really moved something in societies where we work.
Thanks very much.
I'm going to talk too much probably, but Vesna just reminded me of a story. At one point, a couple of us philanthropists working in foundations have asked one of the biggest world's investor, the guy that has made fortune on stock exchange and investing in things. We've asked him for advice, and he says one of the biggest challenges you face in philanthropy is that you are risk averse. And we are. We kind of want Martin Luther King to guarantee to us that his idea is going to work, right? Which is wrong. So I think we need to learn how to take more risks, how to be less risk averse and expect that every idea we support and every organization we give funding to will give us results, that something will come out of it. We have to relax more and be more generous with taking risks on people in order to
fight this. Yes.
To fight this, what we aim.
Julia, please come in.
I would actually say on the contrary, because I've worked for the public sector before and for NGOs before, and always being under this pressure, and I observed rather the other sector as the one being risk averse, and the philanthropic sector as the one like really. Absolutely, and that's what I'm telling, right? So compared to where other pots of funds are sitting, I think it's quite the opposite. Still, I mean, to identify the Martin Luther Kings, that's a huge challenge. I fully agree, but can't we also afford being these like learning organizations and not having to only invest into the Martin Luther Kings? I think we can.
We should be. We are not enough.
Okay.
Partly we're not enough because the pot is still small.
Yeah.
So yes, 60 billion may sound like a lot of money. In the United States, every year 500 billion is spent. But 1/3 of that goes to faith-based organizations. 1/3 probably to services. So it's not that much money. And then we, and I think of all of us here as foundations and philanthropies that work on progressive side, we are fighting a wave, global wave that's going in an opposite direction. And so there is a lot that's working against it. Sometimes I think it's good enough if the organizations we support hold the line. Sometimes it feels to me that if organizations in Serbia survive and stay there and keep working is a success. That's how I look at it.
And Mia, just point on this 1/3 that it's through philanthropy and social causes, it's divided among those values. Part of them, it's us, and part of them, and bigger part, it's them. It's people with different values. And they get support, and they are in this pot, and for example, they are fighting abortion. And all of this is in the same pot. And
they don't look for Martin Luther Kings. They give to anyone that says that they are anti-abortion.
Yeah.
They just throw out the money and bet that some of it will work.
And they have fear that it's much more motivating emotion in decision making because you are afraid of something, and of God or something else, and when you are afraid, then you react. But usually what you react, it's dangerous. So I just want that even if this pot sounds good, the portion that in fact supports democracy, and this is what we are discussing here, security and democracy, it is small. However, to go to this, what Julia said, it's so flexible. This is private money that person or family or company made, and they can go down the river and throw it away. And they decide not to do it, but to give it for a public cause. What it gives us enormous flexibility. So if we have a little money, but huge flexibility, it's not only Martin Luther King, but we have to do business that it's not business as usual, because those challenges are not challenges as usual. And then we have to start something, and maybe we have the biggest power, privilege, and responsibility to identify those who are the real change makers, and then make sure that later other pots will support it. But at the beginning, probably our flexible money makes it possible, makes a difference, hopefully.
And just picking up on what you said, do you see a kind of polarization within philanthropy, right? There's just not one philanthropy with one set of values. So I know, Julia, you wanted to come in. Maybe you can come in and then pick up on that point.
No, first that question, and I can pick up the other one afterwards. And that's over to one of you, because I can't really answer to that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if society is polarized, civil society will be polarized just as well. Philanthropy is part of the civil society, and it's perfectly normal. I think it's actually even desirable. I don't want to sit here with everyone who just nods and agrees with me. I think it's good that we disagree, right? And so, when you, Vesna, said it's us and them, I was like, oh, I don't quite like, this division. And I don't know really who is them and who is me and who is us, etc. So in my opinion, our role must be embracing these differences and talking about them. I'm perfectly fine also with people who are fighting for or against values that I don't maybe cherish, right? Simply because maybe I learned something from them. So you mentioned one topic, right? But the polarization or the differentiation among the philanthropical part of the society is perfectly normal. Elon Musk, he's a philanthropist, isn't he? What do you think of him?
would you like to come in on this point?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Gotza, obviously. Polarization exists in a society, so it's not going to get not to happen within the world of philanthropy. And I don't know that it's necessarily bad. It's just, it is. It's a reflection. It sometimes bothers me when the philanthropy starts following the, rather than being polarized, it starts following trends. When, say, after Ukraine war, many of the government and bilateral funders suddenly decided this is the most important story in the world, so suddenly their funding starts getting pulled from other parts of the world and other crises and gets moved there, or for COVID, or for whichever, pick your crisis. I feel like we shouldn't follow. Now I mean private philanthropy, rather than the government funders, we, although being tiny in comparison to the amounts of funding that the governments have and that they can yield, our flexibility and our ability to stay steady, I think presents us with the responsibility to stick out, to stay, to be, not to follow the fads and trends. And
yeah, and Julia, you wanted to come in on several points now, please.
Yeah, maybe I can combine both. I hope so. I would also say that this is one of the biggest challenges from what I observe for philanthropy, to keep track of decisions once taken and not to be meddled into what all the new headlines are saying and where the public opinion is moving to every day to the next, and at the same time, of course, not losing sight either. But really, this keeping track and sticking with the decisions once taken, where to support actors or organizations. And I'm also asking myself whether the entire field would sometimes be better off not to that much focus on what I would call it the political field is doing, like, or the political decision makers is doing, or where the public funds are going to, not even in a sense of that we identify the Martin Luther Kings, coming back to that metaphor, and then someone else is taking over, supporting them, but and I tell you why, because I think there's a risk of this in this thinking. From what I am observing, the public funding in all the sectors that we are working will probably be cut during the next years. It's already, but it will be cut even more, right? So the question is, is it wise to rely on such a thinking, or wouldn't it be wiser to think even more outside the box? Like, where can we invest so that it's really sustainable?
Yeah. Mia, did you want to come in on this before we move to the next?
Julia, but I think
go ahead.
Yeah, I saw you were like a spark in your eye. Moving on. Okay. So one of the biggest challenges, I think, of our era right now is this tension between democracy and autocracy. And when we think about preparing for societies and in the future, we really don't know what kind of context those societies are going to be living in, not just in the terms of governance, which I think, in my view, is the biggest challenge, right? If you could solve the challenge of good governance, so many of the other challenges would at least diminish in their size. The environmental protections, rights for women, right? You know, if you could solve the good governance question, you would be in a much better position to solve the rest. But at the moment, we're kind of heading toward the ratcheting up of bad governance, if you will, right? You were speaking about this earlier, Gordana, just about what is the least amount I need to compromise, you know, this sort of nationalism or selfism, whatever that unity of self is, if it's a state or an individual. And so one of philanthropy's challenges is really to think about how do we engage around democracy? You know, where does it stand in our priorities, but how do we even perceive of support for democracy? Because a lot of times support for democracy for populations, for people and populations, feels like soliciting a vote at a specific time. Democracy can really be boiled down almost to a transaction. It can lose its meaning. And at the other end of the spectrum, we can measure democracy on the values that are held, and also on the rights of the people who have the least power in society, right? So there's this big spectrum of how we can view democracy, and what I'd like to ask our panelists is, how can philanthropy engage in strengthening and supporting democracy? And if you allow, Rodana, I would start with you.
Oh, well, like $1 million question, really. Well, first of all, I think philanthropy will be challenged also by the autocratic tendencies as well, because it will be seen in many different ways almost as the enemy of a state in many different instances. I believe that that will be one of the challenges that philanthropists already are facing in certain areas or in certain geographies, and these geographies might actually grow across the globe. Where it plays the role, I think, in providing programs or in financing programs that will provide alternative education, alternative information sharing, alternative leadership development, rather than to what is the mainstream. I don't see any other, you know, the big word for a couple of years has been innovation. But I don't think we have to reinvent the wheel every single time we're trying to do something. So I don't really see what philanthropy could do else in the coming years when democracy is contested, other than invest in youth and younger generations that are to come, and in leadership development. And also, I think, in career development, if you want, because that, unless people are self-sustainable, meaning that they can live their lives, I don't think they can engage in being active citizens. So that would be not innovative answer.
Thanks very much. Julia, can I bring you into the conversation? You'd like to?
I would pass it.
Yeah. Julia is a peace builder.
So I think that it's important that private philanthropy believes in democracy, and private philanthropy is there, and private philanthropy is doing for different things. And there are cases now around the world. It's not about being innovative for the sake of being innovative, but obviously ways that we were using and doing are not effective enough. We are losing the game. So there are globally really interesting, they are often called like reimagining. So it's really about reinventing and reimagining and forgetting some KPIs and indicators that were measured before, and trying really to find the right people and then giving them really flexible pot of money, trying to see what can be done. And there are a few of them now connecting a global north. I was really happy. For me, that was like first time in my life that I have people from global north sitting as equal contributors around the table, and this is now happening more and more. And I think that this is where private philanthropy shows this reimagination. I like it more than innovation. Like, let's reimagine how this can be done. There is something that was done by several private foundations, like General Support Grant. Now there are more and more foundations giving General Support Grant with the same thing in the mind, but this is like immediate something that you can do. There is second point, what I think that works well is we need shortcuts. We are losing and we are late. So shortcuts would be not only giving our money for organizations and people that will do something, but it's also giving up power that we have because we decide where money is. And now there are more and more foundations who really practice participatory grant making. 10 years ago, that was like, oh, are you sure that you want your beneficiaries to decide where money will go? But now we have really good practices where in fact we are giving up this power that comes with money and really sharing this power and then empowering people who are in fact there, empowering them to be citizens. And I think that this is a shortcut and something that it's not only that we are supporting democracy, we are practicing democracy in everything what we do. And I think that this is also changing a game a bit. And then finally, and I really like it, I heard it, I don't know where I heard it, but then in this really polarized world, and then foundations deciding that, you know, we are here fighting the others. And then in this fighting, in fact, we are contributing to the conflict because we are fighting others. And this rhetoric also needs somehow to change. And I heard, I don't know even, that there is like, if you have all the people on one spot and then you have as a Gauss line, is it Gauss line? So 20% of people are always good. And among those 20% of people that are good, you have 5% who are this crazy good, who will die for another human being. And 20% of people are always bad. And among them, you have 5%. That was referring to the war, so I would say like war criminals, you know, after surviving war in Bosnia. So you have 5% that are war criminals, you don't even speak with them. But then there is 60% of people that can be good or bad, depending on the context. And I think that this 60% of people is in fact our power. And if we are supporting those 20%, one of the main things what we have to do is in fact to empower them not to lose these 60% people who are in the middle. It can be good or bad, depending on the context. And I think that this is also something that private philanthropy with its flexibility is doing. So it's not only about finding different arguments and fighting others, but it's really speaking with the 60% of people who will be good if we provide them context that they will lean towards good. And I think somehow those Gordana will have a...
No, Gordana will have...
But I think that this is somehow where at least European philanthropy, okay, Mio, you are there in Phila, but this is in fact how we are trying to discuss and find some shortcuts in this, you know, doing business that it's not business as usual.
Mia, please come in.
Very practical. For me, this is about continuing to support civil society, and if possible, in the most flexible ways.
Yeah.
So long-term core support, because it's civil society that is defending democracy, and especially organizations that explicitly work on defending democracy. And as funders, going around talking to other funders who are now shifting for democracy to climate, or from democracy to this, for democracy to that, to try and influence other funders. And finally, in terms of actions and ideas that people are trying and testing, I think the initiatives where people are engaging people massively in democratic practice. So, for example, organizations that are managing to mobilize massively around climate change, or around rivers, or against a mine, which you wouldn't think is about democracy, but it's actually all about democracy. If you, as a small organization, manage to mobilize 100,000 people, 200,000 people, 5,000 people who get engaged to go and protest and stop traffic, or start a court case, or that is a true democracy, and that, in my mind, may make people believe again that there is value for them and for their community in democracy, because that is being lost in the challenge to democracy at this point.
One of the key practices in democracy, of course, is majorities, right? And this is a bit of a tricky thing, right? Because if majorities have to be persuaded, usually you don't just have a majority opinion distilled out and everyone agrees, right? So, and in today's world, it seems like one of the big opportunities, but also kind of challenges to democracy is the power of persuasion. So we've seen very sophisticated methods being used to persuade, people, especially around elections, but just around issues, to side with one ideology, I would say, but usually those ideologies are associated also with political parties or groups of political parties. And so we get this kind of tug of war almost with opinions in society these days. And I think when I think about climate activists, for example, right, there is not one kind of flavor climate activists. There's a whole spectrum of the way civil society engages around climate. And I think it's quite interesting to see what also societal reactions are sometimes to these different actions. And I'm just wondering, within your philanthropies, how are you thinking in terms of supporting causes and issues, but also in a way that is persuadable for society to then also want the things that the activists are putting their energy into? If anyone has thoughts on that.
I have a very short one. I think this is where we take risks, because we don't know what will work, what won't. We should just trust our grantees and people that are trying and testing to see, and then they'll learn as they go and get better and better at it.
Most of the time, yes.
Did you want to expand on that, Gordon?
Well, no, I was just thinking about something slightly different, but yet along the lines, the power of persuasion, and you said, and so on. But somewhere along the line of this power of persuasion, I think we have also lost the meaning of democracy and what it actually is, and it's not just that when majority wins the election, right? There are correctives. Democracy understands that, yes, it can be the power of majority, but it can't be called democracy only if it has correctives as well that will ensure that those who didn't win election will also be represented. That's not there. And what bothers me is that is slowly getting lost in almost everything, not just parliaments, not just governments, but even in debates, right? So it somehow goes back to you're either with us or against us, and I just don't see that that can be that is sustainable. However, the non-sustainability of that kind of approach will be seen, will mirror itself in rather ugly pictures around the globe. And that is my worry. And I think that, when we risk what Mia said, we also have to be democratic, and accept that we sometimes might not like the outcome of what we support, and that's also fine, and that is the risk, right? And I think that's the learning curve. But we no longer, I don't see much of a learning curve happening around, and I miss that.
Yeah, Julia, you had some thoughts on this.
Yeah, just a thought that goes to a similar direction, because I'm originally coming from the peace building field, and I mean what we are trying to do there is to find compromises and to find consensus, and so for me, investing in democracy means a lot more than bringing people to elections. And oftentimes what I'm observing is this like total election focus, and as many as people please go to the polls, and even some programs focusing on that, like going from door to door and talking to the people and making them come to the election, and then you get the result of the election, which is totally not what you wanted, actually. It's the opposite. And so what I think where we should invest, like as societies, where we should invest a lot more is understanding how to find compromises, understanding how to find consensus, and really to fight for things, to argue, to discuss, but on a verbal level, but also to accept that there are other interests and other opinions and other needs.
Yeah, and to relate to this, for us, it was one of the aha moment, and it happened when we realized that, in fact, when you want to change something, you can do it like revolutionary and evolutionary. So you can go out, you can have protest, you can be a watchdog, you can change it, and this is needed. This is what we are referring that, you know, even if majority wins, you are sure that a minority is represented, so fight for this. And there is another thing that is like more like evolutionary, and this is even in this broken world, let's see what works, and then let's try to build on this. And for us, this type of approach helped us once when you put in your, because it's difficult to be both. You cannot be revolutionary and evolutionary in one person or one organization, because usually you are speaking with the same people on another side of the table. For us, this helped. So there is like approach when something is really broken, then go and protest. For Bosnia, that was really difficult to go and protest because we are then re-stimulating what was happening in 90s. But then we have this also different approach where let's see what works and then let's start to change it. I'm not saying about infiltrating in political parties and change them with inside, whatever, because it doesn't work. But let's try something that works and then build on this by bringing more democratic principles and trying to build something that then will empower people and change the way how they see. Because living in such a corrupted, and it's not only, I mean, okay, we can relate to the region. You just don't think that things can be different. UNFPA made a research, and I think that they said that average Bosnian, it's 33 years old, has elementary school. So this is citizens that we are discussing, this what we want to achieve. So we have to find a way how to make them democratic citizens who participate and think about public good. And it's difficult. From our chairs, it's difficult. So we have to think about different ways to bring our citizens on.
Yeah, I think there's one challenge at the societal level, and in philanthropy can invest also in society and education. But I think there's also a challenge for democracy and the system of how it works in itself, because there's kind of a ticking clock as to how quickly democracy has to deliver before citizens will become fed up with democracy and start to wonder if a strong leader might be a better solution. And so I think that, you know, there's a real challenge for democracy in terms of compromise, in terms of finding outcomes. And I don't think that democracies have faced that kind of a pressure in recent history before to say, look, if you don't deliver, your time is limited. And I think that this is something that we're starting to face more and more, that there's an impatience with the outcomes of governance. I'm looking at the clock, and this is the point in time where we get to take questions from our audience for Q&A. So anyone who would like to come in at this time, please raise your hand, and you'll be handed a mic from the tech team. What's this gentleman here? Yeah.
Hi, my name is Eric Nelson. I was the U.S. Ambassador in Bosnia-Herzegovina, and I'm now the Associate Director at the Marshall Center in Bavaria. I want to thank the panel for a great discussion, and the last panel heard a challenge from the audience of where's the sense of urgency. I think that you all are working in a very important space in this region. My own observation that the people of this region have tremendous competitive advantage in adaptability and resiliency from surviving centuries of adversity. And the EU benefits from that now largely when people leave. And they are achieving their potential in diaspora. The EU could benefit more if that adaptability and resilience were fully activated here locally. And you all are making important investments in that. And the Vesna mentioned that I'm surprised I'm at a conference about the Balkans. We haven't talked much about brain drain yet. But the challenge is, and the urgency is, that those citizens who feel they have agency to make a difference are leaving. Whether they can make a difference through their vote or a difference by engaging their community or finding a venture and a job. And the work that you're doing at that grassroots level is invaluable. So I want to return to Mia's point about venture capital. If philanthropists, was that yours?
No. It's Gordana's point.
Oh, Gordana, you talked about, you talked about philanthropists or venture capitalists. And the success of a venture capitalist is when there's a public offering, when the market comes in and invests heavily in that great idea and that great group or individual. So I'm wondering what, and I'm looking at the room too, which is sadly sparsely populated compared to the last panel where people were expecting political giants to bring the solutions instead of individual citizens. So in that marketplace, I'm wondering what could be done to improve the handoff from your support to the EU or to the market, to investors, to others who are ready to come, or to even creating political will in a country where the country is ready to change the laws, to open more space. What's missing in scaling up the individual ventures that you're supporting and those great ones that deserve to flourish? Is there a gap there that could be resolved to create some progress and counter the pessimism and negativity that dominates discussions about the future of this region? Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'll take a second question and then bring in the panel, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Alexandra Martas. I'm the Director of International Security Dialogue Department at the Geneva Center for Security Policy. I was here on the second session today talking about European political community. I think I will not have a question, but more a suggestion and an idea and a comment, and that relates to some of the issues you raised during the panel, and also that relates to your question right now. So you started by saying that you're also lacking the ideas now, basically how to support in this polarized world, in this very difficult environment, what can be done. I think the same questions are asked by our governments on the political level. They are lacking ideas. What needs to be done? I'm here in Belgrade for the second day, and I heard the word need for dialogue about 15 times at least. We need dialogue, we need dialogue, we need dialogue. Why we need dialogue? Because it's blocked. On track one level, nothing is happening. Politicians don't want to talk to each other. Very often in this part of Europe, in another part of Europe, in another part of the world, we see there's a clear trend now to live in the echo chambers and not to discuss with each other. What can be suggested in this situation is to have those informal, confidential spaces for dialogue without track one, politicians, officials being involved, but with experts. Again, I'm not talking here about academic discussions in universities, research papers. No, those are the experts that are directly linked with decision makers, policy makers in their countries that could get together with non-like-minded, with the people they shouldn't be seen with, probably together, but think together and come up with ideas that could afterwards be channeled to decision makers. So we in our center, from the name of my department, you probably understand, do those dialogues, and I should tell you that they're very much appreciated in different countries. When we talk to different states, they say, oh, that's very interesting, but we can't be associated to this, but please come and tell us what you discussed there, because we really need this. And right now there is no political will, again, to use those ideas, but they need to be there on the table. It takes time also to generate them, so when political will and the moment is right, why don't we come and use them? So that's one of my suggestions. We work with a number of private foundations for whom it's a new sphere of philanthropy. A lot of them work in health issues, but they find it really interesting and something that helps to address the current world blockade and polarization. So one of the ideas for you, and I'll be happy to discuss it.
Thanks very much. Mia, I see you want to speak.
I just wanted to say we do that in this region. I would say it's useful, but with the positions as entrenched as they are, it's not actually moving the needle. And we have a number of processes that we are funding that are track two processes, or 1.5 track 1.5. Vesna, you wanted? Yeah. Can I just say a small thing about that? You have no idea how much thinking is going into this, and we are not finding answers because young people, nobody wants to tell these young people don't leave. I'm one of the people that left, so I have no credibility in telling anyone not to leave. We do have conversation with them. I've been a part of an initiative where in the United States we've tried to gather beautiful, brilliant people from this region that are now teaching in all of the universities in the United States. They all want to do something for their countries. Most of them are not considering going back, but they are all willing to do something. They don't want to be associated with politics, either from here or in DC. They don't even want to go to meetings in DC, although they would be great advisors to American government. And it's really hard. The one idea that they recently came up with was they would all be willing to come teach here, spend time here, share their skills, come be 6 months, be 12 months, and then leave. And I think maybe that would be a potential pathway to maybe then bringing some of them back. But honestly, that's a question, million-dollar question that none of us have answers to.
And in relation to this, and thank you, Ambassador, for the question, because we didn't even mention this, that every time when we are giving money, we are also thinking about how to strengthen infrastructure for giving, infrastructure for philanthropy, so that every euro that we give somewhere, it's matched by other euro. And then it has significant impact on democracy, because people feel invited to join, invited to participate, empowered because they did something for their own community. And now with this huge and enormous people going out, usually they don't want to give back immediately. And when I say give back, I don't think only about money, but second generation, and then later on, they want to give back different things here. And we think that it's important, this is important link that we should be building on. And then what we have to do, they are not giving, they said because of two reasons. A, they are not asked. And B, it's not easy to give. They don't trust. So right now in building this infrastructure for philanthropy in the region, we are trying to work on advocacy action to change the laws. We are trying to make it easy, that it's simple and easy. If I'm in Canada, or even if I want to come to teach in Bosnia, what does it mean? To whom should I go? What is easy infrastructure for me to give back? And we cannot, I mean, we dream about this, that we will create better opportunities. For those who wants to live, that's perfectly fine. But those who wants to stay, that we can create opportunities for them to stay. And in fact, I think that every single one of us is trying to do, sorry, this is stiff and I'm not moving my head. But I think that this building infrastructure for philanthropy that should result that every citizen is a philanthropist and can contribute something, it is important part of the work that we are doing, because this is also part of democracy. This is how you participate.
Thanks so much. We have 2 minutes left. So I see there's one more question. Okay, we'll take a final question.
Thank you. I'm from the periphery, very glad to be the final question. Julia Ivan from Amnesty International of the Netherlands. And I really appreciated your comments, Mia, on sustainability and how it's an investment to work as a philanthropist. And my question is maybe the elephant in the room, is that we hear a lot from our local partners in Serbia that sustainability is a real challenge, and core funding and the lack of core funding is a key problem that is sometimes insurmountable, and NGOs need to close down because they just simply don't have the funds to do so. True with EU funding, project and grant-based dependency on these funding, that's a very important struggle now. And my question would be if you feel an urgency around that, and if your organizations are promoting it with your discussions with other partners, if it could be like a movement of philanthropists to be more risk-taking and invest more in sustainability, fundraising, comms, etc. You know the game. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we just take the final question here, and then we'll go.
Thank you. Biljana Dakic of Partners Global, formerly of Track Foundation, one of the local grant makers. Before I make a question, I just wanted to refer to something that distinguished ambassador mentioned, and this is the participation of citizens. What Vesna just mentioned, the importance of the building of philanthropic infrastructure, I cannot stress it enough, speaking from practice, because what we are seeing across the region is increased participation of citizens in giving for public cause, which actually, in a way, by providing support to various local initiatives, they're actually, how to say, regaining their own participation in public processes. What I wanted to ask the distinguished panel, and being very happy about the gender structure of this panel, like some others, is the fact that was mentioned on the previous panel and also 2 times with the participants, and that is the political will and the common approach. There was a mention at the previous panel that we need more political will and more common approach to bring the region closer to the EU. So my question is, to what extent the philanthropists in Europe and in the States, as a kind of transatlantic philanthropic community, use their clout, the resources they have, and the ears of the decision makers that they have the access to actually accelerate the movement of the region towards democratic processes and to the EU? And also, to what extent do they take a common approach in doing this? Because we talk a lot about the donor coordination, but is there an opportunity to do it even more specifically between the private and the public donors? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mia, it seems like the questions were directed to you. I'll give you a chance first to answer.
I'll try and be short and quick. Thank you for that question. I don't think it can be overstated what's happening right now in Serbia, and I think this is coming to other countries in the region. The organizations are, I would say, 50% that I know are in crisis, financial crisis, and the political crisis is coming after them as well. So they're being targeted and so on. From what I know, in addition to us, there is maybe one other funder that gives general support. And then there are 2 or 3 others that give very flexible grants, not general support. That is nothing. That is ridiculous. And we do lots of advocacy around it, and we are trying to influence others, but it's really, really difficult. And then the final point on that is, we recently had a meeting of the Balkan funders, and we just did a straw poll in the room, and what we realized was that there is, amongst all of us that were sitting in the room, maybe $20 million going into the region every year. That is nothing. That is nothing compared to the needs, compared to other funding that's coming. So if all of that money was general support, if all of the money coming from the philanthropy and private foundations, that would make a huge difference. And Biljana's questions, yes and no. We all try. They don't normally listen to us. I'm pretty sure that all of us are engaged and meet our colleagues in the ministries for development and state departments, and most of the times we ignored. That's my impression.
Well, I see the clock flashing at us in red. We're 3 minutes over. So on that positive note, I'm going to close the panel and invite everyone who would still like to have a conversation to approach us. And thank you very much, and have a nice lunch.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. Just a few housekeeping notes before everyone rushes out to lunch. Lunch is until 3 o'clock, and after lunch, we will have the beginning of our parallel panel. So in here, there will be a panel about state capture, and in the room next door about Russia, what kind of ally it is. And after the state capture panel here, we have a surprise address, keynote address by Heather Conley, the president of the German Marshall Fund. So hopefully everyone, even if you're at the parallel panel, will come in here for the address. Thank you, and enjoy your lunch. And thanks to our Janel.
Good afternoon and welcome back. Next is the panel on state capture, followed by the keynote speech at 4 o'clock by Heather Conley, President of the German Marshall Fund of the United States. So, what countries are seen as captured states? What this concept implies, who should lead the fight against it, and with what means? Answers to that questions will be on our speakers in this afternoon's panel, and they are Reinhard Priebe, legal expert, Nikola Dimitrov, President of the Balkan Center for Constructive Policies, Solucija, Lenče Ristoska, Liaison Prosecutor for the Republic of North Macedonia in Eurojust, and Jelena Pejc-Nikic, Senior Researcher in the Belgrade Center for Security Policy. Moderator of this panel is Mr. Ivor Shipkin, Director of New South Institute. Please, gentlemen and ladies, take the floor.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's do it like that, yeah. Maybe if
you okay, please.
Why don't you? Okay.
All right, good afternoon. I hope more people will join us because I think this is a potentially important conversation. So thank you for inviting me to be here. I'm very much the imposter at this event. I'm neither European nor from the Balkans. I'm from South Africa, and I think I was invited to be here because I'm regarded in certain circles as someone who has some experience of state capture, not so much in capturing states, although that does sound like an interesting pursuit, but in resisting state capture. So this is really the topic of today. And I think it marks an important departure in this event. We've been talking about, for the last several hours, and since yesterday, international organizations and their relationship to EU, the UN, and its relationship to security, global security, and European security, and especially within the Balkans. I think now we get a chance to move towards the domestic states, the states as key players, the characteristics of states, and how those internal characteristics produce their relationship to security internally and in the region. And I think in this regard, state capture is an important phenomenon. The term, though, the concept is contested, especially in relationship to an older term, corruption. So I think my opening question for this panel, and I'm going to give you all the attention, and we're going to start with Jelena, if you don't mind, is to get a sense of how we understand state capture and how it manifests in your region. How is it different? Is it just another word for corruption? Or is there something distinct and specific about it that makes it worthwhile talking about state capture as opposed to patrimonialism or corruption or something like that?
Thank you, Iver, for the question. The term state capture has been used widely in previous years, although it does create some confusion because different actors use it for different things, and it is very important to explain what we mean in the Belgrade Center for Security Policy by researching state capture, especially in the security sector, which is our domain. I think it's a very useful term to explain what's going on now in the Western Balkans. It can also be used elsewhere as to explain the nuance between the corrupt democracy and autocracy. And I think it's also useful because it's a very catchy term. And the term capture captures its essence because the state is captured, taken away from citizens. State capture is far more than incidental corruption, which is normal in democracies also. It is a state of widespread systematic corruption to the point where institutions are mainly used or abused for some party, private or particular interest to the detriment of the public interest and public good, so the interest of the citizens. Which is this private or particular interest? It is to extract public goods into private pockets and to remain in power. You have to remain in power if you want to continue with this process. But you also need to grant impunity to the perpetrators of this process. So you have to neutralize all the usual control or oversight mechanisms, such as the judiciary, the legislative power, independent institutions, but also other actors of oversight, such as the media or the public, the civil society, etc. So this is by no means an incidental process. It is a strategic, intentional endeavor with these two set goals, as I explained. On the other hand, what differs the state capture from autocracy is this facade of democracy. You still try to pretend that you have institutions. They formally function, but they do not act proactively. They do not do their mission, and their mission is abused. So not only do the institutions do not do their job, but they're also used to attack all dissenting or critical opinions. People who express different views from the opposition, from the media, from the civil society. A part of this democratic facade is also this external picture that the country wants to give. And when talking about Serbia, where I come from, the term stabilocracy has been used. Because in the outer world, the Serbian regime wants to portray itself as the guarantor of stability in the region. And while granting stability, the international community can turn a blind eye to the internal practices in the country. So the state still functions, and although institutions are abused, there must be a level of functionality, because you have to get support from the citizens at every elections. You have to do it. You can do it by manipulation, but also by creating a parallel reality through the captured media. That's it for the. I already talked too much.
Do you want to give your take and perhaps agree or disagree with what?
Take a microphone.
Nicholas,
Yes.
Your turn.
Great to be here. I really enjoyed the conference last year. So, and I just arrived from Skopje. We have sort of a claim on the brand. Infamous brand of state capture.
No, I think you're in strong competition here.
When it comes to this region, because the European Commission for the first time used it in a report on now North Macedonia, if I'm not mistaken, probably back in 2016, something like that. 15 maybe even, 16. And state capture to me is when the state, the public institutions, prosecutors, courts, ministries, local administration, they do not serve the public interest, the common good, the interest of the people. They serve the party and sometimes the private interest of the party leadership. And the bad news from our experience, I used to come to Belgrade with good news. There was a drive to give strength to strengthen institutions. But I think we failed. And we are now back, only the hope is lost. We have apathy, and we again have state capture. The bad news is you cannot free the state institutions only with change of power. You can topple a political regime, it's not enough. You have to reboot the system. And for this you need a political class that will move in that direction, but an immense public pressure coming from the people. Otherwise, it won't be possible. Why I say we are back in, we have done a very sad, upsetting U-turn back. Our change of power back in 2016-17 was about justice. We had leaks, all people heard governance was really terrible, And essentially it was about becoming rich and getting votes. So we mobilized and we toppled them. So the promise was justice. What we have now, 5-6 years later, is we have the successor of this government that was brought in place to deliver justice is all about impunity. Only 3 weeks ago, something like that, they changed the criminal code to reduce the sanctions for high-level corruption and abuse of office. Legally also reducing the statute of limitations, so many of the cases, active cases, are going down the drain. Nowadays, I hear there is political pressure on the Supreme Court to revive legally the pardons of the late President Ivanov. So there is a lot about impunity. And I think there is no other way by we either give up as Macedonian citizens or we decide to, pick up the fight again because justice was not delivered. To make it a bit more difficult, we live in a geopolitical moment where countries still talk about values, but our natural allies are not as principled as we would like them to be. They become somewhat opportunistic. So the readiness to turn a blind eye to obvious backsliding is actually worrying. Only because maybe we are friends with them, they listen to us. You cannot compromise on the big principles, on freedom of the media, on justice, on rule of law. And I think we can never be a stable region if we don't take the rule of law seriously. So I feel, and I say this with great sadness, that the tissue, the fabric of my country is actually almost falling apart. Because the trust in the judiciary is ignorable. I think maybe 1 or 2% of the people have full trust in the judiciary. People don't think, justice can be actually delivered in the country. And I think we have to take this seriously because of all the issues, bilateral disputes, European integration. If we don't fix this, we will never fix our countries. I better stop here because
Reinhard,
3 minutes, 4 minutes.
Have a shot at this. I mean, I think some really important issues have been put on the table around democratization, its relation to democracy, ideology, institutions.
Yes. Well, as far as I see, this concept of state capture is a relatively new one. I've been dealing with the Balkans for years, for decades, but I came across this notion only 4 or 5 years ago. And it is more different from corruption, in my view. We could spend the rest of the hour to define the state capture. One element is certainly that it is more than some shortcomings here and there. It's not that the system of promoting judges in the country is not the best one, but it has a dimension of gravity, and we should leave it by that. We should not call everything which is going wrong and which is not compatible to European standards state capture. It has a gravity. It has, as has been mentioned by those who are capturing the state, an intentional approach. It's a process, and very often is a long-term process, where it is very important to see the beginnings of the process, which you would not as such perhaps yet define as a state capture. So that is the usefulness of this concept. Where this becomes a bit doubtful, and I have quite some doubts on this concept, is that it seems to cover very different situations. So I think it came first from something from the World Bank in relation to your country, where the capture was rather by private companies of the state, whereas in the context of the Balkans, we are rather speaking about public actors getting hold against the normal rules. That is also an element. And when I had the privilege to write a report of the rule of law situation together with some experts on your country a few years ago, in an internal discussion, the group once said, we have to mention here this is state capture. The Minister of Justice is giving instruction to the judges, and a very knowledgeable colleague in our group said, this is not state capture, because nobody captures a state. It is a capture of the judiciary by the government. It is a capture within. So we have very different concepts. What I think is also very characteristic, or if you observe the situation where you think there is state capture in a country, the target of capture is very often the judiciary, the security services, or all those bodies which are meant to control state institutions. Anti-corruption office, data protection office. So you see that where there is an intention of some actors, wherever they are, to get hold of the system contrary to the normal rules of the game, the target is very often the same, because if you get the judiciary under control, and if you get the control bodies under control, and if you get, like in your country under Gruevski, the Secret Service under control, then the rest is also controlled. So that seems to be a common phenomenon in all these cases where we speak about state capture. I assume we will come later on the question where we have state capture. We certainly, unfortunately, also have now elements of state captures in some of the EU member states.
Lenche, would you like to contribute?
Yes, I will close the round. It's the most difficult to close the round because all the good points are already exhausted, but let me do it from a legal perspective. I also agree with my colleagues that corruption and state of capture are totally different phenomena. Corruption, but they both share one common ground, and that's illicit enrichment as a final goal to corruption and to state of capture. And when we are talking about corruption, we are talking about, let's say, two-sided relationships in which both sides voluntarily contribute in corruption in order to profit in a certain way. But when we are talking about state of capture, things are a little bit more different. We don't have this two-sided relationship. It might happen that the controlling elites that want to impose their powers later on will access to certain people that will voluntarily contribute to their goal, and then we are talking about corruption. But that's only one aspect of the state of capture. As it was rightly pointed out, there are many other aspects. One of them is that this final goal, and I'm using the word controlling elites intentionally, because not always the political parties are the controlling elites. Sometimes they are governed by economical centers, which are more powerful by them. And Nicola mentioned that even political elites have their own private interests. So it can be behind these political elites huge economical interests to be the ones that are capturing the state and governing everything that is been going on. So the second aspect that we should consider is that in certain situations, there is no voluntarily contribution on the other side. In some situations, when controlling elites want to impose their power, they use threats, they use mobbing toward the people employed in the state agency, in the governmental bodies, etc. They marginalize the professionals that do want to work their job professionally and unbiasedly. And sometimes there is violence in implementation toward their end goals. So all these criminal aspects will understand that we have corruption, we have all these violent crimes for achieving the same goal, and moreover, what Jelena rightly pointed out, we have this third set of elements within the captured state which goes beyond the criminal liability, and that is influencing the freedom of speech, the freedom of media, spreading misinformation, influencing the transparency, etc., as a third set of diminishers, I would say, toward the democratic values in the society. And to me, a state of capture is a hub that integrates all these three aspects that I was talking about. And seeing from this perspective, I may say that all of this is toward the same goal. People that have power want to contain their power for the future illicit enrichment, so they will have this situation that will enable illicit enrichment in the future for them, but at the same time, which is the most important thing, will grant impunity for their actions.
Thank you. So I think what's interesting, already we have a framework which I think is useful around stressing the character of democracy. This is a challenge to democratic politics. It's a political phenomenon. It focuses on institutions, capturing public institutions and weakening them in all cases. And also, this is the third element which I think is so important, and I want to draw a conversation around this. It has an ideology, and I want to explore what that ideology is. In South Africa, it had a very strong ideology, one which invoked post-colonial and decolonial language to justify it, called itself a project of radical economic transformation. It was very clearly an ideological and political project in that regard. So we've been discussing at a fairly high level, abstract level. Can we move to a more sort of concrete discussion about state capture in your particular environments? And then should we start with you, but anyone just jump in afterwards?
Okay. It was 2015, the year when I personally witnessed what a state capture truly feels like. Just to give a short background, 2015 was the year when North Macedonia was affected by a huge wiretap scandal that led to a political crisis. And as a solution to that political crisis, it was agreed that one of the solutions will be forming of a special prosecution office that will investigate the wiretap scandal, who is doing this wiretapping, and to investigate, as Nicola mentioned, all the alleged crimes that we could hear from the wiretaps, mass corruption, etc., etc., etc. My former boss was elected as a special prosecutor, and that's how I became a member to the Special Prosecution Office, serving as her deputy. Some of the cases I've been working on involved investigating exactly that, whether the Secret Service was illegally wiretapping citizens. And I was among the cases that give me the sense of the feeling about state capture beside these corruption cases was investigating illegal political party financing at that time. So from my perspective, I could say that the state of capture functioned at different levels in North Macedonia at that time. First level was that all the decision-maker positions were captured. First within the institutions, because on this decision level enabled political elites to go to the point of illicit enrichment. So the decision makers within the executive bodies, the institutions, agencies, enable them through their decisions to come to the point of illicit enrichment. Second level of protection was through the justice system. So as it was pointed out, security services, police, prosecutor offices, courts were also captured, and certain cases will never have to be investigated or will never have to see the end of the light, even if some kind of investigation existed. So I would say that in this system that was created, like this magic circle that can never end, forming a special prosecution office was like a little glimpse that just changed this constant ring. We had our independent investigators, so we were able, outside of the system, to investigate on what was going on within this magical circle and within this system. And what I can tell you that as a prosecutor, investigating previously and investigating during the SPO was totally different. Institutions were not compliant at all. As a prosecutor, you will send requests to get the evidence. We were totally ignored. No response from the state institutions. Sometimes there would be response, but very few evidence will be given, unimportant ones. Sometimes we would have been given so much evidence, but not the important ones. So again, all the procedure will be stopped. Let me just remind myself, because there were many abstractions. Yes, we would receive falsified documents that later in the state you believe that that's true because that was issued by state institution, and later you find out that somebody from the state institution gave you falsified evidence. And there was a huge misuse of the procedures for classifying documents, so everything suddenly became a state secret. Clearance certificates were required to have on the highest level in order to access a data that when we accessed, we saw that there is no need for that such a level of secrecy. So there were other forms of influences. These are just part of them. And there were other forms of influences like threats, security risks, which I would say come with the job at that time. But there was a huge witness tampering. Witnesses were reluctant to come to the prosecution office to testify, to give their statements. There were people that were monitoring who enters and exits the building of the special prosecution office, and they will access the witnesses later on and say, why did they call you? What did you speak about with the prosecutor? So everybody was like, you sent a summon and nobody is appearing. And then you call them and say, what's the problem? You know you have to come. We can summon you through the courts. And they would say, no, I'm too afraid. And yet the courts play another role. If first time in my life as a prosecutor I have requested a search warrant where it was refused, I'm saying a grounded search warrant. And how am I going to do my job if I'm not searching premises, if I'm not searching computer data and analyzing all this data? Without evidence, I cannot prove anything. So the courts were very reluctant over every aspect. And as a prosecutor, not only that I've been faced with security risks and threats at that time, but they were criminal charges. I was like public enemy. There was literally a criminal charge for harming the state interests of the state just because I'm investigating the Secret Service at that time. So there were many levels of obstruction that came through the investigation, but when it became obvious that investigations won't stop, that this clearly has to have certain ends, then our former president, Nicola mentioned this, comes out and gives pardonings. And these pardonings were not given only to the defendants, which was the funniest thing, because these pardonings were for all the people that we have ever asked inquiries. Some of them were just witnesses, some of them were collaborators of justice, which in a legal sense, it's absurd, because only defendants can be pardoned. And all these pardonings that at that point happened were just to prevent the work of the Special Prosecution Office. Long story short, all that ended. We were able somehow to file indictments. As Nicola said, the government changed. But if you're asking me, things didn't.
So, I mean, what strikes me and what is so fascinating is that your prosecuting authority had retained some autonomy during this period.
Yes.
Whereas in South Africa, they captured the leadership of the prosecuting authority itself.
Yes, but I was going to get to that point now in my expose further on. And when the government, I think that the autonomy that was granted then was part of the political deal, because without the autonomy of that office, it would haven't been that kind of a deal to set up a special prosecution office. The thing that happened next is that after the government changed, it was the first time when my boss said, you won't be working on this case ever again, and she mustn't receive any information on this case, which was really awkward from one regard. And then later, years later, we see that she's arrested for corruption as well. So that story ended up really sadly. We were taken back to the old office. In the old office, we have principles of hierarchy and subordinacy, where as prosecutor you have to be obedient. It is not expected for you to be vocal, for you to be, I don't know, with high level of integrity and professionalism. That's not principles that are respected, and I believe that this is why my road in the prosecution office, it's quite harsh, and I've been denied from promotion twice. But let's get back to the point of state of capture. What later happened in the later stages is that, of course, there were still corruption scandals that were out there in the public, but they were not properly addressed, as they were not addressed even before. And of course, it continued the trust of the people in the judiciary to fall. Now it's only 1%, it's so low, it has never ever been so low. But how we came to 1% is that the next things that happen, apart from the threats and the pressures that I have received as a prosecutor, is that you see at a certain point that this doesn't help. You cannot influence in all the cases the prosecution office and the judiciary, and what came next is capturing the legislative process. We had several amnesty law, and then we had a law on criminal code. Nicola already explained how the criminal code affected and things like that. And let me just conclude that it's my final statement, I promise you. And the goal of this amnesty law was double. From one side, it grants impunity, but from the other side says, guys, that you are supporters, to the ones who are collaborators to the state of justice, you will be protected if you stay on our side. So in this light, I would say that it looked like I have witnessed to me the same story twice, and this makes me conclude that when the state of capture lasts for too long, it becomes a state of affairs that not only that supports corruption, but also provides impunity. And that's the thing that's scary.
Yes, I think that question of impunity is fundamental. Reinhard, you wanted to come in here.
Yes, well, we are talking a lot about Macedonia, and you rightly said that the notion came up in the Gruevski wiretapping scandals. In a report, I think 5 years old, the European Commission said that there are elements of state capture in all the Western Balkan states, which dispenses us from starting now a discussion which of the Western Balkan countries is state capture free and which is not. You have elements everywhere, maybe in different degrees, and as I said, in very different situations. So, for example, I think the extremely difficult constitutional situation in Bosnia-Herzegovina, I would not classify the difficulties there in the first place as problems of state capture, but rather as problems of a very ambitious, extravagant federal construction of a state with actors of all sides not being ready to be constructive. So it's a bit a different problem. Now, the issue from a European side is, of course, the question, how does state capture influence the enlargement process? You can put it cynically, there is no accession condition that a country needs to be state capture free. Mm-hmm. But having said that, you can hardly imagine, if you have serious situations of state captures, that there will be any speedy progress towards membership of the European Union. So, and even worse, very often the European Union has no other choice to deal in the pre-accession process with those people who are the state capturers, or who are suspected to be the state capturers, and then huge mistakes have been made in the past on this, promoting as good counterparts politicians who have turned out later on to be the biggest problem of the country. So the issue is, how can you improve things? And even more so, how can the European Union help the countries to improve things when we are having ourselves, and it's not only Hungary, but Hungary certainly, strong elements of state capture in some of our EU countries. And you could, in a provocative way, even say further on, the fact that the Hungarian Prime Minister a few days ago qualified the majority decision of the Council of Ministers on migration as a legal rape might be the beginning of capture of the European Union by some of the heads of government. Well, this is a bit exaggerated, perhaps. So it is a situation where you hardly find solution. Hardly find solution coming from within the institutions. It must come from outside, from NGOs, from independent bodies. The capability where you have state capture, that within the institutions you will overcome the problem. I doubt that this will happen.
I think there's a lot of wanting to move on to the question of how to resist, but I want to bring you in here around how does this story relate to the story here, the Serbia? Is this a similar sort of mechanism to the way it happened? It's the state has been captured in Serbia. It's very different to the way it happened in South Africa, and it's worth thinking around that. And it might come to a kind of a typology to deal with Reinhardt's question mark about the existence of the phenomenon itself. But what is the Serbian situation? Does it resemble that in North Macedonia?
Well, all the state captors or autocrats copy recipes for capturing, but nevertheless, all these countries are different. They have different factors influencing it, and that is very important when we discuss the next step, how to decapture a captured state. For example, when I read the Pribe report for Macedonia, it was like I could just replace North Macedonia with Serbia, because in the Belgrade Center for Security Policy we have been monitoring the security sector even before. I mean, we exist more than 25 years. We were always advocating for security sector reform. And then when we saw there's no further progress, and then things went backwards. Since 2012, when the new regime got on power, we already warned on concentration of power and some tailor-made laws which enabled actually the persons loyal to the regime to be put on key positions in the security sector. So institutions are about procedures, but they are made out of people, and the capture starts from the top. And even now we have, and the European Commission also monitors it, we have more than 50% of top senior management positions in state administration which are acting positions. So these are people who you can absolutely control. They are appointed for 6 months. Some of them are now appointed even retroactively. For example, today the government adopts a decision when Mr. Chipkin is head of anti-corruption agency. I mean, this is just, it's not real, but...
I haven't been appointed to such a position.
Like from April this year, so there's quite a legal uncertainty there. Then you put, of course, then you adopt laws which give more power to these people heading the institution. They give them more discretionary powers. At the same time, we've seen, we were bombed by legislative proposals in the security sector regarding the armed forces, the police, even security services, which all had the same trends. So increasing discretionary powers of these top officials, which are political appointees, then decreasing transparency in these institutions so that we cannot control them. And also giving more power to these institutions to control the population. And the latest example was actually very current, the draft law on internal affairs. It's an epic story in Serbia where they tried, the Ministry of Interior and the government have tried twice to bring a law on internal affairs which had all of these trends. It has been although a success story because the civil society has alarmed the citizens that this goes to the detriment of them, their human rights, and also the international community, first and foremost the European Union that monitors rule of law processes in the country. So there was a massive response by the public, and I think a strong response by the international community to stop this draft law twice, so that the Ministry of Interior had to engage in dialogue with us to actually improve this draft law. We will see what will happen next. But security sector institutions are still captured. People, for example, we still do not have the director of the police, and the minister is the figure that makes key decisions. People who are heading the Ministry of Interior and the Civil Intelligence Agency are people who have been tied with organized crime by independent media, and the institutions who should investigate these allegations have actually made all the excuses to protect these people from any further prosecution and media attention.
So I think we should move on now to the question of resistance to state capture. How we can resist it, and what are the opportunities both within our states and transnationally. And I want to start with you, Nicola. But I want to say from the South African experience, what was really interesting, and I think this is where perhaps there's a lesson here, was the extraordinary range of social activism which was generated. Partly spurred on by the work of journalists. South Africa has a very free press. Journalists constantly exposing states of either massive corruption or of the weakening of the democratic process, which spurred on quite a massive civil rights movement against state capture. So it'd be interesting to understand in your context, what are the options to resist it, and how can it be addressed? Nicola, should we start with you?
It's a tough one, how to solve this, right? In our region, I think there is a widespread belief that our problems are so huge and immense and difficult to solve, we need a strong hand. A few years back, there was a donors conference here in Belgrade. I was asked to write a paper. I titled it, "The Return of the Balkan Strongman." The issue with this idea that one person with a strong hand can fix a nation, a country, or the countries in the region cannot be as far from what we really need, because they usually make institutions captured and weak. And we talked about corruption, we talked about impunity. One special form of corruption that is an essential ingredient for state capture is political clientelism. You put your party buddies, the CEO of the state-owned electricity company, the manager of the waste management company in Skopje or Belgrade or another city. So everything is party, party, party. And they refer to the leader. They are not responsible, and they, to the citizens, to the public, to the party, to the leader. So how to break this? I think in every country there are islands of integrity. Investigative journalism is a major weapon. So for this we need free media. The landscape in the region differs. In some countries there is a healthy level of free media, even better than some EU member states. But some are not that fortunate because state capture also grabbed that. Then it can be an ombudsman in a country. It can be someone like Lenche, who is part of the public prosecutor's office. I hope there are more of them. It can be State Commission Against Corruption, praised in Brussels, criticized in Skopje by the government, or the State Audit Office. So we need to recognize these islands, support them, be it institutions, be it professionals, and we need to build a network that will push in this direction. Civil society, citizens, we also are partly to blame as citizens because we have to be also principled when it comes to us. I don't ask a favor. What is clientelism? It's a system where, in order to become a judge, you owe favors. If you owe favors to the politicians, you are not independent. So it's not always money that is changing hands. It's also influence and this feeling of I am indebted to them. So we need to break that. Not easy, but this is our generational challenge and task.
What is so interesting is you've put your finger on a whole range of areas, but one of the key ones which you've all spoken about without actually using the term, and that is around public administration, public service. So the ability to deploy or appoint people in key positions is often a function of the rules of public service. So this is a key vulnerability. In the South African case, state capture was facilitated by the fact that in the public service system in South Africa, specifically allowed the president and ministers to make appointments in key government departments. So these sorts of public service issues are key. And I just want to make a link to the previous session. The panel before this was on philanthropy, and the questions around what sort of things which organizations, progressive philanthropists should be supporting in defending democracy. Well, it seems to me that these kinds of broader things which we've been talking about are correct and absolutely need to be supported, but it's also questions of the configuration of governments, the configurations of administrations, which is a key area of which are needing reform. But let me expand this question around the areas of resistance and how we can deal with state capture. Lindsay, you've spoken about public prosecution as a key one, but there are constraints around how far that can go.
Yeah.
What else is there? What else can we do?
Well, I think that public prosecution office is a good place to start, but the case of North Macedonia has shown that we need a more wide and more strategic approach if we want to tackle capture state. So it is good to have a prosecution office that needs to have independent investigative center, but you also need to have professionals, as Nicola rightly pointed out, within the state administration that will be responsive when it comes to accessing the needs of the prosecution office. And we need to have on all levels, in my opinion, merit-based system that will guarantee that we won't have clientelism, not within the prosecution offices, not within the judiciary, not within the justice sector, because I see that this sector is the one that should be protector both of the rights of the citizens and of the public interest.
Yelena, in Serbia, what are the options for resisting state capture? You've had
Yes, it is a difficult question, and we've trying to find ways to decapture the state 2 years already and preparing a study about it. We've talked with a lot of people, and I agree totally that there are these integrity pockets in institutions to which we must ally, we must support them and protect them, because they are the place where to start when rebuilding institutions afterwards. I can perhaps say what can civil society do. In Serbia, the civil society has proved to be a strong resisting point for state capture. And what have we as civil society, and more specifically the Belgrade Center for Security Policy, done? First, it has taken an endeavor to document state capture. That means to connect the dots between different events, to explain how things are connected and how this goes to the detriment of citizens. Then furthermore, we alarm the public and we alarm the citizens. We try, but the media scene is also captured, so we do not reach that many people. But we also alarm the international community, who can also be our ally in stopping some bad practices or legalizing bad practices through laws. As I said on the example of the draft law on internal affairs, I think that we are a limited factor, but we can put pressure on the government from two sides. The one and the most important side is from the citizens. So we have to mobilize the citizens to make a change. They are the final decision makers. They can do that on the election day, but they can also when they see that the institutions do not function, they go to the street, and we had that many times in Serbia. On the other hand is the pressure from the international community, and that is not just turning a blind eye, but to actively help these integrity pockets and understand the rule of law problems in the country. But it's hard to mobilize people on some abstract terms such as rule of law. It has to be something specific, something which people can relate to. And it sometimes depends on something that we cannot predict. Some event, like in Macedonia, it was mass wiretapping scandal. In Serbia, we had several events, scandals, affairs, who had this potential, but still the regime found a way to dodge the responsibility and dodge the bullet. We had Savamala in 2016. We had, yesterday we awarded the whistleblower from state arms industry, who actually unveiled how state capture was going on in this industry, Aleksandar Obradović, the company is Krušik. We had also Jovanjica, a major marijuana plantation found in Serbia, where there are proof that state officials have backed this project and have turned institutions and the public against the police officers who have actually found this. And these are all scandals or affairs that have actually manifested very obviously that there is state capture. But there are also events such as tragic events from May this year in Serbia that are not related to something that the government directly did, but they showed that institutions do not work. They show how how tragic can consequences be when the media scene is left without any regulation, when violence is promoted, etc. So the citizens gathered in large mass protests over the summer, every Saturday, and they've set requests. And civil society has supported that, also some political parties from the opposition. And we understood there that the role of the civil society as an expert community was to help them elaborate these requests. So they knew where the problem is, the citizens know where the problem is, and our role is to help them find steps how to get to that, to the key problem and how to get to solve it.
We have a few more minutes, so I thought we could open up if there's any questions from the audience or any issues that the audience want to address. Are there any questions? There's a question over here. Just stand up and introduce yourself, and are there any others?
There's a microphone somewhere.
There's a microphone going around. Yes.
I'm Milica Delic from the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. It's for all panelists. Do you see the EU integration process as a tool to tackle this problem, or not?
Yes. Question that's come up in other forums before. Let's just take a hand. Let's just take a few. Yes, sir, at the back. Well, while the mic is moving, should we start? Do you want to start addressing that question? Yes, sure.
Foundation for Justice. A quick question maybe for Yelena about the integrities, the islands of integrity or the pockets of integrity. How would you go about identifying those? Have you an analysis about what kinds of criteria to look for? And also think about that in relation to the question you just received about how European community might support identifying those islands of integrity.
We're not going to get time for a second round, so let's see if there's are there any other questions which people want to deal with? Yes, sir, there's a question over here.
Thank you very much, Edward P. Joseph, Johns Hopkins University in Washington. Nicola, you may remember the ICG report I did in your country about corruption where we named names. And the reason we named names was to inspire the international community to confront the government on the corruption issue, which was actually a security issue. And so a question now for the panelists, maybe Mr. Priba, you would like to address this, which is how do international actors, how can we inspire international actors, diplomats, officials, to address the corruption issue when we all know it's an issue that they do not like to raise? There's a great word in English for it. They're squeamish when it comes to corruption. They're very uncomfortable. They say, oh, I don't have evidence. I need my access. And so they don't raise it. And so I would appreciate some comments on that. Thank you.
All right, so let's start. We have a hard stop in 2 minutes. So to be concise. Thanks.
Well, I think, I'm not speaking for the European Union anymore, but I think the EU has in a certain way reacted in putting rule of law as the top priority in the whole enlargement process. That is very much linked to this problem. What we rightly heard from all of you is at the end, and I don't want to sound arrogant, it is a cultural problem. And a cultural problem on the side of the public actors, but also the population has to start not to accept. I think in your countries, the population consider certain things as normal, which we would not in our countries consider as normal. So it will be a long process, and what is, in my view, key to put more focus on putting on the key position in the state independent persons. And maybe what the European Union made as a mistake in the past. We were all very keen to have the right legislation in your official journal, because this is part of the acquis communautaire, and we might have neglected governance beyond legislation.
Yes, well, sorry. There were several questions, not enough time. Yes, well, the role of the EU, we still consider the EU as our ally to help us actually reform the institutions. We've also, however, and we promoted another study at this same conference last year where we actually tracked down all the deficiencies of the accession process and that enabled state capture in Serbia to go in parallel with the enlargement process. So the process is too technical. The European Commission couldn't connect the dots. It couldn't link the political criteria with chapters 23 and 24. Some of that has changed even with this new clusterized methodology.
10 seconds I need. I think we are being pushed.
Yes.
Can I jump in?
Yes.
Full agreement. I think we need to have a process that is really merit-based, not only say that the accession process is merit-based. It's too politicized. We need a process that brings us somewhere. So, is membership on the table or not? If we have a real process, as an offer from the EU to the region, then this will be a huge help, but the job will have to be done from the region, by the people in the region. So it's an inevitable and credible help, but it's not sufficient without domestic agents of change.
Yeah, last word. Yes, I know it's like in the courtroom. I agree with everything that my panelists said, so we can close it now.
Super. Thank you so much. It's been a fascinating conversation. Thank you, everyone, for attending. Over to the organizers.
Thank you for all the participants of this discussion on state capture. The concept hard to define and to separate from corruption. And the next on our program is the keynote speech by Heather Conley, President of the German Marshall Fund of the United States. It will proceed without break, so please stay here. She will join us online.
Well, good afternoon. It's fantastic to be able to participate in the Belgrade Security Conference. I know everybody is trying to give a quick stretch as panelists change. I really appreciated a brief opportunity to speak to this important conference, particularly this week. And I think I'm reminded of a comment that the UK opposition leader, Sir Keir Starmer, offered and saying, this week we meet under a dark cloud. And I think that's absolutely true with the Belgrade Security Conference. And what I wanted to share just very briefly, in some ways, and I was so grateful to hear the last few minutes of the last panel, is how we do our collective work. The work of think tanks, the work of supporting civil society, of focusing on building and defending democracy, sharpening our policy toolkit, thinking about the extraordinary change that is happening in our international system, that we need to place our own work under this context as we meet under this dark cloud. We have to bring urgency to this transatlantic moment. We have to bring new thinking, new approaches, new action. And I think as I think about the meeting under dark clouds, I think about that both externally and internally. And I think, again, as we see and are witnessing the unspeakable atrocities as they play out in Israel among the kibbutz, as we look at the atrocities that have occurred in Ukraine, last spring's haunting memories of Irpin and Bucha, and the ongoing crimes, war crimes and atrocities, we understand that this moment bears great urgency. And in many ways, our transatlantic desire for stability, I think, has been a contributing factor to the instability that we see today internationally. That lack of urgency, thinking new diplomatic solutions, being more focused on problem solving, has led us to many of the situations we see today. Take, for example, Nagorno-Karabakh. After 25 years of stagnant and failed diplomacy, military action was taken to resolve that challenge. Diplomacy failed. We see that continuing example in Serbia, between Serbia and Kosovo, where the movement of military mobilization to the Kosovo border was in some ways, again, another signal that diplomacy over the last decade has grown stagnant, our approaches have grown stale, and now some believe that military solutions, violence, will address that. So this is all a constant reminder for the think tank community, the organizations that work so closely with civil society, that we must bring new thinking, new energy. We cannot stay stuck in this stability and this stabilocracy, as we call it. We really need to focus. This is all of our challenge, and it's a challenge that I give myself and my colleagues at GMF, and I share that challenge with you. But the dark clouds aren't simply only on the external horizon and in the international system. We know that some of those darkest clouds are actually formed internally. And this is where we need a very honest conversation transatlantically about the health and vitality of transatlantic democracies. We all too often see where elections may be free, but they are certainly not fair. And this is where we're seeing a playbook being repeated over and over again, where democracies are self-reducing their own institutions, media, the judicial system, to hold on to power. And this is where, again, the challenge is greatest, but also the opportunity is the greatest, to lift up those voices, to make sure that those power structures that are reducing democratic institutions cannot stand. And our work with supporting the dignity of the individual and those strong institutions to prevent the state capture that was so well articulated in the last panel, we have to prevent that. And all too often, we are describing the problem over and over again in conferences, but we are failing to bring the rigor to solve the problems, to hold leaders and governments and institutions accountable. But this is the good news. This is where we step in. This is the work of incredible academics and experts and researchers. We have to lift those voices up. This is the historical moment. This is the urgency that we need to bring to the task. So in closing, my plea is really for us to understand the historic moment that we are in right now, that we hold ourselves accountable for the world we want to live in, for our children and our grandchildren. We stand at a moment of enormous opportunity with the opportunity of both European Union and NATO enlargement. We stand at the opportunity of strengthening the international system, but we cannot use old methods, old practices. We cannot just hope that diplomacy and similar methods will provide new solutions. We actually have to produce those new ideas. So I'm so delighted that conferences such as the Belgrade Security Conference and the important work that all of you are doing are contributing to that urgency and that focus, that we can next year, as this important conference convenes, that we understood the historic moment, we seized the opportunity, we presented new urgent ideas, and held leaders accountable to make sure that we strengthen the international system. Thank you so much for your warm welcome of me at the conference. Best wishes as you continue your important work. Thank you so much.
speakers. I think it would be excellent to welcome our next panel, which is about election meddling. Election meddling takes many, many forms: direct, indirect, disinformation, and I think we have a great panel assembled to hear about how to identify it, combat it, and other strategies for coping with it. Our speakers are Jana Zolatarova, who is the manager of communications for the civil network of Opora, who arrived here from Kiev very recently. Septimius Pirvu, who is an electoral and active citizenship expert from Expert Forum, based in Bucharest. Vujo Ilic, who is a research and policy advisor from CRTA, and a research fellow at the Institute for Philosophy and Social Theory at the University of Belgrade. And they will be moderated by Tamara Brankovic, who is the Deputy Program Director of CRTA. Please come to the stage as your seats are being meticulously rearranged.
We have an extra
chair. Somebody meddled with the numbers.
Oh.
Our chairs were meddled with.
Okay, no one wants to sit next to me.
As it is.
That's good. Good. Okay, so I guess that we can start. And when we were preparing the panel, we actually started from the context in which we talk a lot about foreign interference in democracy. But we feel that we don't talk a lot yet about foreign interference in elections, whether from internal or from external actors. And that's the case, at least for Serbia. And here at the panel, I have the pleasure to talk with election observers. So we are all election observers for quite some time in Ukraine, in Romania, as well as in Serbia. And we would like now to go through this first round of questions that I would like to start from Septimius. And basically, given the fact that you observed elections in so many countries in Europe, what we would like to explore first with you is how could you advise us on how can we recognize that the foreign interference is taking place when we think we are actually observing one?
So, firstly, I think there are so many forms of interference. Sometimes you can find them individually, sometimes they are mixed. And I would not only refer to the foreign interference. I mean, of course, sometimes globally this seems to be more pregnant, but in the sense that you see I don't know, the Russian interference, the Chinese interference, but sometimes the national interference in elections might be even worse, or a combination of them all, of both of these types actually could be the worst of them all. First of all, I would very briefly define what we can think of when we speak about interference. Firstly, of course, we discuss about disinformation. We have this, let's say, technical cybersecurity side of interference. We can have, for example, interference through buying influence, buying politicians who may support a foreign cause or a political party which may support a foreign cause. And there are also other many types, including through fake observers, because this is a practice in the sense that you send some international observers with codes, and basically they are not observing what's really happening, but it's more of a fake observation. But probably what's one of the most worrying is the first one, and probably this is the hardest to see, the disinformation, the campaigns, which also can have a lot of versions from, I know, phishing campaigns, through fake accounts, basically what we see in most of EU countries, I think at this point, or in Europe, not just maybe also OSCE spaces, that authorities are very often not prepared for seeing what's disinformation or not, from different reasons. either from lack of capacity, and the issue is usually the bad people who are doing this are more prepared than the authorities. So it's always reactive. And maybe even with us, which are civil society organizations which observe are sometimes caught unprepared of new techniques which are being brought to the election market. And I think one of the most worrying trends, of course, we had all these kind of issues and all these kind of scandals with Cambridge Analytica. But we had, for example, in Brazil, where data was used illegally through Facebook and WhatsApp groups or Telegram. So there are tons of examples. But what I see worrying in the recent time, and we just have the Slovak elections, and I think one of the trends which might be even harder to identify is using deep fakes or using AI for transmitting fake messages. And there were two examples in the recent Slovak elections, in the sense that the voice of one of the main opposition leaders was falsified, and the message was that he was buying votes from the Roma community, and the other was that he was going to make beer more expensive, which it might be a very... But I think this is one of the main purposes of these kind of campaigns,
yes,
to raise discontent and to raise the fury of the public.
Yes, of course. And if I may just reflect from the Serbian experience, and when we are talking about the artificial intelligence use, we recently actually witnessed the situation where the artificial intelligence was used to alter opposition leaders and to actually prepare a propaganda material that was published at one of the national TV channels that we have here in Serbia. We are so far actually still waiting for any kind of institutional response. So I think that our institutions are as well unprepared, or maybe they don't want to get prepared for these kinds of new threats and new technology abuse, I would say. But I would like to skip to Jana. And given the fact that Opora did a really tremendous job when it comes to advocating for free and fair elections in Ukraine, of course, before the full-scale Russian invasion, could you maybe share some of the experiences which you witnessed during your advocacy, observation activities that you undertook? And could you just share the experience on from where this malign interference was coming from the government-organized or non-government-organized activities that aim to manipulate the election outcome?
Okay. Thank you, Tamara. First of all, I would like to say that we are here on security conference. Talking about safety. That means that election is also about security. I am from Ukraine. I represent here in NGO. You said that you have a lot of experience in protection and struggle for free and fair election. Before we thought that election security means defense of human rights, equal rights for everyone, for fair and free choice, without any manipulation. Now we understand that it's something bigger. Fair election is about safety of state. It's about pro-national government. It's about physical safety also, and ability to protect your land. And now about your question. I won't touch that period, about 10 years of Ukrainian independence, which history shows has a lot of cases of government manipulation with election. To tell the truth, our organization began with the struggle of fair election during the president election in 2005. You all know about the Orange Revolution. But since 2015, elections in Ukraine are organized, fair and democratic. But it doesn't mean that we hadn't any problem. Of course, we had especially authority manipulation on the local level with, I mean, multiplayer media and administrative resource. I would like to tell you our experience in one of the last elections that happened in Ukraine before full-scale invasion, major election in Kharkiv. One of the candidates, Igor Terehov, he was a major of the city of the Kharkiv City Council, and he had full monopoly on the municipal media and its Facebook pages, of course, too. They highlight here activities with a good point, but didn't notice others candidate or only criticize them. Even it was very interesting election because some local commission changed the results of it, but no one would like to understand it. And when Opera published information that the results is not fair, those media, municipal and 7 Facebook coordinated pages began disinformation campaign for our organization. That's why we should do something with such old thing as administrative resource, but not not decided how to do with it. What else?
If I may, maybe we can go in another round of questions when it comes to these channels and other activities which you were noticing. But I would like to go now to Vujo and to ask this from our experience as election observers and from the whole point of independent civic election observation of the elections. From our perspective, basically, it seems that we always, the purpose of our existence is actually to support the trust in the elections, in the election outcomes, but also to say, based on credible information, whether there were some attempts to manipulate these outcomes. But it seems that now this interference in the elections became rather a new topic for many countries in the world nowadays. And while this combating manipulation with elections is not strange to Ukraine or to us in Serbia, in the Balkans, in the countries which have the similar developing patterns, but could you tell us more about what changed in the meantime and how information manipulation in elections actually became a topic that we now can all basically relate to? How it became relevant to the world.
I think you said it well. You said that it became a new topic, and I think that's the case. Some things have changed and some things have remained the same. And the thing that remained the same is there is interference in electoral process. Since we had modern elections, we always had some form of interference. There's a book by an author called Dov Levin, published 2 years ago. He analyzes the period from the Second World War to the year 2000, and he analyzes 117 cases of foreign interference in electoral process, which were done mostly by United States, Soviet Union, Russia, and so on. And so it has always been around. What happened is that information manipulation has become more prominent, and as Septimius already mentioned, 2016 and the scandal with Cambridge Analytica and US election actually caught people off guard, that these things happen and that they can happen everywhere. So what has changed? But certainly something has changed, and I think that's the environment in which elections take place. And we can see at least 4 factors that have changed in the last 15 to 20 years. So one of them is the crisis of what we call legacy media. I think that the fact that we call them legacy media talks a lot about the sustainability of the economic model. of newspapers, radio, TV, and so on. And they have been challenged by several things, the global economic crisis and also the ascent of internet. But internet wasn't enough by itself. There is also an ascent of social media, which happened in the last 10 or 15 years, which means that we got rid of the gatekeepers, the algorithms took over, and I mean, as already mentioned now, the generative AI is becoming much more prominent. So that's two factors. The third factor is really the crisis of democracy and a wave of autocratization that has been raging for the last 10 or 15 years, in which countries that we call hybrid regimes or competitive authoritarianism, the authoritarians are holding in elections, but they're trying to manipulate the outcomes in the process. That's the third factor. And the fourth factor is the rise of illiberal actors, which now have both the capacity and the audacity to interfere in elections worldwide. And so when we look at our region, when you look at Central and Eastern Europe, we can see that these processes, I mean, there's a lot of endogeneity happening. Like, I don't know what is the cause of what, but they all reinforce each other. We see a very prominent increase in interference in elections since 2008 or 2009. And when we look at data, for instance, the Varieties of Democracy project has several data sets that point in this direction. When we look at foreign dissemination of false information, government dissemination of false information, and political party dissemination of false. When we look at Romania and Ukraine and Serbia, there are some outliers, but pretty much since 2010, it's been on an increase. And so the point that I would make here is that we can't see election interference outside of the context of information manipulation that happens in between the elections. So it's the same actors that are manipulating or spreading false information, in the 3 or 2 years between the elections. They just have a field day on election day. I would just remind the audience of the case in Serbia, where basically the date of calling an election is in itself, has been in the last 2 years, filled with disinformation. So it's been spreading through the public space. But that also means that agents or actors that are combating disinformation are basically on the same job. So election observers, which are obviously, like, we are dealing with the elections, we basically have the same job as the media and the fact checkers, which are doing the same thing in between electoral circles, which I think is a topic that we can maybe continue on later, but there's lots of work on this. And maybe the point is the changes are structural. This is not going to go away. This is going to stay with us for as long as we can see.
Yes, of course. And I mean, what maybe frightens us the most is when this manipulation starts to become, or will start becoming part of institutional practices, of legislative framework, and I can't actually not mention what you said, but this manipulation with electoral rules just before the elections were about to be called, changing the election rules like a week before calling the elections, and changing the whole environment basically in which the election game would take place, is again something that we can maybe discuss. Is it also a part of manipulating the elections, manipulating information on elections or not? And this actually brings us to this institutional and institutional resiliency topic. So given Romania's experience of being a member of the European Union, how would you evaluate the election administration preparedness and electoral actor preparedness or awareness of these threats, this undemocratic, malign interference, whether from the inside the country or outside the country?
I would connect to what Vujo said earlier about this shift in where elections take place, because to be fair, probably in most European countries, elections take place online. So they're very, I don't know, even the contact with the voter is less and less present. So I think there's a new actor, apart from the institutions themselves, which are the big platforms. So probably most of the campaigns are there. And apart from the institutions, which I don't know, might be the oversight body, might be even the police, so it depends on the country, we expect them to solve our issues, to decide what's good and what's bad. And I think this is kind of an issue, and this is what is now discussed at a EU level with a new regulation. Where is the responsibility of these platforms to block or to verify or to what do they do with the content? Because institutions in most cases, and again, if we look in Europe, there are very different types of administrations. Some are weaker, some are stronger. And firstly, I don't think it's just the job of the election management body. Because if we talk about this kind of disinformation, you also have the telecom regulators. You have other types of institutions which might have a role in somehow trying to keep control of this behavior. Regarding Romania, I think we are not in the best position, so probably I don't know if you are a very good example in this. I think we're probably where most countries are, in the sense we try to deal with these kind of new behaviors with old rules, in the sense that what we apply for offline, we also try to apply to online. And I think it also goes into a logic that we tried mostly to see if the expenses are okay, but less monitoring of the real activity. So I think the issue with Romanian elections generally, and I think it's also outside the elections, because I agree completely that you don't impact elections only on election day. You build this kind of behavior. So I think the issue is that we don't necessarily look into the content of this electoral thing. And I think also you pointed out a very interesting topic I also wanted to mention. I don't think we are a unique case in Europe. I know other countries who have this kind of behavior, but since a few years ago, political parties receive very high sums of money from subsidies, from state subsidies, around 50 million euros per year, which is quite a high sum, one of the highest in Europe per capita. And what they do, around 70, 80, 90%, depends on the year and the party, they spend on media. So basically they buy media. It's totally untransparent, so you don't know who got the money. And you see articles which are very positive about the government. The government is great. But you don't know if that's organic or it's paid. Of course, it's paid. The issue is that you don't know that it's paid. So I think in combination with this uncontrolled online environment, you have the, let's say, traditional media, which is bought by the government, and you have weak control institutions who only check from some contracts if they're okay or not. This seems to be the kind of recipe for disaster. Mm-hmm. Only one thing I want to mention is at EU level, there's a new regulation being prepared on political advertising and ads targeting. Yesterday, I think it was the last trialogue, so the discussion between the three institutions to negotiate. And what we hope this will push, would be more transparency on political advertising. So each advertising should be published, should be tagged, and most important, we should know who sponsored it, because we cannot cut the message part from the money. We need to know who paid for the message.
Yeah, sure. I just want to now ask Jana whether this would be something that you also... It seems that when we talk about manipulation, we always talk about the digital sphere, about the campaigning, which is, of course, the most, wide channel, actually, to reach the audience, etc. But we mentioned these institutional and government manipulations with the dates, with the legislative framework, with the other things. There are also fake observation missions, which Vujo tackled, and Septimius as well, but we're going to talk about it a little bit later. So in Ukraine and from the Ukrainian perspective and experience, what are the most influential channels or more suitable channels for those who intend to manipulate elections to do it?
I think it's also digital.
It's
not
digital.
Not law, not government,
Okay.
but also digital. The platform where everyone can, and now cheaper than before because of AI, can manipulate and and spread untruthful information. I would like to share with you some data about Ukraine and about the situation with social media. One moment. From September 2019 to December 2021, over 100 accounts in Ukraine were blocked, and also almost 900 Facebook pages and groups created inside Ukraine had been closed, linked to Ukrainian political figures and tried to influence political opinion. During the recent presidential, parliament and local election, Facebook found and blocked in Ukraine at least 6 major networks of pages and accounts administrated from Russia and tried to influence the internal situation in Ukrainian agenda. Unfortunately, the use of bots and networks of pages of campaigning during election is not prohibited, and so we can identify them. We have resources to show them, but it's much harder for us to bring these messages to officials and to tech companies. And now our pain is Messenger Telegram. It's very popular in Ukraine, inside, and in Ukrainians who are now living abroad because of the war. Our recent sociological survey show that more than 78% of Ukrainians used Telegram. So it will become a key campaign platform during the next election. But Telegram is about non-transparency procedures for collecting data and users' data, a non-transparent mechanism of how to block, how to moderate content. And there are a lot of disinformation and untruthful information on Telegram. Unfortunately, right now we see how Russia spread manipulation on temporary occupied territory about pseudo-election that they held now. Our Ukrainian legislative doesn't regulate the situation with social media. Only on the beginning of this year, we adopted a new law of media, but they excluded the amendment about political agitation from the final text. And now it's also a draft, but it's very necessary because we are speaking about political advertising and political with a very I don't know how to explain it.
It's okay. We can, I mean, I can share the experience from Serbia, and sorry for taking too much of the floor, but we know about the situation with Telegram and how much it is consumed and the main source of, the main channel for exchange in Ukraine, and the fact that, you know, like here in Serbia, for example, the TV is the most influential channel through which citizens get information about political events and get informed. So basically, you know, like what we would be more interested to know about is whether Telegram actually writes scenarios for all these TV programs on the national that are broadcasting nationally to actually develop and further this kind of anti-West and anti-democratic propaganda. But maybe it would be good, as we're not going to have much time soon, basically to go back to the principles of the election observation as such, and what it can do, or how it can be also abused in this sense. So, Vujo, could you comment on the phenomenon of the fake observers, fake election observation missions, which we are also seeing now in the past election cycles that are actually getting accreditation in front of our election management bodies, and then we don't know what they do. And yeah, what is their purpose of getting accredited to observe the elections? So we don't see their effects, but maybe there are, but we just don't see. So please, could you give us?
We have suspicions, but we don't really see the operation. So I think it's also part of a wider problem, and the problem is that pretty much every country in the world has some kind of elections these days. Everybody checks the boxes, but it's really a big question whether these elections are genuine, as we would call them, and we need to take elections as part of a constant negotiation about legitimacy of the elections. It's taken for granted, and even in consolidated democracy, as we've seen in the United States with insurrection in Washington, the consensus can break down, and so nobody's really safe from this. And I think that election observation can play a major role in this negotiation about the legitimacy of elections, and its scope has increased in the last years. Like it really matters, not only looking at the election day, but also looking at the period before the election day. So the scope of election observation has changed as the forms of manipulation of elections has also changed over time. And I think what CERTA is doing, for instance, it also adapted to this. So we are interested in the outcome of the election, not in terms of who wins. We should be impartial, but we need to verify what happens on election day. But what we also started looking more and more is what is the quality of the process. And so there are two things that we actually look at: the quality of the process, and we're looking whether we can verify the election outcome. And so, for example, in 2022, CERTA had like two big statements. One statement was that, these elections have been unfair. There's been an uneven playing field, which meant that it was criticized by the authorities, and the opposition parties were basically supporting its findings. And then on the election day, our main report was that, the votes, in general, the votes reflect the will of the voters as it was expressed on the election day. And then the government was saying, well, look, even CERTA recognized that the elections were okay, and then we were criticized by the opposition who thought that there was election fraud. So basically, I think our findings and how we observe elections are really reflecting well the type of regime in which we live in, where election day fraud is not that present, but elections are deeply unfair. But at the same time, it makes everybody unhappy, which means that both the government and the opposition have good reasons to scrutinize and to basically try to create the plurality of opinions by providing, another opinion. And this is what we've been seeing in the last couple of years, more and more. There are basically a couple of forms of what I would call inauthentic election observers. It's easy if you have like international organization which is clearly associated with a foreign power, for instance. I mean, you see what their interest could be. But the point is to create an appearance of independence and non-partisanship, but in reality, we know it's not the case. And so in the last couple of years, we had registered observers from a non-government organization which is registered in one of the United States states, which is like well known for having very loose legislation, and a lot of shell companies which actually engaged observers from Eastern Europe and Middle East, and we had no idea what's happening there. So we still don't know what that was. It's very easy to spot quasi-NGOs that the government is creating. And the third thing that we kind of didn't really hope seeing is that the opposition also makes their own, quasi-observers. And the point is, I would say, and I'll close with this, is that we haven't seen their effects, but I think that they're there and they're dormant. They have a role, but it's not... It doesn't express itself in every election cycle. Going back to the author that I mentioned, Dov Levin, his finding of electoral interference was that it happens in the cases where some actors see their interests as being endangered in the country, and when elections are highly competitive. So when it's critical, there is a higher need for interference. And point two, they always need a domestic actor. So it's always partially an inside job. Foreign interference always has to have a domestic actor which will basically receive this so-called help. And then we're talking about the process of renegotiating, like whether these has been legitimate elections or not. And I think the main contribution is the appearance of pluralism. If genuine election observers say one thing, you need to have another, our observers that will say another thing.
Sure. And now I just want to just quickly ask Septimius and Diana whether you have some similar observations in Romania or in Ukraine before the full-scale invasion of these groups that were coming and trying to either mimic those actors that should play some of the roles in the election process, just to trying to fake, like gong organizations, etc.
Well, we didn't have quite a lot of international observers doing this. Usually there are international missions, ODIHR or these kind of missions. We have our own. We are good at developing our own association. So basically, you have to be an NGO to observe elections in Romania, and political parties created these NGOs, and we know that some of them were even paid, which is illegal again. But the problem is, the problem is with them is that actually they don't produce anything, so it's not like they have an alternative report. They are just there to make sure that everything is good. So sometimes they can interfere in the process, which is problematic. But until this point, we haven't seen external interference. We know in other states there were even European members of the European Parliament which were paid by other states to be these kind of observers, fake observers, and have these kind of reports in the European Parliament. But with Romania, we like it locally. We don't export our our work.
Okay. Yeah. We had both kinds, external and internal. External, I think most of all were organized by Russians to control Ukrainian agenda. It's a special institution located even in Europe, but coordinated of Russia. And internal fake observers, it's like not NGO, but media, because media also can be on polling station in Ukraine, and all the day of voting and during the night of calculation. And it's we call them also Titushka such world, because mostly it's very sports guys and with from newspapers of very interesting name, like maybe something about agriculture or something about sport, not about politics.
Yes, sure, I understand. So before we skip to the public, I would just like to ask you to just briefly, this is basically the main question and the toughest question that we always leave to the end, for the end, which is like what would be the first step to undertake when dealing with these kinds of threats? How to start building resilience that should actually bring more election integrity, strengthen the election integrity. If you could just reflect on that, although we would need a completely different new panel and a longer process to think about the solution. We are all aware of that. But yeah, if you have some thoughts,
so
where
I
to
think
start?
First of all, what I was saying earlier, I think sometimes it's above us. So when you have these huge companies which have become the playground for elections, I think they have a huge responsibility. And just to give you an example, which relates both to false campaign and to sponsorship, there was a recent investigation in Romania about a network of pages which were promoting Gazprom, and some of the sponsors, because you have to, if you pay for advertising, you have to declare your identity. And the name of the sponsor was ABCD, I don't know what. So you can imagine what's the level of control in I don't know, when posting this. So. And I think it's even worse, I don't know, with TikTok or other probably Facebook and Google have made some steps, but you have TikTok, which is full of political advertising, which is not tagged as such. So I think first the pressure, and I think it's mostly, I don't know, we are in the EU, I think is the job of the Commission to push, because individually it's quite hard, each state, to go and talk to these companies. And I think some steps were made. Otherwise, there have been in the past years some very interesting investigative works by investigative journalists who found these kind of networks who are promoting, I don't know, the message of Russia or other. But I think it's very hard technically to see. It takes a lot of time. And even if these pages are put down, I think there are 5,000 more others who appear. So I think basically this is one of the paths, and I think there is, but this is a political will to invest national authorities with the will and resources to do this. But this is a tricky one.
Yes, it is. I know. Thank you. Jana, please.
Okay. I absolutely agree with Septimus about the responsibility of tech companies and the ability of authorities to communicate with them, to ask to put their focus on small market, because tech companies look at USA or something like big market, but ignore little market that even don't have. In Ukraine, we hadn't Google Library open, only Facebook, only Meta instrument we can analyze. What can we do? Be careful and study cases from other practice, only to understand what can happen on our next election.
Yes. And
study cases.
Yes, that definitely. I mean, and that's the idea behind the panel, actually, to hear the experience and to start studying cases, because it's just a matter of time when some of our countries is going to face face these threats that are possibly going to become more relevant to what we have here. So,
yes, so I can just basically agree that the issue of false information during elections is a much wider issue, and it needs to be tackled in the same way that we are thinking about building resilience to false information in the first place. I think that the elections are just, high pressure points where the democratic consensus can break down and then becomes a security issue, and we've seen how this happens. So this is why it's so important to focus on the elections. From the point of election observers, I think one of the things that we could contribute is to help the public realize that election observers too can be vectors of false information. They're not usually seen as such. When we talk about false information, these are not common, let's say, vectors. And we need to learn how to recognize them. We need to learn how to, separate one from the other. Some of the ways that I've started seeing is that inauthentic domestic or international observers are much less transparent about their structure, about the people. They have usually very low capacity. In order to observe elections, it's a big undertaking. It takes hundreds or thousands of people. These are usually very small missions, and there's this capacity and there's a gap between what they can do and what they want to do, and so they're very, very interested in the outcomes. They are very rarely interested in the process. And when you put these couple of things together, it's kind of becoming easier to spot what their purpose could be, but it's still, like as we said, it's just reasons for suspicion. But I don't think it's being talked enough, especially as these issues are becoming more and more critical. We've seen in Bosnia, in the latest elections, in Republika Srpska, that the lack of domestic observers or international observers that did parallel vote tabulation was really an issue, because there was no consensus about who won these elections, and that could have turned into a much bigger problem than it was.
Yes.
And
thank you.
Just to add, I mean, domestic observation is not the international norm. International observation is, but domestic isn't. And this is also something that needs to be tackled on a wider level. On a EU level, some of the EU countries just don't recognize domestic observation as such. And this is something that we also need to talk about.
Yes, definitely. I mean, we know that case from Hungary, but also in other countries in the European Union. So we have around 15 minutes left until the end of our conversation. So I would like to invite the audience if there are any questions in relation to what we have just discussed when it comes to the elections, information manipulation. I see one in the back, the lady in my jacket.
Is it working? Yes, thank God. Hello, my name is Roberta Reducu. I'm representing New Strategy Center from Romania, and I wanted to ask you, I could see that there's active role playing in seeing and searching for these election meddlers, but how do we actually make politics and politicians see what's happening, and what are the measures that are taken into preventing these meddlers to further affect the elections? Thank you.
Okay. I would like to ask whether there is an additional question or maybe later. I guess this question was intended to all of the panelists, so please, anyone who would like to answer, to reflect.
Okay, I'll try. So I think politicians are the main cause for this. So it's not like they don't understand. I mean, I probably in most countries, which we already discussed, political parties are responsible for these campaigns. I think our role, and also of international observation, and I think this is very important, is to put pressure on states to improve how they organize elections and how the rules look like. Of course, I mean, an international observation mission cannot tell to a party what to write in the statute, but can at least underline that there is an issue and that things need to be improved. Because first of all, there are some international standards, there are some international practice to which countries have adhered. So in theory, of course, you have to follow them. And secondly, I think it's our role to put pressure on political parties to improve their behavior. And I will say thirdly, the role of the media. But if the media is bought by political parties, it's quite hard to write against your master. So I would think it's, and of course, we like to think that it's the role of the citizens, but often citizens, you know, they express only during the election day, or I don't know, during a protest or something. So of course, I think there is need of pressure from both this upper, I don't know, level, and also from grassroots. I think political parties themselves don't change that easily from, I don't know, their own initiative.
Yeah. What else? Advocate changes in legislative, maybe for more clear procedures and punishment for those who use this scheme, who use disinformation and who are not clear, whose campaign is not clear.
Yeah, I can agree to what's been said. That I don't think it's an issue of awareness by politicians. As I was saying, politicians or political parties and their representatives are one of the main sources of false information in the region and wider. So, and I agree, it's very difficult to always talk about, citizen awareness and so on. But actually, we can see some movements. We can see that, if domestic observers and media pay attention to what is happening around the electoral cycle, and actually try to develop a little bit of new understanding or better understanding, and to develop a new vocabulary of what's wrong with the elections. In Serbia, we've been stuck with the main electoral irregularity being electoral day fraud. Whether elections are stolen or not, it's not the main issue, and it really needs to be repeated over and over again. And we can actually see, we did a couple of surveys last year before and after the electoral process, where we saw that citizens had expectations, or the public had expectations that the elections will be, that there will be election day fraud, and after the elections, less people actually thought that there was fraud. So, and I think it's part of domestic observers and NGO and media to basically point to where the problem actually is with our elections. Not so much on the election day, even though I don't say they're perfect, they can always break down.
No, yes, of course. But
to develop a more complex understanding. And, politicians can sometimes be allies in this, but most often they're not.
I just wanted to give you an example, a very concrete example. So in 2019, we had EU elections, and we have an electronic system regarding which checks for double voting. Basically, you cannot, it checks the identity of the voter, and it's used also to publish online participation, turnout, and also for tabulation. And one of the political parties tried to discredit it, because this is, I think, one of the main risks of this kind of information, to destroy institutions, because if people don't trust institutions, you don't trust results. And I think it's not just in Romania, you see it in many countries. Sometimes it's the parties in power, sometimes there are other parties. And the purpose was to discredit, saying that the results were not okay due to this system, although it's probably one of the most transparent in Europe, because you can see all the stages of the protocols, from the picture, what was in the polling station, until the end. So you see all the stages online. And basically we had, back then, I think we observed in quite a lot of polling stations, and we gathered data from the polling station. We have an app which we use, and we had a report saying that the application was fine from, thousands of observers. And I went to the parliament in the audience. So there was a commission in the parliament, and basically we managed to prove that it was impossible to change the results with that application, because it was not the role of application to count the votes, because this is what they were saying, count the votes. And basically the commission, after I think 1 year or 2 years, said, okay, it was not a fraud. But I think it really mattered. I mean, because we went to the media, our report was quoted in the media, it was not fraud. So in this case, it really mattered. So sometimes you really have this kind of success.
Yes, of course, you do. And I think that maybe the most, one of the examples that we can take from Serbia is this never-ending story with the voter registry that is actually the topic which is being maybe the most manipulated over the past election cycles so far. And the problem with it, especially because it is really close to citizens, so everyone understands what the voter registry means. But unfortunately, the state actually acts either, there is no political will. I mean, as Septimius mentioned on several occasions today, there is no political will, and there is basically ignorance towards even recognizing that the problem exists. So yes, I mean, politicians and the government, they are definitely, I mean, part of the problem. We have space for one more question from the audience. If there, yes, please.
Thank you. Tom Countryman, a former American diplomat. First, I'll comment that all the issues you outlined, we have the same issues in the United States. And because Vladimir Putin's main hope in Ukraine is that somehow his ally and equal, Donald Trump, returns to the White House, I expect massive Russian disinformation in the United States over the next year. Also, I have to agree that the main goal of at least one party in the United States is not to perfect electoral institutions, but to discredit them. So my question, 23 years ago, I watched with great admiration as NGOs throughout the region, but especially in Serbia, mobilized thousands of election day observers. I hear your point very well, Vujo, that it's not just election day, it's the whole process before. But my question is, are you able now in elections in Serbia, as well as in Ukraine and Romania, to mobilize enough volunteers to really cover every polling place? It's important in itself, but it's also important because that gives you the base from which to build concern about everything that happens before Election Day. Thanks.
Yeah. So that's a good question. It's a question of purpose of domestic observation, whether we can really, deliver what we promise. And it's also about management expectations. So election observers are not there to control the process. They're not there to influence the process. We are there to give some sort of unbiased assessment of how the election day went. And the way we do this is, in Serbia at least, the couple of NGOs that are doing this, that also did this back in 2000, is through parallel vote tabulation, so through observation of a systematic sample of polling stations. The methodology is such that we can infer about what happens on the country level, especially, given a margin of error. And I think this is a very, very meaningful exercise. And in some countries, it's impossible to observe, the whole. Think of Turkey. I think even Ukraine. It's simply not possible to observe all polling stations. And this is why we really do our best to develop our methodology and to explain it to people, because they can always say, yeah, but there are polling stations that you didn't observe. We know, and we try to explain what a sample is, what a sample-based observation is. I think really the political parties should be those that cover all polling stations, because they are the ones, when they nominate the polling board members, they are the ones who are actually responsible for the quality of voting on the election day. So election observers cannot do this. They don't have the capacity. And it's even a question whether it would be better if we observed all the places. I think it's actually better to observe on a sample. And so we do different things. Political parties should be those that cover, candidates or lists, that cover all the polling stations, that control and that fight for every single vote there. They have the means. The observers are there to give an assessment of what happened. So the roles are different, and I think expecting of any election observers to cover all the polling stations in a proper way, I think it's overambitious. We would be promising something that we cannot really do. But, different roles, and, perhaps that can actually help in securing that election day goes well. In Serbia, we have a couple of critical elections this year / next year, we don't know still when, which might be some of the, elections where sides could be, equally split, and I think observing an election day will be very important in the next couple of months.
Septimius, you want to reflect, or you're just signaling to Vujo?
Okay, I'll try. We do not cover all the polling stations from multiple reasons. There are 18,000 in Romania, and we are a team of 10 people, so it's not doable. We work exclusively with volunteers. We don't pay our observers, and we have 4 elections next year. So it would be kind of crazy to try to multiply 18,000. But I think we take it. We have the same philosophy of covering samples. We don't go only to bad polling stations because you have this tendency of going to where bad things happen, but you try to see everything because for us, data collection and trying to have conclusion, I think is more important. And what we do is we also focus quite a lot on the rest of the process, on political finance, on political advertising, on the campaign itself, monitoring the institutions. So somehow ensuring that things are fine for the election day, because to be fair, I don't think for us election day frauds, apart maybe from local elections, which everywhere are probably the most contested. For us, I don't feel that now this is a critical issue. For us, the issue is media buying and this kind of political advertising, unequal playground with huge sums of subsidies. So what we try to do is to prevent the election day being built on an uneven field.
Yes, fully agree.
Okay. Ukraine.
Sorry, Yana, could you just also maybe mention what to expect from the next Ukraine elections? I mean, not to expect in a sense of outcomes, but how they can actually take place and when. I know that you had an appeal not to have elections during the wartime, but could you just briefly reflect on that as well?
Okay, yes, sure. We can. Election in Ukraine can be only after the war is over. Election and full-scale invasion is possible to get better together. As observers, we should do absolutely new structure of this future observation for the first post-war election, because a lot of voters in Ukraine, from Ukraine now living abroad. A lot of voters are in army, in militaries who are in the line. And a lot of people from eastern part and southern part of Ukraine changed their place and living now in western or in central Ukraine. Also, it's about media, because now we have Єдиний марафон, unit marathon, that's promote only one position, and another, not pro-government political actors. They need the field to make their campaign, not only social media, but some else. Also, election is about safety, it's about security. We can organize them with sirens and to gather a lot of people together in this polling station.
Of course, it's definitely the matter of human security. But like in our context, that is not what you have there. Is about actually the democracy and not destroying or harming this legitimacy and the democratic character of the elections that could potentially lead us to that could potentially destabilize the society and the state as such. So we are running out of time, and we ran out of time. I would like to thank the panelists for great interventions and great inputs. Thank you, the audience. So hope to see you again and to delve in more details when it comes to the election and the election information manipulation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone, for a great panel. We have a coffee break, and at 5:45, we will have a keynote speech by the only Serbian government representative who will be attending the conference. So please make sure you come back to the plenary room by then.
Afternoon once again. Next on our today's program is the keynote speech by Mr. Tomislav Žigmanov. He is the Minister of Human and Minority Rights and Social Dialogue in the government of the Republic of Serbia. Mr. Žigmanov, please take the floor.
Dobar dan, sve vas srdačno pozdravljam, organizatore ovog važnog foruma, debate na aktualne društvene izazove pred kojima se Srbija nalazi, a kada je u pitanju stanje ljudskih prava, visokofrekventna tema prostoru javnosti, reći ću u prvoj rečenici da u Republici Srbiji se kontinuirano radi na unapređenju i zaštiti ljudskih i manjinskih prava i da, to su ocjene i međunarodnih organizacija, dolazi u proteklom periodu je došlo do značajnog napretka i sada je pred nama zadatak da radimo na održivosti ostvarenih rezultata, pre svega kada je u pitanju implementacija propisanih normi i razvoj funkcionisanja novoustanovljenih mehanizama.
Good afternoon. I welcome you all wholeheartedly. I would like to thank the organizers of this important forum, of the debate about important social challenges in the Republic of Serbia. I would like to state that this is the human rights state of play in the Republic of Serbia is a hot topic in the media. And also in the first sentence, I would like to say that in the Republic of Serbia, we have been working on the protection and improvement and enhancement of human rights. And also international organizations have recorded progress in this field. So what we have to do in the forthcoming period is work on sustainability of these results and also in terms of the implementations of the established norms and the development, further development in the field.
Treba reći da Republika Srbija ima u širim razmerama zadovoljavajući zakonodavni strateški okvir u oblasti ljudskih prava i zaštiti od diskriminacije. U proteklih nekoliko godina usvojeno je nekoliko zakona koji su značajno unapredili ovu temu, ovo područje u našem zakonodavstvu. Prvo ću reći da su donete usvojene izmene i dopune zakona o zabrani diskriminacije 2021. godine. Iste godine je također donet zakon o rodnoj neravnopravnosti, a zakonom o zaštitniku građana iz 2021. godine dodatno je ojačana njegova nezavisnost kada je u pitanju njegovo postupanje.
I would like to say that in the Republic of Serbia, we have a satisfactory strategic framework when it comes to human rights and fight against discrimination. A number of laws have been adopted that have improved this topic and that have improved this entire field. When it comes to our legislation, over the past couple of years, there have been amendments of various laws and the passage of a number of laws. When it comes to the amendments, the law on the prohibition of discrimination was passed in 2021, as well as the law on gender equality in 2021, as well as the law on the ombudsperson or the ombudsman, which all are there to reinforce the independence of this role in the Republic of Serbia.
U proteklom razdoblju usvojeni su i sljedeći dokumenti javnih politika koji su od velikog značaja za unapređenje ljudskih prava. To je strategija prevencije i zaštite od diskriminacije, strategija za rodnu ravnopravnost, strategija za stvaranje podsticajnog okruženja i razvoj civilnog društva i strategija za socijalno uključivanje Roma i Romkinja. Sve ove strategije su za razdoblje od 7 godina i završavaju 2030. godine.
There are also important public policy documents that have been passed in order to improve the situation and the topic itself. So there have been certain strategies on the prevention of discrimination, another one on the prevention of or promotion of gender equality, the strategy on civil society, as well as the Roma inclusion strategy, which all span a period of 7 years, and they all, basically the end line is 2030 for all of these documents.
Republika Srbija, treba i to reći, je glasanjem za usvajanje Agende 2030 Ujedinjenih nacija se obavezala na punu primjenu principa da niko ne bude izostavljen, takozvanog LNOB principa, i ovaj instrument kroz primjenu u domaćem zakonodavstvu i strateškim dokumentima Republike Srbije se dosledno primenjuje.
It also has to be pointed out that the Republic of Serbia has adopted UN's Agenda 2030, and which is guided by the principle of no one being left out. This instrument is implemented in the legislation itself of the Republic of Serbia, as well as the strategies.
Međunarodni pravni okvir zaštite ljudskih prava je unapređen prošlog meseca kada je Narodna skupština Republike Srbije usvojila zakon o potvrđivanju opcionalnog protokola uz Međunarodni pakt o ekonomskim, socijalnim i kulturnim pravima. Na ovaj način naša je država zaokružila sistem međunarodne zaštite u oblasti ekonomskih, socijalnih i kulturnih prava i mislim da svi zajedno, vlada, skupština, organizacije civilnog društva, možemo biti ponosni na ovaj dodatni korak koji smo učili kada je u pitanju prilagođavanje, to je prihvatanje međunarodnih standarda, međunarodnih konvencija u unutrašnje pravno područje.
Also in the field of the protection of human rights, last month progress was made by the fact that the Assembly adopted the optional protocol on economic and social rights from the international framework. So this is, by this document we may say that international protection has been wrapped up and routed in a way. So both the government, the civil society, as well as the parliament have to be proud when it comes to this step in the improvement of standards and as well as the alignment of the Republic of Serbia with all of the international frameworks.
Kada su u pitanju međunarodni pravni dokumenti, treba reći da je Ustavom Republike Srbije utvrđeno da opšte prihvaćena pravila međunarodnog prava i potvrđeni međunarodni ugovori jesu sastavni deo domaćeg pravnog poretka i neposredno se primenjuju.
Also, when it comes to international legal acts and legal documents, it must be noted that the Constitution of the Republic of Serbia sets forth and lays down that there are some general rules of international law and international agreements that are fully implemented and that are part of our legislation.
O svim prihvaćenim, to jest ratifikovanim međunarodnim konvencijama, paktovima i ugovorima, Republika Srbija uredno izveštava o njihovoj primjeni. Ove godine smo imali u tom smislu uspešno razdoblje izveštavanja kroz 4. ciklus univerzalnog periodičnog pregleda. To je najvažniji nadzor u oblasti ljudskih prava u svim državama članicama Ujedinjenih nacija, koji istovremeno predstavlja i politički nadzor s obzirom da direktno države članice upućuju preporuke vezane za stanje ljudskih prava. Uznapredovana praksa izveštavanja uključuje kao sastavni deo državnih izveštaje i alternativne izveštaje koje priređuju organizacije civilnog društva koji su nama partneri kada je u pitanju ovaj zahtevan i složen proces.
Also, all the ratified documents and pacts and agreements in the Republic of Serbia are reinforced by, there are also reports on the implementation of all of the said documents. And we have been very successful in Serbia when it comes to the 4th Universal Periodic Review which is an important report regarding the documents, and which is also part of the obligations and commitments that UN nations take on. Also, this is part of the political oversight of the entire mechanism, where recommendations are made to all of the countries. There are also alternative reporting systems or reports that are made by civil society organizations that are our faithful partners in the implementation of all the documents.
Kada su u pitanju mehanizmi za bolje, kvalitetnije ostvarivanje ljudskih prava, spomenut ću prvo postojanje samog Ministarstva za ljudska i manjinska prava, iza kojeg, čini mi se, stoji jasna odluka, politička odluka da se ovoj temi da dužno poštovanje i da se kroz ovaj segment izvršne vlasti doprinese unapređenju ljudskih prava u Republici Srbiji.
Among the mechanisms in order to make human rights better exercised and also to improve the quality of exercising human rights, among these mechanisms I would like to especially emphasize the existence of the Ministry for Human Rights and Social Dialogue, who is very committed to this issue as part of the executive power that allows the improvement of human rights.
Mislim da se može pozitivno ceniti činjenice razvijene prakse i zapravo postojanje vrlo jasnog zakonodavnih normi kada je u pitanje participacija organizacija civilnog društva u procesu donošenja odluka kroz obavezno uključivanje njihovih predstavnika u izradu svih strateških dokumenata i svih novih zakonskih rešenja. Taj proces se odvija transparentno uz javni poziv koji servisira, to jest realizuje naše ministarstvo kroz slobodno kandidovanje svih onih zainteresiranih organizacija civilnog društva kojima je stalo da budu uključeni u izradu strateških dokumenata. Do sada, ili savjetodavna tela vlade, dosadašnja praksa pokazuje da je više od 150 organizacije, predstavnika organizacije civilnog društva bilo uključene u ove procese.
Also, another positive assessment of the strong practices existing, as well as, of course, the laws on human rights, is the strong participation of civil society organizations in decision making. They are included as members in the elaboration of all the strategic documents as well as the draft laws. They may be part of all of the activities through an open call that is always administered by the Ministry of Human Rights. They can be candidates, so all civil society organizations may be candidates and participate in the process. Especially all of those that would like to take part in the process. Also, the advisory body of the government shows that more than 150 representatives of civil society organizations have taken part in this process.
Ostvarivanje platforme izgradnje partnerskih odnosa sa organizacijama civilnog društva može pridoneti i krajem prošlog meseca formiran Savet za razvoj, za podsticajno okruženje i razvoj sa civilnim društvom Vlade Republike Srbije, koji je u dugom konsultativnom procesu i uz veliku participaciju organizacija civilnog društva uspeo da se u svom kraju konstituiše na način da su organizacije civilnog društva same birale svoje predstavnike u jednom demokratskom izbornom procesu, da će predsjednik savjeta biti predstavnik organizacije civilnog društva i da je broj članova ovoga savjeta veći kada su u pitanju organizacije civilnog društva u odnosu na predstavnike Vlade Republike Srbije. To smatramo značajnim institutom za redovno i institucionalno komuniciranje između građana putem organizacije civilnog društva i izvršnog segmenta vlasti.
Building a platform which enables the partnership with civil society organizations was proven by the alliance that was made last month, the alliance which is there to create an enabling environment for developing cooperation with civil society organizations. They participated in this, or through the consultative process. Civil society organizations took participation. They organized the whole process by electing their own representatives in an open and democratic process. The important thing is that the number of the representatives on this council is higher than the number of the representatives coming from the government of the Republic of Serbia. We see this as an important instrument for better communication with the citizens and better communications through civil society organizations.
Nadzor nad sprovođenjem preporuka Ujedinjenih nacija i Saveta za ljudska prava od 2014. godine vrši Savet za praćenje primjene preporuka Ujedinjenih nacija za ljudska prava. Ovaj mehanizam je od 2018. godine u svoj rad uključio i predstavnike platforme organizacija civilnog društva za saradnju s UN mehanizmima, koji je skup od 26 organizacija koje redovno učestvuju u radu ovoga saveta i pridonose kvalitetnijem izveštavanju kada su u pitanju sprovođenje preporuka. Od sljedeće godine ćemo, da bi unapredili i intenzivirali rad ovoga stručnog tela Vlade Republike Srbije, ćemo, tako smo odlučili, izrađivati godišnji izveštaj, znači ne samo ono po određenoj dinamici u zavisnosti od protokola, pakta, konvencije ili pak UPR-a svake 5 godina. Znači godišnji ćemo izrađivati izveštaj o stanju ispunjenosti preporuka mehanizama Ujedinjenih nacija, što držimo da će voditi još efikasnijem ispunjavanju preporuka, ali i unapređenju procesa izvještavanja, a samim tim i do poboljšanja unapređenja ljudskih prava u Republici Srbiji.
There has been work on the oversight on the implementation of UN recommendations as well as the recommendations concerning human rights of the Council on Human Rights ever since 2014, but also the monitoring of the implementation of UN's recommendations was quite strong. And as of 2018, civil society organization members have also been included in this process. There is a group of 26 civil society organizations that are part of this council monitoring the implementation of the recommendations on the improvement of human rights. This allows better quality of reporting on the implementation of the said recommendations. And as of next year, there will be a body, this body of the government of the Republic of Serbia will also make it its obligation to, apart from the regular reporting cycle, there should be also a yearly or an annual report on the improvement of all the recommendations made by the United Nations. This will allow better implementation of the recommendations, better quality reporting, as well as, at the end of the day, better quality of human rights.
Još ću napomenuti da su ove godine obrazovani Savet za rodnu ravnopravnost, Savet za praćenje sprovođenja strategije prevencije i zaštite od diskriminacije, Koordinaciono telo za inkluziju Roma i Savet za nacionalne manjine, sve instituti koji mogu u neposrednoj komunikaciji i saradnji sa vladom raditi da se izazovi s kojima se suočavamo u području ljudskih prava efikasnije i na pozitivan način razreše.
This year also a number of councils have been established, particularly the Gender Equality Council, also the Council on the Prevention of Discrimination, as well as the Roma Coordination Body and the National Minority Council. These bodies are all there to cooperate with the government in order to more efficiently resolve any problems regarding the field of human rights.
Naravno da i mi prepoznajemo jedan broj izazova kada je u pitanju ostvarivanje ljudskih prava kao zapreke koje stoje na tome putu i dozvolit ćete mi da navedem ono što unutar našeg ministarstva jeste zapreka, jeste izazov kada je u pitanju stvaranje ambijenta za kvalitetnije ostvarivanje ljudskih prava. Na prvom mjestu jeste govor mržnje.
We do recognize a number of challenges and barriers to full human rights exercise. And of course, allow me to mention some of these barriers that stand on our way when it comes to human rights issues. First and foremost, it's hate speech.
Naročito u delu javnosti koji se odnosi na društvene mreže.
Especially in the area or domain of social media.
Sljedeći izazov je prihvatanje različitosti i unapređenje tolerancije u društvu, to jest smanjivanje pošasti nasilja bez obzira je li u pitanju vršnjačko, rodno, etnički motivirano, da se svede na što manju meru.
Second of all, there is the problem or the barrier of accepting differences and increasing the level of tolerance and fight against violence, whatever kind of violence that might be, whether it's peer violence, gender or ethnic-based violence, and trying to reduce the level of violence in society at large.
Izgradnja društva bez diskriminacije kroz koordinisani multisektorski rad, saradnje sa organizacijama civilnog društva, nezavisnim telima, međunarodnim organizacijama i akademskom zajednicom.
Also trying to build society which will be more inclusive through cross-sectional coordination, independent bodies, international bodies as well as academia.
Bezbednost LGBTQ i osoba i potencijalno prateći zločini iz mržnje spram pripadnika ove zajednice koji su zajedno sa Romima objekti najintenzivnijih izgreda kada je u pitanju motivacija za nasilje.
Also trying to create and establish a safe environment for LGBTQ community, the community that is alongside the Roma community, exposed and subject to hate violence or hate-inspired violence.
Tu su i radna prava stranaca, bezbednost na radu.
There are also working rights or employment rights of foreign nationals, as well as safety and health at work.
Odnos spram izbjeglica, legalnih i irregularnih migranata i njihovo, naročito u pojedinim osjetljivim grupama kao što su djece koji nisu u pratnji i institucionalno i društveno prihvatanje i servisiranje njihovih potreba.
We also have to mention the relationship towards refugees as well as the approach to regular and irregular migrants, specifically our treatment of unaccompanied minors and trying to cater for all of their needs.
Tu su i pitanja prava srpske i drugih nealbanskih zajednica na Kosovu i Metohiji, koji isto tako treba da su nam stalno u fokusu kada su u pitanju kršenja ljudskih prava.
Also, there are issues of rights of Serb communities and other non-Albanian minorities in Kosovo.
Naravno, poznato je da sama svest ili znanje o tome da ovo jesu izazovi kada su u pitanju ljudska prava, ugroženost ljudskih prava u Republici Srbiji, nije dovoljna kada je u pitanju da se ovi izazovi na pozitivni način razreše, nego treba se unapređivati zakonodavni okviri, snažiti institucionalni mehanizmi zaštite, stvarati, kreirati mere kada je u pitanju prevencija kroz različite oblike delovanja i naravno kada je u pitanju sistem kažnjavanja, to jest način borbe kada je u pitanju post hoc delovanje u slučaju kršenja ljudskih prava.
Also, it is not enough just to be aware of these challenges when it comes to human rights violations. So it is not just, in order to solve these issues, we need to improve the institutional protection, the instruments that will allow resolutions of such issues, also prevention measures, legislation, but also in terms of being proactive. There is also the punishing of crimes in this field, as well as post hoc activities when it comes to violation of human rights.
I još ću samo reći nekoliko rečenica, zamoljen sam od organizatora o stanju hrvatsko-srpskih odnosa. Vi znate da je početkom ove godine počeo novi talas otopljavanja, novi intenzivniji koraci kada je u pitanju stvaranje pretpostavki da se započnu ozbiljni razgovori između dve države na rješavanju otvorenih pitanja i da u proteklih 9 mjeseci imamo određenu dinamiku kada je u pitanju i komunikacija, kada je u pitanju stvaranje okvira na razini dviju država, u saradnji između predstavnika srpske zajednice u Republici Hrvatskoj i hrvatske zajednice u Republici Srbiji, koja je bila najdinamičnija, najintenzivnija i imala za posljedicu, recimo to tako, najveći broj pozitivnih ishoda, a da kada je u pitanju društvena dinamika, saradnja u područjima sporta, ekonomije, kulture, estrade, da isto imamo dinamiku koja na sve nuka, potiče da politika mora ući u odlučniji proces razgovaranja, institucionalne komunikacije i stvaranje pretpostavki, ključnih pretpostavki, a to je institucionalni dijalog, da se otvorena pitanja rešavaju. Jedan od zaključaka skupa na početku godine na prijemu Srpskog narodnog vijeća za pravoslavni Božić bio je da se napravi inventura otvorenih pitanja i da se na tehničkom nivou sastanu predstavnici dve vlade kako bi vidjeli koje su sve komisije do sada radile, koji su bili članovi, šta su ishodi njihovih dosadašnjih rada i šta je po tim komisijama ono što bi trebalo slijediti u narednim koracima. I koliko je meni poznato, u narednih 10-ak dana 2 državna sekretara, državni tajnik u Ministarstvu vanjskih i europskih poslova Republike Hrvatske i državni sekretar u Ministarstvu spoljnih poslova Republike Srbije treba da imaju taj sastanak koji će onda otvoriti mogućnost ili perspektivu za održavanje bilateralnih sastanaka svih 7 komisija koje su do sada bile radile i u proteklih nekoliko godina bile su u zastoju. Ono što treba reći jeste da pitanje odnosa između Republike Hrvatske i Republike Srbije nije samo pitanje njihovog bilateralnih odnosa među države, nego je visoko ukotljeno, užlebljeno u pitanje europskih integracija Republike Srbije, jer taj proces će biti lakši ako se i ova pitanja brže, kvalitetnije, efikasnije razreše, a da ono što se može detektovati kao neka vrsta otpora, ono što postoji kao smetnja, može se identifikovati spram onih snaga u društvu, spram onih subjekata kojima proces europske integracije nije u agendi političkog delovanja.
Also, I was asked by the organizer to make a few comments regarding the relations between Croatia and the Republic of Serbia. I have to say that this year, at the beginning of this year, we witnessed the thawing of the relations between the two countries. There have been some new steps on creating serious and making serious commitments on resolving open and outstanding issues. So over the past 9 months, the dynamics have been such that the framework was being created for both of the countries to communicate. So the representatives of both countries have set up a platform for intense communication on outstanding issues, and it has been quite intense regarding the outcomes of these cooperations. Also, there has been in the social sphere there has been some positive relations between the two countries regarding sports, economics, culture, and entertainment. We have to say that politics must enter this wide dialogue between the two countries, and there is an accent on institutional dialogue in order to solve these outstanding issues. Also, there was a meeting of the Serbian National Council on the occasion of Orthodox Christmas last year, where a list of outstanding issues was made. The representatives of the both committees wanted to make a list of all the open issues, of who the members of the committees were, what the outcomes were, as well as the next steps. In 10 days' time, the two secretaries of the two countries representing foreign and EU affairs on the part of Croatia, as well as the Serbian representative for foreign affairs, will start bilateral meetings, and they will also summarize the work of all the 7 committees of the two countries whose work was stalled for some time over the past period. Also, the relations between Serbia and Croatia, this is not just a bilateral issue, but this is also an issue that is part of Serbia's EU integration process. It will be easier to become part of the European Union if these questions were resolved faster, and of course these issues will be more efficiently resolved. And this, of course, if there is any resistance, this resistance should be attributed and basically brought down to those who are against EU integration process.
Zahvaljujem.
Thank you very much.
So thank you very much to Minister Žigmanov for setting the stage for our last, but certainly not least, discussion of the day about the fight for human rights in Central and Eastern Europe and the Western Balkans. We were already a bit past our schedule, so I will just introduce the panelists and ask for some assistance for moving the podium as they come on stage. So our speakers are Roberta Taveri, who is a senior program officer for Europe and focused on media freedom at Article 19. Aaron Demeter, the head of research and communications of Amnesty International Hungary. Mark Taylor, a senior program manager of the Docket Initiative, part of the Clooney Foundation for Justice. Milan Filipovic, the research director of the Lawyers Committee for Human Rights, known as UCOM. And they will be moderated by Paul Helsloot, the Director of Strategy, Research and Political Affairs of Amnesty International's office in the Netherlands. So please welcome the panelists on stage, and I will ask for some help to remove this. Thank you.
Where do you want us? You'll take that one?
Yeah, on the side.
This one? I'll sit here.
Okay.
Well, it's a great pleasure to be here, and after this long day, which started at 9 o'clock in the morning with some very interesting panel discussions, we are really set to make this as informative and to a certain extent, hopefully also motivating, because you all have to go through another day of more panel discussions. Reconstructing the global disorder, that ambitious goal that's the theme of this conference. I think in all of the scenarios that have passed so far in discussions, a vibrant, sustainable, independent and safe civil society, and that includes possibly also a safe media landscape, is an essential ingredient. And at the same time, this civil society in so many countries, including here in Serbia, is targeted and become themselves increasingly under pressure. So we are talking about a group of organizations that are part of any solution towards a society based on rule of law and human rights. And at the same time, the space in which they or we have to operate is becoming smaller and smaller. So today we would like to explore with you what the issues and the problems are, to flesh them out a little bit, but also to find those sparks of hope that can maybe form the building stones to develop new strategies and to tackle the problems that we actually have and to do the tasks that we are supposed to do. So as a starting point, because we are here with four very expert human rights defenders, but from quite different walks of life or different background, I would like to ask all four of you, maybe very briefly, to tell us why, from your organization point of view, it was important for you to participate in this particular panel. Roberta, can I welcome you to be the first one to...
Sure.
Yeah?
Thank you. It was particularly important because, and thank you very much for the invitation, because Article 19 Europe has worked already for a few years on the issue of SLAPs, strategic lawsuits against public participation. We have worked at a wider level in Europe and focused also in a few countries, including Serbia, partnering with both the Media Freedom Rapid Response Consortium, which is composed by 6 organizations at European level, but also as part of the Coalition Against SLAPs in Europe, which comprises over 100 organizations working together to fight SLAPs at European level. So it was particularly important to highlight what is the situation of SLAPs in the region and to provide our perspective on the findings of our research.
And for anyone who doesn't know what a SLAP is, we're going to go more in depth about it. Milan.
Oh, I'll be a bit shorter. So UCOM has been a freely lay provider for the past 26 years, and a number of our clients have been human rights defenders. So most of our success in strategic litigation actually comes from defending those that defend human rights. Okay. So it's only natural that we want to be part of this conversation, especially in terms of SLAP lawsuits, which are becoming more and more prevalent in our work, and that is the reason why we are here today. Thank you.
Aaron, because we will be starting with Serbia, but we will be looking at the broader picture also to other countries. Aaron, you're from Hungary.
I am indeed. Thank you and good evening. So why I'm here, I think because next year Hungary or the Hungarian civil society will celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Hungarian government's anti-NGO campaign, which includes a number of anti-NGO legislations, smear campaigns, lawsuits, and others as well. So I mean, when it comes to shrinking space and the quality of democracy, which I believe civil society plays a huge part, Hungary has unfortunately become one of the laboratories of this shrinking space and how to crash dissent within the EU, kind of as a transmission station between Russia and other EU countries. So I think like the Hungarian experience is quite broad and also quite useful for other countries to look at and maybe not make the same mistakes.
Thanks. Mark, last but not least.
Thank you for the invitation to participate in the panel, and thank you to the organizers of the conference. It's been an extremely interesting day and a half. I'm here because the Clooney Foundation is a young foundation, and the Docket Initiative that I work for, Trial Watch, these are young organizations, so I'm here as much to learn as anything else. But one of the things that we're doing is monitoring trials in Russia, for example, both against journalists as well as against opposition members, and that's something we try to do increasingly globally. So that's what I hope to be able to both learn from this discussion and participate, add what we can.
Great, thanks. This may also help you to think of questions in the last part of this discussions, because that's what we really are hoping for. We wanted to start as to focus on the situation in Serbia, to set the stage in that respect. And I think, Milan, you're perfectly positioned to give us a bit of an overview, as brief as we must be, of course, about what are the main issues, the main challenges that civil society in Serbia are facing at the moment.
So my organization started documenting attacks against human rights defenders 3 years ago because we realized we are overwhelmed with the sheer quantity of information we are receiving, and that we needed to basically analyze all of it in order to see what our future steps will be, where to focus our future advocacy efforts. And over the past 3 years, I think we built up quite a large database, set along different parameters, as well as a really good overview, statistical overview of all the attacks. And what we realized along the way is sometimes the attacks that seem less intrusive could be more effective. So let me give you an example. If there is a physical attack, if someone is in prison, people will react. If someone mentions a slap, people will say, what? What is a slap? No one knows the meaning of that acronym or what stands behind it. Even the judges, as I think Roberta will say a little bit more about that, don't know what slaps are. So slaps are quite effective, and we see that in the proliferation of slaps.
Can you explain, just as a starting point, what slaps are? What do they stand for? You said that.
So it's not a physical movement of the hand. It's actually strategic litigation against public participation. In layman terms, someone who's wealthy or well-positioned, influential, is suing you into the ground because he didn't like what you had to say as a journalist or as an activist. Yeah. Those types of lawsuits are not meant to be won. They're meant to for you to lose concentration and focus on what's your primary mission as a journalist or as an activist.
Yeah. So who are behind the slaps? Who are instigating them?
Unfortunately, I have to say a lot of time government ministers, private companies connected with the government. Those are two main culprits right now in Serbia.
And what are the charges? What sort of accusations are behind slaps?
Well, I have to say they're quite broad. They have to do with defamation, basically, in civil litigation cases. And unfortunately, what we've seen in the past few days are verdicts which are quite surprising for us, especially because as a part of the training for judges, we actually held some of these trainings on the practice of European Court of Human Rights for judges with the help of Council of Europe. And nowadays we are seeing these verdicts which are quite troubling. So we understand that education alone isn't enough. If judges don't have guarantees of judicial independence, as well as protection against undue influences, which unfortunately seem to have worked wonders in those cases.
I think this is something that happens a lot in Serbia, I believe. Can you give one, maybe a little bit outrageous sort of example to make sure what happened, and also not only what the charge is, but also what the impact is on the people charged?
Of course, one good example is an activist from Novi Pazar, Aladin Paučinac. who protested against the misappropriation of funds for COVID-19 at local hospitals. So there was a lot of emotional response by people who have lost their relatives on Facebook, other social media, and the director of the hospital, who used to also be the mayor of Novi Pazar, sued all of them through civil litigation, criminal litigation, for insult. Also, because they were organizing protests, they also had misdemeanor procedures against them. And unfortunately, I have to say, what we've seen in those trials held in both instances in Novi Pazar, from the quality of the education, we fear that those judges were actually fearing that should they advocate against the plaintiff, that themselves or their families will lose access to health care at the local level, because they did not accept any of our evidence. We already have 4 constitutional appeals pending in those types of cases. So there you can only imagine if, for example, that local activist didn't have our support, our lawyers coming to Novi Pazar, he would have been in a world of trouble, because recently he got one decision, I think it was a criminal procedure for insult, where his verdict to pay 50,000 dinars were actually converted to 50 days in prison. And there's only one out of dozens.
Yeah. And just a quick, we come back to you, but Roberta, this is not something that's strictly limited to Serbia, not at all. I think your organization has done some research about it. Can you explain a little bit more about the bigger picture?
Sure, yes. Article 19 conducted some research on SLAPs at European level. We looked at the trends across 10 European countries regarding SLAPs in the period between 2010 and 2020. And actually we found many similarities in many, even different countries across Europe, from the west to the east of Europe. There are, as I was saying, the trends are usually the claimants are, as Milan was saying, people who are in a powerful position in society. So they could either be public officials at national or local level, or wealthy people, so businessmen who have actually a lot of wealth and resources to invest in these lawsuits. On the other hand, when you look at the defendants, they are most of the time, actually the majority of the time, and this has also been recorded by the Coalition Against SLAPs in Europe, they are either journalists who are part of media outlets, or even freelancers, so without even an editor behind them who is able to maybe pay for the legal fees, but also human rights activists or environmental activists. Actually, SLAPs as a concept started, let's say, with regards to environmental activists as such. Then another similarity is also the use of the laws in these cases. Most of the time they refer to defamation laws, but honestly it very much depends on the jurisdiction. There are also either type of laws that are used, privacy laws, GDPR, laws on revealing private information to the public. And it also very much depends on the jurisdiction. In some cases they are, as Milan was saying, civil cases, civil lawsuits. In other cases, actually the process is under criminal law, so that it also includes additional criminal charges to the defendants. These are, let's say, the main trends that we have identified in the research.
Okay, so it's a good summary to say that despite all the national differences and differences in opportunities and in laws that are being used and charges that are being made, that it still happens in almost all countries, isn't it?
It happens in many countries, for sure. I mean, the Coalition Against SLAPs in Europe records cases across all over Europe. It really started the process after the assassination of the Maltese journalist Daphne Caruana Galizia. And when she was assassinated, she was facing 40 libel lawsuits. So as a result of that case, civil society and the journalistic community across Europe has recognized the problem, started to recognize the problem and started to research on it, and asked also for a response by European institutions as well as national institutions.
Yeah, because one can only imagine what the impact is at the individual level or the organizational level. Is there any one of you who could say a little bit more about it? Have you seen it happen? Have you seen how it plays out what happens to the journalists or the activists that are being prosecuted like this?
So the good thing is that journalists often have support from journalistic associations, activists have support from organizations such as ours, but at the end of the day, it does influence their work in the sense that it creates a layer of auto-censorship, the topics they may not talk about. So that is the problem. But I think they're quite persistent. So far, it doesn't show that much.
The activists are persistent?
Yes, and journalists as well. So I think it's quite good because at the end, they were winning those cases in most of the cases. So it was time and effort and money, but at the end they would win those cases.
And how long does it take before normally to...
It depends, a year per...
Okay. So it takes a lot of time, sleepless nights, a lot of energy, a lot of effort, isn't it?
No, they have lawyers taking care of that. That's not the issue. But still, you can, if you get a verdict where you are convicted for defamation because you did a report of things you learned at the public hearing at the criminal court, which is a nonsensical verdict, then you start to fear what sort of other things they're going to charge you with.
Yeah. Okay. Mark?
Just in terms of impact, I mean, my colleagues at Trial Watch, the sister initiative in the foundation, in monitoring the criminalization of dissent in Russia, what we see obviously is kind of the extreme end of that impact, where journalists and opposition figures are jailed, using almost a kind of every new crisis, there's new legislation that's intended to silence activists and dissenters. So whether it was COVID or Ukraine, each time there's, they build on the sort of foreign agents, the slander and defamation law, those kinds of laws actually get added to over time, just to ensure that there's no space for dissent to emerge as in a particular crisis situation when politics changes within Russia.
Okay, let's, because is this the only problem Serbian NGOs face?
Of course not, of course not.
No,
I think
that was like asking for the obvious, but can you elaborate a little bit further to draw the rest of the picture?
Yes, it's a good thing that Minister of Human Rights and Minority Rights and Social Dialogue is here, and the fact that he emphasized hate speech as a big problem. Although I'd like to add one thing. While social networks and hate speech on social networks is a problem, it's a part of a larger problem, because social networks emulate society as a whole, and especially its highest representatives who often engage in hateful rhetoric. So we have to be careful and also talk about government ministers, about the Prime Minister and the President, who are also engaging in that sort of speech. And while in the past, LGBTI and Roma were the focus of hate speech, nowadays it seems to me that that sort of hate speech has been reduced, but hate speech is sort of, I would say, redirected towards people with different political persuasions, whether they're opposition people or people from NGOs. So overall, this accumulation of hate speech has grown, because we have a tabloid media funded by government which are hyper-producing text containing hate speech. It has almost become normalized, part of an everyday conversation.
Okay, so for hate speech is like, you say hate speech is done by like prominent people targeting, isn't it? How does it relate to everything that happens on social media platforms, the bots, like the ordinary people or the anonymous people that may also be targeting the activists?
It's difficult. I mean, it's quite easy to differentiate ordinary people from bot armies, because the way you can just click on their Twitter account, you can see what types of posts they're reposting, what they're supporting, but overall they are effective because they wouldn't be used otherwise. It's an investment of money and time, and obviously it's been done for years now, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think this is something that Aaron, in Hungary, you've probably are quite an experienced person in this respect yourself, and at least your colleagues also have done so. Can you make that comparison? How does it work out in Hungary?
I mean, I think the Hungarian government has a bit different of approach with the same goal. pretty much, is that slaps are not so much a thing, though, like, you know, threatening with lawsuits, that happens. But since the Hungarian government owns a large part of the media and owns the entire public media, has enormous amount of money that they can spend on social media, distributing and spreading their messages, but also because they enacted anti-NGO laws which are unclear and obscure enough to pretty much force many people, many players into self-censorship, and to create this chilling effect where, you know, it's better if you're not speaking up. It actually doesn't really need the slaps. So there are other ways to try to crush someone's soul if you are running a piece in your own pro-government media, which now consists more than 500 different media outlets, and the public media, basically saying that someone is a terrorist, a pedophile, or whatever, a traitor. So there are different, and if you are running this story and if you are running these pieces for like 3 days, 3 weeks, I mean, you know, it makes someone's life quite uncomfortable. So I think this is one of the reasons why they took a different approach. And the other one is that there is a difference in a sense that the regular judiciary in Hungary is still probably the last standing institution of the rule of law system in Hungary when it comes to checks on the government. And I think they just don't want to risk it to bring charges and lengthy trials and legal procedures because they can do it like in 3 days in their media. So I think this is a different approach, but I wouldn't say that slaps will not be more prominent in Hungary because it could easily happen, but I think right now they don't really need it.
And can you say something, both of you, actually? How does self-censorship look like in daily life for the two of you?
For me? Or
yeah, for me, for your colleagues in civil society in Hungary.
Yeah.
How do you... Yeah.
I think it doesn't necessarily civil society, but it's more journalists / individual activists / teachers, for example, or pretty much anyone who has something to say. For example, during the COVID pandemic, it was nurses and doctors who had horrible conditions, but basically because of the regulation and because of the message of the government, no one was speaking out. It was extremely hard to find a doctor who could actually tell you how horrible the conditions in Hungarian hospitals are. Journalists were actually banned from entering and taking footages in hospitals. So I think the way it works is that you create laws and different kind of legislation that are vague enough so it doesn't like strictly ban something or doesn't strictly criminalize something, but sometimes it also happens. But it's vague enough that there could be a very long, you know, debate about its interpretation. But since people kind of know what the government's intention, which is not to speak out, they will censor themselves. We have a law which is basically a copycat of the Russian propaganda law, which is basically the idea is that it bans the so-called portrayal and promotion of homosexuality, among other instances. No one really knows what portrayal and promotion of homosexuality would mean in public education or in the media, but it bans it. So for-profit companies, teachers, and those that are under the scope of the law, many of them chooses not to talk about the issue, not to air this program, because I don't know whether I can be charged with. And this is how many of these things work. And then, sure, down the line, there is a court decision from Luxembourg or from Strasbourg saying that this is not okay. But, 3, 4, 5 years has passed, and many lives has been ruined during that period.
Yeah. Milan, are there press releases your organization would like to send out, or statements you would like to make about any human rights issues that you actually don't do because you say, okay, it's not worth whatever comes out?
We really have no issues with coming out with public statements. The problem is sometimes the events are unfolding on a daily basis, so public statements lose any meaning over time. So you need to carefully choose when you react, how you react. The issue, of course, is also the fact that your reaction will be covered by a few independent media. It will not be covered by the government. That doesn't mean that we don't have any access to the government media. We do have access, but only if we talk about things that are not controversial. So I can talk about free legal aid on daily evening news, radio, television, Serbia, but not about slap lawsuits or smear campaigns or something else. So, and also like to add, if we are learning acronyms this evening, does anyone in the audience know the acronym for threat of a slap? It's a TLAP. Yeah.
Okay. So,
it's an actual acronym. I didn't invent it.
Yeah, no, that's okay. That's great, a little bit of humor. Okay, Roberta, what is your perspective on this? I mean, your organization works in many countries. You talk to many partners. How do you look at it from a bigger picture? And also, is there anything that could be done against this? Are we developing strategies to counter these problems?
When it comes to self-censorship as a result of slaps,
yeah.
I mean, it's actually a big issue. In many countries, it's one of the first effects, let's say, of a slap. We have heard many testimonies of journalists across Europe who said that maybe they have received, or their media outlet has received, a number of slap lawsuits. And then next time around, their editors actually started to think carefully if a story has to be covered or not. I mean, these are information that are lost. These are ideas, opinions that are completely lost from the public debate when either a journalist himself or herself or a media outlet decides to not cover certain issues. So it's certainly a big problem. The way that it can be tackled is, first of all, to talk about it, especially for those in these platforms, for those who actually advocate for human rights, for media freedom, first of all, and to encourage those who actually self-censor themselves to come out and share their experiences, and to create a sort of network, a solidarity network across journalists, across human rights activists, to be able to stop the self-censorship practices, especially in the world of journalism, but also in the world of civil society.
And at a more at the policy level, because it's such a problem that we see in different sort of decrees, often copied or followed from the Russian example. The pattern is quite clear. Hungary is even part of the European Union. Still, it's allowed to continue. Yeah. Are there any initiatives really to try to tackle it maybe at the root and are there any policy discussions going on, any initiatives at the European level to really address it and to make it impossible to abuse also administrative legislation in this sense?
Yes. I mean, the European Union has been active in discussing and proposing an initiative to counter slaps. It comprises a directive and a set of recommendations. The recommendations are immediately applicable by all EU member states. The directive is currently being discussed in a trialogue, it's called, so between the Commission, the Parliament, and the Council of the European Union. It has to be seen what the final text is. The initial proposal was, if not over-comprehensive, but was addressing some of the key safeguards that civil society was advocating for a long time, well, for a few years. The last text of the Council has been a little weaker in that sense. So it has to be seen what the final text that will be agreed by these institutions will be. And if that can be a model, let's say, for EU member states and also for candidate countries to be able to put in place some safeguards against lapse. I have to say that the directive only covers civil cases which have a cross-border aspect. But the recommendations themselves also include the need for a reform of national legislation. So for each EU member states and also candidate countries in the long term to be able to align their national legislation to counter SLAPs and include some of the safeguards against
Can you
SLAPs.
give one or two examples of safeguards that could work?
Yes. I mean, one of them is an early dismissal mechanism. So the ability for the defendant to actually make a claim at the very early stages of the court proceedings to the judge, to actually examine the case and assess whether it is founded or not. Obviously, it has to have a public interest component, the case itself, for a SLAP to be considered, for a lawsuit to be considered a SLAP. Another element that can be included is a cap on damages. So, for example, a claimant cannot request more than X amount of money, let's say. And that would help defendants, as we were mentioning before. Most of the defendants are actually, they can even be freelancers who have no one behind them. So it would really release the financial stress from them, let's say. There are also other very detailed safeguards, but they are quite related to specific to the laws. Another aspect is also the availability of free legal aid, so to ensure that those who are targeted by SLAPs can actually access, as I said, free legal aid, so support and defense for free. Another aspect, I could go on and on, but...
But it sounds like there are quite practical measures that could be taken that don't sound really overly complicated, but of course they need to be implemented at the national level. Quite a few of the SLAPs, also companies are involved. And also I think the whole hate speech approach, of course, there's also a role for companies, like the big tech companies. Mark, you do quite a bit of work specifically on responsibilities and complicity of companies. What would you say would be could be done in that respect? How can we sort of educate companies?
First of all, the anti-SLAP legislation, free legal aid, these are crucial building blocks. I mean, the whole point for corporations of SLAPs is to take an issue of public debate or an issue of public concern and move it into a private conflict in a court of law. And thereby remove or undermine the public debate about that issue. And we see this repeatedly, and we see it including in jurisdictions like the United States and the UK. And the UK being both those countries with very different legal frameworks, very strong free speech protections in the United States, but nonetheless a history of criminalizing those counter-corporate discourses, including by lawyers, in fact. And in the UK, cases where the transnational aspects that you mentioned have really been evident, where business actors, not just corporations, but also the likes of Prigozhin and Wagner suing journalists in courts in the UK. So yeah, it is definitely a tool that corporations use, and it's something that for activists that are working over the years, this transnational aspect of corporate activity has been matched by transnational activism. And the SLAPs is one way to try to short-circuit that, because if you're targeted, it of course makes everybody step back, and it is a real effort to develop those networks of solidarity that are necessary to support somebody targeted by a SLAP, because you're immediately criminalized in one form one form or another. I'm not going to get into the hate speech aspects, but certainly one of the things that has become evident in the sort of digital space with respect to dissent, and it's not slap so much; it's sort of slap adjacent. It's part of the suite of tactics used, and that includes, you know, the influence operations that are run through digital media. We heard earlier today about election campaigns, for example, and the ways that those are used. And there's a market for this, and there are businesses that are in this space that are providing these sorts of political technologies that are silencing dissent. And that is in direct contradiction to the human rights responsibilities of those companies. So when you're talking, there are certainly responsibilities for with respect to hate speech, and we know that there's been a big effort by social media companies with respect to moderation of online speech, but we also know that is largely not only failing, but that those companies are cutting back on their investment in online digital content moderation. So there's a whole kind of range of things within the tech space that really need to be addressed. I do think that the fundamental reality needs to be state regulation that protects speech from these kinds of actions. But before we get there, or maybe along the way at the same time, we need to be looking at the direct responsibilities of companies for human rights and for ensuring that their activities are not contributing to targeting activists. Surveillance industry is another one, right? Apps that are...
And if we find a company that is directly involved in, for instance, in a slap suit or in, you know, what does your organization, what kind of tools do you have to, what do you do with that type of information? What is the next step?
We're actually not working on exactly those issues that I just described. That's kind of from my experience with responsible business campaigning in a previous job. But we are investigating the role of business actors in and their involvement in international crimes. That's really the focus of the docket, which is the initiative I work for, is focused on investigating international crimes. And I lead work that looks at the enablers of international crimes, including commercial enablers. And some of those are what you might call the service providers of authoritarianism that we see operating in contexts in Eastern Europe.
So what sort of services, like from...
Everything from the sort of political technologist stuff that I was talking about, influence campaigns in the context of elections, for example. But what you see with some of these actors is that they're offering a full spectrum of services. So everything from managing the finances and ensuring frankly, money laundering, commodity exchange, all of those kinds of core commercial activities, the lawyers and accountants to make all of that happen, troll farms and digital services, all the way over to private security and mercenaries. And the classic example of all of that is Concord, which is the holding company for Wagner mercenary organization. Now, there's others out there, and they're not all doing all of those things, but that kind of business model is something that we encounter in the conflict space, and that has very real relevance for the kinds of problems we're talking about here today.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. We can talk about it longer, but we're not going to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like your human rights activists, and of course, they always, I know them, they always have like a positive attitude. So we have a lot of problems, but we also want to look at solutions and how difficult it sometimes is. I think a few positive sort of approaches, like what Article 19 is doing, not only you, but at the European level, that's probably a good example. I would like to check with you any sort of good examples or strategies that have been developed that prove to be working, that you think, okay, that needs to be advertised, that can be replicated elsewhere, that we could build on. you can think a little bit about it, but I'm sure Aaron has at least something, because you anyhow.
I do.
And I come back to you anyhow. Aaron.
Thank you.
Kick it off.
Thank
Kick
you.
it off.
So the inspiring part is coming up. So I'll talk about research and communication and campaigning, which my team does. And I am a firm believer of value-based research and value-based communication and value-based campaigns. And the reason for that, and it was a very hard awakening for me and my team as well, is that I think civil society in most cases is right. Okay, so we usually know our legal stuff, we usually know what we are talking about, the facts are. I'm not saying we are always right, but I would definitely bet my money on an NGO than any government at the time when it comes to facts. But it doesn't really matter when you are actually trying to encourage people to do something, or you are trying to be persuasive. And this is when values come in, because values are the most constant and solid things in your life. Your political opinion or your opinion on different policies might change. I mean, it's not very typical in my area of Europe, but there is a chance that it could change. You can listen to facts and you can listen to rational. But your core belief system and your values, what you hold dear and what you prioritize over your life, doesn't really change throughout your life. And this is why last year when we did a campaign against the Hungarian government, when the government organized a homophobic and transphobic national referendum in Hungary, this is why we chose to do our campaign and our whole research and communication based on values and not talk about facts in a way that, you know, the government was basically stating that LGBTI people are a threat to children, they are pedophiles, they are coming to the kindergarten to do surgery on the kids, to have a different gender, and you know this. We didn't try to tell that it's a lie. Obviously, it's a lie. But what we did is that from a previous research, we knew that if there is one thing that all Hungarians agree on, is family, and if there is another thing they all agree on, is security. So we decided to do a campaign on both issues, not portraying LGBTI people per se in a campaign, but portraying their family members, their co-workers, their friends, and their families, talking about that they are worried about their loved ones, and they are worried about their co-workers. And this campaign worked really well, that we managed to mobilize 1.7 million people. So the whole referendum was invalid, which was the highest number of invalid votes in Hungary's history. And I'm not saying that we are genius, I'm saying that I think the method is good. And I think you have to have the facts, and you have to have all your research and litigation in place. But when you are actually trying to talk to people, whether you are right or wrong, I think that's nowadays, unfortunately, a secondary question. The first question is whether you can tell your story, whether you can frame this story in a way that is compelling to people. And I think this is where values and values-based research and communication comes in. So my inspiration would be do that. And this is my, I don't know, I cannot get you a message, but if I could, that would be do this in public communication.
Okay, yeah, I can imagine that was quite, you must have had your celebration after that election night.
I mean, it was a strange night because it was on the same day as the general election where the Hungarian government won with a 2/3 majority. So, I mean, we were very happy because of the referendum. We were less happy about the other result. I think we haven't realized for a while, but then a few days later, people started to reach out to us from the LGBTI community and from people whose relatives or family members are part of the community to thank us because they basically said that what this campaign meant is that they feel a bit safer and they feel a bit more hopeful because 1.7 million people turned out to cast an invalid vote, which for them meant that Hungary is probably, the Hungarian people are much better when it comes to human rights and the LGBTI rights than their government, which is actually true.
Yeah, that sounds like finally a positive signal. Milan, or have you? I mean, it may be smaller than this because I'm sure in Hungary they have worked quite a few years towards this particular success. Do you have even some spark of hope from your work, which is really motivating?
Of course, we also have to leave time for questions.
Yeah, definitely.
I have to remind you that.
We're going towards that.
So if I were to pick one example of good practice, I think it would be our ability to gather and respond quite rapidly to the government attempt to introduce a law on internal affairs, for example. Because if you took a look at the number of public statements that we gave in a period of a couple of days, when we were able to boil down all the major issues so that ordinary folks will understand it, and actually take a lot of bad stuff from the law itself. So right now, somewhere in a police depot, there is a sonic cannon collecting, basically dust. The police will not be able to use it against protesters because we took it out of the law. That's like one example of our success.
Yeah.
So, and there are numerous other examples. Sometimes it might feel like we're only doing damage control, because at the end they will do what they want, regardless of what's written on paper, but we should give ourselves more credit than we do.
It's not only damage control, but sometimes you really achieve something.
Some beneficial things, yeah.
It would be great, but I also agree with you, we go to the questions, to analyze even more, when it's a success and when it isn't, and what are the factors that are decisive? I mean, but anyhow, let's not do that.
I can answer. It's a coincidence, chance. It's a flip of a coin, literally.
Yeah? Really?
Flip of a coin.
It's so unpredictable.
Yeah, as our president is, so are our chances of influencing the reality in Serbia.
Okay, then it's really difficult to develop a strategy, isn't it? Yeah, just try. Okay. I would like to open the floor if there are people who would like to ask questions. Yes, we have one. It's helpful to state your name, and if it's directed to one of the panelists, please say so.
Okay. Sonja Stojanović-Gajić, member of the board of BCSP. The question is for all our guests. In the current time and preoccupation with war and security, how do you frame your arguments why democracy defenders matter, especially when in what used to be our allies, so to say, consolidated democracies, if such thing ever existed, are also using some of these methods and justified with the arguments of security. I want to relate to the latest EU law on media freedom in France, erasing the caveats on what are the types of crime when the journalists can actually be surveilled, and just putting national security, and then seeing a few days earlier, arrest of investigative journalists discovering the story of cooperation between the French armed forces and Egyptian. So that would be my one question. And the other question, maybe for our representative of Clooney Foundation, is why keep supporting civil society in countries which are autocracies? Because I hear more and more donors coming with an insight from Afghanistan that we should give up ambition of, establishing democracy in a country where there is no political will. People are voting for autocrats. So why bothering keeping the lights on if there is no will and conditions or whatever? Thank you.
Yeah.
Sure. Sure. I think the short answer is because it's a long struggle. And if you don't assume it's a long struggle, then yes, you might be concerned with a short-termism and results-based approach. But it's a long struggle. I mean, and from our experience of doing this kind of work in conflict and dictatorship, we are always working with people on the ground who are crucial for us to be able to, for example, engage with prosecutors in jurisdictions in Europe to try to trigger universal jurisdiction cases, for example. But not just in Europe, also in Latin America, for example. We filed a case recently in Argentina alleging crimes against humanity in Venezuela through attacks on demonstrators. So this is, we've heard a lot today that has been particularly dark about the way things are going. I think that's accurate, but it just kind of reinforces my sense that we don't really have a choice but to stay, to keep those relationships alive, to as you say, to keep the lights on, and at the risk of parroting the founders of the foundations. They frame their vision for the foundation in terms of waging justice, right? That it's not just about protecting human rights, that it's a little more value-based, right? That justice is a struggle, and like war, frankly, you have to wage justice. So that is, where are you going to do that? Well, you're going to do that in the places where it's needed most.
Yeah, the other question was about how do you frame your messages, knowing that in so many other countries, including very close in Western Europe, similar laws are being passed. How can you even, also as Europe, I suppose, that's also part of the question, how can we even be effective then in advocating for human rights if we don't get our own house in order? Do you want to say something?
Yeah. I mean, it's quite a political question. I don't know if I have an answer also to that specifically. I mean, there is no perfect model. Also, when it comes to SLAPs, for example, we don't see any country in Europe who actually has a perfect legislation, a perfect model that we want to replicate in other places. I guess it very much depends on maybe reconnecting to what Aaron was saying, what are the values that you would like to advocate for, and then see which institution or which organization actually promotes these values and create an alliance with them. I think that is the best answer I can give to your question.
Yeah, first of all, thank you, because we wanted to end this on a brighter note. So you're making this really challenging. I think we have a choice. We can look at the good examples or we can look at the bad examples. When the American Revolution happened, it was a lone example, a lone beacon of freedom in the world, and people looked up to it. Now we can look at Poland or Hungary and say, oh, things are really, really bad. No, they're not. Now, if we look through the history of 20th century, I think we are in a pretty good situation in terms of democracy, development, everything else. So we really do need to look on the bright side.
I love you, Guy. I mean, this is the sort of optimism that we should also keep alive, I think. Otherwise, how can we even continue? Yeah. So thanks for this contribution as well.
It's not easy, but I think one of the challenges is especially that like autocratic forces or governments or whatever we call them are taking away parts of our vocabularies, and security, family, actually values and such. These have become more and more in the area of like autocratic regimes. So if you would look at Poland and Hungary's government speaking, they would pretty much use the same terms. So I think we have this kind of responsibility, but it's really hard, I agree, to take try to take back these words. And I think to answer your question, one thing you can do is you can give up on the notion of like speaking to everyone. So you have to decide who you are talking to, because you will not convince everyone that democracy or human rights are really important. I firmly believe that you can convince the majority in most society, but definitely there will be people who just hate the idea. I think then if you know who you are talking to, you have to know the values, which was I was talking about, and you try to have to frame your message. If it's security, you have to talk about security. You cannot talk anything else, because that would be shy away from the discussion. But you have to show them what security means for you, whether it means that a woman can safely walk the street at night, whether it means that an LGBTI kid is not bullied in a school. Governments don't talk about security this way. They talk about militarization, they talk about how different ethnic groups or different minorities should behave to be a good citizen. This is how a government talks about security. There is a whole other way you can talk about security, which is actually more closer to people. This is, and my second point, I'll shut up, sorry, is that I think civil society has this responsibility to lead by example, in a sense, that if we are saying that self-censorship and chilling effect and slaps and these things are bad, we actually have to show people and show the society that we are not afraid. So we cannot self-censor ourselves. In Hungary, and I'm solely talking about Hungary, where I will not be put in jail for being here. The worst thing is, someone from the Hungarian embassy is here and taking notes. So if we have to show that like this self-censorship and being silent is not the way to go. And if journalists and NGOs and activists are trying not to speak their mind, that's, I think, sends a very bad message to everyone.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's also a very clear message. Any other questions? Otherwise, I have one last one. I mean, do you feel like, it's quite a struggle, and maybe sometimes also a bit of a lonely struggle, I don't know. I don't want to put any words in your mouth, but do you feel like supported enough? What would you need to do it better? Is there any sort of, for this audience, any sort of practical things that you would like to ask to be able to, to be more effective and to do your work as you wanted to do? And this is maybe, on behalf of the Serbian civil society, could you formulate something?
I hope I don't elicit any laughter, but institutional granting.
Institutional granting, it came up this afternoon also?
Of course, that's the way to go, because if we are dealing with a large number of small projects, we are so busy with doing the technical issues that we cannot focus on our actual work, because sometimes we really do need to react in the middle of the night to formulate our common views on particular draft laws. Most of the time, this is not something supported by a project, and it cannot be supported by a project because our government often likes to surprise us, especially in the summertime or near New Year's Eve. And institutional granting will really be helpful. Hopefully it happens.
So you mean like core funding, isn't it?
Core funding, yes.
Yeah. So you get a little bit. You can spend a little bit time in getting project funding and focus a little bit on...
Not in paperwork, not red tape.
Less on the so less paperwork, more core funding.
Yeah.
That's the civil society wish list, I think, for many countries, but hopefully there are a few people around that can take it with them, because it needs to be paid for, and then civil society, I think, is brave enough probably and expert enough to play the role that is so crucial in I think in our societies and in the future society. So thank you, thanks a lot, and thank you for staying with us despite the long day, and time. Yeah, but we are, at least our part was a little bit in time. So see you outside for a drink. Yeah.
Thank you so much to the panelists and to the audience for sticking with us. It's been a very long day. Just a reminder that tomorrow starts again, 9 a.m. Be here. It's going to be great. There will be a discussion, 25 years of the Good Friday Agreement. And thank you again to the panelists. I'm sorry.